A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Makati Productions presents an unabridged recording of Star Wars Legacies Edge 2, Empire of Light. Over 90 years have passed since the destruction of the first Death Star. The galaxy is in a state of peace, and the grandchildren of the rebellion's heroes have become heroes in their own rights. As Admiral Jagged Fel battles to protect Imperial space from mysterious raiders, he comes to suspect that the Empire's greatest threat may lie within. How far will he go to preserve the systems that his father has made? Meanwhile, Jay Skywalker leads the Jedi into uncharted space to find the truth behind these attacks. The hidden Sith have sent a team of their own, and together both sides will find themselves facing a familiar enemy against which neither can stand alone. Part 1, Close to the Edge. Chapter 1. One moment there was the emptiness of the vacuum. The next, the void was filled. All 14 ships reverted to real space in the same instant, their gray metal hulls gleaming in the light of the system's distant star. Their sublight engines kicked in, pushing them on ion flares toward their destination. Far behind them, a broad gray wedge, 2 kilometers long, slipped through space. From the bridge of the Imperial Star Destroyer Resilience, the convoy looked like a string of tiny jewels trailing toward the brown sphere of the planet ahead. Captain Por Dun stood at the head of the bridge, watching the ships and their destination through the dark lenses of her Keldor-breathing mask. They proceeded in a calm line, 14 heavy cargo haulers filled with industrial supplies, foodstuffs, agricultural tools, and more. The supplies were certainly needed. It had been 6 years since the government on Bastion had authorized the establishment of a Jagged colony on the Spores 3. During the reign of Emperor Palpatine and his successor warlords, the industrious, insectoid Jagged people had been enslaved to build the Empire's mighty star destroyers at the Jagged Miners shipyard over their home planet. Those times were nearly a century gone, and the Empire was far from what it had been, less powerful, perhaps, but also less cruel and more equal. The Spores colony was just one of a dozen worlds the government had allotted to the Jagged and other species native to Imperial space who'd been trapped under the Empire's heel for generations. As a Keldor and a largely human navy, Por Dun appreciated the gesture. The Jagged who left their homeworld to tame and settle the Spores 3 reminded her of her own grandparents, who left their planet behind to settle an uninhabited world just forward of Imperial space in the wake of the U.S. Hanvong War. Another civil war and a redraw of interstellar borders had shifted their planet into Imperial territory, but rather than face enslavement as they would have decades ago, they found opportunities took advancement newly opened for non-humans. There was, therefore, an extra weight of history on Por Dun's shoulders as she watched the convoy slip toward the planet while Resilience, the only armed capital ship in the system, remained stationary outside the Spores 3's gravity well. She really did not want to screw this up. She turned from the viewport, walked around the crew pit, and came to the destroyer's tactical station, where a row of young human officers were in their seats, all eyes on sensor readouts. "Lieutenant Yaris," she said, "report." The gold-haired human woman looked up at Por Dun. "No signs of enemy activity." "The sensor buoys behind the moon. They report no activity either. And the 4th and 5th planets. We're running deep scans now. Nothing visible." Yaris knew as well as her captain that the enemy might well be hiding behind one of those planets, readying for a micro jump that would drop them right on top of the convoy. Por Dun glanced at the tactical holo. The lead convoy vessel was entering the Spores 3's gravity well now. The others were only minutes behind. If the enemy was going to pounce, they'd do it now. Por Dun found herself hoping for it. Otherwise, Resilience would have come all this way for nothing. As it was, the operation had been designed as perfect bait. The raiders who'd been attacking Imperial space for the past 4 months had been hitting convoys, mostly civilian, traveling in and out of systems near the edge of the unknown regions. Who they were, why they were attacking, what they wanted besides plunder and rampant destruction, these were all questions that needed answers. Head of State Avarice had ordered military escorts for all convoys traveling in sectors bordering the unknown regions, and attacks had decreased without ceasing entirely. In keeping resilience back from the convoy, Poor Dunn was giving potential attackers a very tempting target, one they didn't get often anymore. It was a risky plan, especially since the enemy was so hard to predict. They came in a motley assemblage of ships with never the same number. None of them had been taken alive, but if this gamble worked, they might finally learn how to stop these attacks once and for all. The entire scheme had been cooked up by Poor Dunn's commanding officer, Admiral Jagged Fel. If her orders had come from anyone else, she'd have balked, but she and Fel had been through too much. The 6 weeks their frigate Voidwalker had spent behind enemy lines in what they now called the Sinex Juvex Rising had earned medals for its entire crew and jump-started many careers. 17 years later, Poor Dunn had gone from ensign to captain, Fel from junior grade lieutenant to fleet admiral. That long, desperate fight to survive had made legends of them all. "We're getting something," Yars announced. "Out from the 5th planet." "Shields up," Poor Dunn called. "Com," warned the convoy. "Guns, prepare for firing solution." She looked out the viewport to see distant flecks drop out of hyperspace on the edge of the planet's gravity well. Lights flared up and died far away. The battle had begun. Then, equally sudden, a pair of frigate-sized warships appeared off Resilience's bow. They immediately opened fire, spraying red laser blasts across the Star Destroyer shields. "Guns, fire when ready," Poor Dunn said. "Tactical, how's the convoy?" "Hard to tell, sir." Yars bit her lip. "The big haulers got stuck in the rear. They're being surrounded by, it looks like, small starfighters or drones." One of the many aggravating things about these raiders was that every time they showed up, they'd have a new ship, weapon, or trick. It was like all the uncharted, unregistered races from the unknown regions were hurling themselves against the Imperial border as a messy, rampaging horde. "What about the ion bombs?" Poor Dunn asked. One of the few patterns in these attacks was that the enemy would hurl some kind of shield-busting warhead that would not only overwhelm a ship's defenses but overload its electric systems and render it dead in space. The frigates trying to keep Resilience away from the convoy didn't seem to have any in stock, which confirmed Poor Dunn's suspicion that those warheads were precious and scarcely used. "No ion bombs yet, sir." "We are staying." Language, Lieutenant. "Picking up 3 ion detonations. Lost contact with 2 ships." "Which ones?" "The Demorian heavies, Captain. The 2 biggest, most tempting targets." Just as they'd hoped. With those cargo ships crippled in orbit, the raiders would start launching their boarding parties that would hijack the ships and jump them out of the system. "Helm," she called, "push us ahead. Get us past those frigates. Com, signal Captain Verdon and request assistance. Tell all other ships that can fly to fall back to us. We'll protect them." "What about the heavies?" asked Yars. "There's nothing we can do for them. It's over to our friends now." Resilience would have his hands full battling off all those raiders. As for their boarding parties, they'd be in for a very unpleasant surprise. This entire trap had been Jagged Fel's design from start to finish, and it had been his idea to snare the enemy using the invaluable secret weapon of a brave new empire, Jedi Knights. The deck shuddered under Arlen Fel's feet, nearly knocking him into the navigator's seat, but he steadied himself as the helmsman called, "They've got us." "Boarding parties?" Arlen asked. "Unknown. All systems are down." The navigator waved at his console, as dark as everything else on the bridge. Despite being half a kilometer long, the Demorian cargo vessel had a cramped cockpit with barely enough room for all 20 crew members. That was what made them tempting targets. Of course, all attackers had to do was breach the one airlock located next to the crew quarters behind the bridge, then take the bridge to commandeer the vessel and all its cargo. Arlen spun to the ship's captain. "Once I'm out, lock the blast door manually. Don't open it for anything except my authorization code." "Understood," the captain nodded as an explosion flashed outside the cockpit. With all internal lights down, as was glaringly bright, Arlen winced as he saw one of the smaller cargo ships, a Corellian mid-sized freighter, spin out in a ball of fire. The raiders were doing what they usually did, then grab the most valuable ships, then destroy the rest. He only hoped Resilience would get here in time to protect the others. Arlen unhooked his lightsaber from his belt, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the corridor. He waited until the blast door slammed shut and locked in place, then jogged down the hall of the ship's small crew section to where a squadron of white-armored stormtroopers who'd already placed themselves in front of the airlock, weapons raised. With the stormtroopers were 3 more beings like himself, all dressed in brown robes over pale tunics. Arlen didn't bother to ask for a citra. They could all hear the awful grinding noise of the raiders trying to burn through the airlock seal. It wouldn't be long now. Despite the months of attacks, none of them had ever been taken alive. The most information that had been gleaned about them had come from the wreckage of destroyed ships, each of which had been crewed by aliens of a different species, most of them unknown to Imperial xenobiologists. The plan Arlen's brother had thrown together was meant to change that. The other big Demorian hauler was also staffed with a squad of troopers and 4 Jedi Knights. Hopefully at least one team would be able to subdue their attackers and get some answers. Arlen and the other Jedi held back behind the stormtroopers. As the noise got louder, he glanced at the others. Dare Send with his trim black hair and beard, Reckon Schultz with both hands tensely gripping his silver-bladed saber, Man Wylar intently glaring the airlock, waiting for the explosion. Arlen tried to sense the enemy in the Force. Beyond the intent and tension of the being around him, he sensed a desperate, rapacious hunger, a need to ravage whatever lay beyond the airlock. Whoever was coming for them wouldn't be turned away at the sight of a stormtrooper squad. When the airlock exploded, the hatch burst inward. The Jedi were ready. They grabbed the metal door with the force and flung it high enough to scrape the corridor ceiling, well above the heads of the crouched troopers. The sergeant, placed at the back of the formation between Arlen and Schultz, hurled a flash grenade into the smoke-filled portal. The troopers' helmets would compensate for the flare, but the Jedi quickly hid their eyes. A half-second later, the tang of the explosion, then a chorus of blast-tech rifles pouring laser fire into the gap. The Jedi ignited their sabers and stepped into the open corridor that was now filled with smoke. With a wave of an arm, Wylar flushed the smoke back into the portal, hopefully into the faces of the enemy, though they were still invisible on their side of the airlock. All the while, the stormtroopers kept firing. After almost a minute of continuous shooting with no response, Arlen raised an arm, and the guns fell silent. He and Wylar walked ahead, past the troopers, toward the dark blown-open airlock hatch from which no motion came. "That can't be it," Wylar whispered, holding his saber in front of him with both hands to repel any attack. "I can't feel them," Arlen said, "in there. Waiting." "Then what are they waiting for?" For curious Jedi to walk into an ambush on another ship, Arlen suspected, but they couldn't both stay on their own sides of the airlock forever. One side was going to have to take the risk, and it was exactly the kind of risk Jedi were suited for. Arlen was about to call Schultz and send forward when he heard a low buzzing sound from the other side. He jumped back just before they burst out of the airlock. A dozen spherical drones, each one the size of a human head. They immediately began spewing laser blasts and whirling around the compact corridor at dizzying speed. Arlen was able to get away, but one drone slammed hard into Whaler's torso, throwing him through the air to the end of the corridor. Arlen swore and began deflecting laser blasts with his saber while Schultz dove after Wylar. Sende, skilled both to blades or one, grabbed Whaler's fallen weapon with the force and began batting back attacks with both hands. The stormtroopers filled the corridor with volleys of rifle blasts. The drones were swirling around too fast for even the best marksmen to track, but in that cramped space they had no space to fly, and the stormtroopers took out half of them in the first 20 seconds. The remaining drones, however, slipped above the troopers' heads. A few raced down the hallway to the cockpit and began pounding the sealed blast doors. The others started jerking in the air above the branch point, raining laser fire down on the Jedi and troopers alike. As he darted for Whaler's body, he saw that 3 stormtroopers had already fallen. "What the hell are these things?" Schultz gasped as Arlen dropped beside them. "No idea. How is he? The other Jedi grimaced and placed a hand on Whaler's chest. Arlen spared a second to look away from the whirling, firing drones and saw that the impact had caved in the Jedi's chest. He realized there was no life signal in the Force. In the blink of an eye, a Jedi Knight had died. From the insides of the other ship, a sound came. To Arlen it sounded like the baying of AKK hounds. Then they charged, a horde of aliens with flat bodies and long limbs, each arm tipped by a jagged vibroblade. The stormtroopers closest to the door were felled instantly as buzzing swords sheared through white armor and spilled blood. The barking aliens scrambled around the corridor for the blast doors as the drones overhead kept the remaining stormtroopers and Jedi pinned down and helpless. That was when Arlen admitted to himself they were in trouble. Even when Resilience pulled ahead, the frigates that had first moved to attack them didn't give up. They were ferocious but not stupid, and instead of trying to flank the Star Destroyer, they avoided punishing broadsides by dropping behind it and pounding its aft shields. The deck shuddered under poor Dun's boots. 2 kilometers long and just 6 years off the yards at Kuwait, the Predator-class Star Destroyer was one of the most capable capital ships in the Empire and should have been able to handle a mid-sized group of raiders with no single ship bigger than the Qantas-class frigate. The problem was, there were so many kinds of ships and none of them seemed to be following a coordinated attack pattern. 2 boarding ships had lashed onto the big Demorian freighters, yes, and the smaller Kuwaiti and Corellian craft were trying to flee to Resilience's protective umbrella, but the attackers were a chaotic swirl of different vessel types all trying to wreak as much havoc as possible. Tiny spherical drones were flying literal circles around Resilience's Tie-X interceptors while starfighters big enough for living pilots were tearing the fleeing freighters to shreds. Poor Dunn wouldn't ask for casualty reports until this was over, but she was sure they would be high. Citrip on conviction, she asked the tactical officer. Confirmed inbound, should be here in less than 90 seconds, Lieutenant Yara said. Expected reversion zone at .076. What about the Demorian ships? No reply from either. They're dead in space. Poor Dunn was glad the humans on the bridge couldn't read Keldor faces. Otherwise they'd see her anxiety. Captain Verdon's Star Destroyer had been holding at a fallback position, ready to respond to help any of 3 different convoys that were all potential targets for the raiders. Once Conviction got here, the attacks would have no hope of winning. Still, if the Jedi teams aboard the haulers didn't succeed in defeating and capturing their attackers, all of this would be for nothing. A pair of Kuwaiti freighters had just reached Resilience, and the destroyer's gunners adjusted their turbolaser fire onto the ships pursuing them. From the tactical display, poor Dunn could see that one was one of those frigate-sized vessels that spewed out hundreds of small drones instead of snub fighters. The other was a blunt corvette-sized ship of markedly different design, slow but armed to the teeth and heavily shielded. Poor Dunn had no idea where all these ships had come from or why they were working with limited cooperation to attack Imperial space. It was almost like a dozen different races from the unknown regions had banded together to launch a wave attack, but that attack was barely coordinated and limited to plunder and mayhem, not conquest. For someone who studied combat tactics and long-term strategy at the academy, the absence of them was baffling. Then Lieutenant Yaris announced, "Conviction has arrived, Captain." She needn't have raised her voice. Poor Dunn could see the gray wedge of the second Star Destroyer peer off their port bow, at the edge of the planet's gravity well. Conviction was moving inbound fast and was already deploying ties to lead the charge. "Captain," the comm lieutenant called, "Hail from Conviction. They're requesting Citrip and instructions." It was mildly embarrassing for a former tactical officer, but all poor Dunn could do was shrug. "Tell them targets of opportunity, Lieutenant. It's a mess out here. We'll clean it up together." The second Conviction decanted from hyperspace. Its hangar began pumping out fighters. The bulk of the ships were venerable Tie-X interceptors, sleek and nimble vessels with folded ion panels jutting out from either side of a ball cockpit. Launched behind the first Tie-X squadron were 4 TIE Daggers, prototype fighters with 4 solar panels that radiated out from the center and stabbed forward either side of the cockpit, vaguely like the S-foils of an old Alliance X-Wing. They were bigger than Tie-X's but just as maneuverable, larger targets but more heavily shielded, boasting proton torpedo launchers in addition to heavy laser cannons. There were, in Miragia Valterfel's opinion, the best snub fighter model she'd ever piloted, and she'd been the one to personally push for its use by the Jedi Knights protecting Imperial space. The 4 Jedi aboard Conviction had expected to be sent into one trigger snare or another, and Miragia wasn't surprised to end up in the one her brother-in-law was stuck in. Arlen had an uncanny ability to find himself in the center of trouble. As the 4 Jedi TIE fighters streaked toward the battle zone, in which Resilience sat in the center, she noted that the Raiders had barely altered their attack pattern despite the second Star Destroyer and fighter wing bearing down on them. They seemed intent on dealing out as much destruction as possible to Resilience, and the surviving freighters clustered around it for protection. Far aside from the battle zone, 2 Demorian heavy freighters sat dead in space on the edge of the planet's orbit. Arlen, she knew, would be in one of those. He was too far away to try and touch him with the Force. Instead, she patched her comm line into Resilience's bridge and tried to hail the destroyer. After a second, a voice said, "This is Resilience."
Go ahead.
"This is Knight 1, Miragia said. "Requesting status of the Jedi defense teams." "Nothing to give, Knight 1. Both ships got knocked out by ion bombs. No contact since. Requesting permission to take my flight and investigate." "Permission granted," the comm lieutenant said, not even bothering to check with his captain. Poor Dunn had probably given him instructions. Miragia switched comm frex. "Knights, on my lead. We're going in." She broke her flight away from the charge of TIE Axis and vectored toward the drifting Demorian haulers. Daggers had a more sophisticated sensor package than normal TIEs, and she picked up life signs from both ships, but that was all. A different type of boarding craft attached to either ship. Hopefully that meant they'd get to capture and interrogate 2 different species of raiders and get a better idea of just how and why they were doing all this. But that came later. They were close enough now to see the lightless viewports of the hauler's cockpit, and Miragia reached out with the Force to find her brother-in-law. She'd spent years training under Arlen to become a Jedi Knight, and his Force signature was instantly recognizable. He was in the closer freighter and clearly panicked. "They need help," she called. "Knight 2, with me. We'll take the closer freighter. 3 and 4, with the second. Can anyone see docking ports on the boarding ships?" Miragia dropped back so Katrin Mole could dip close in Knight 2 and get a better look. "Negative, lead. Looks like their only airlock is lashed onto the hauler." "Then we go in the other side. Those ships have ventral airlocks in the cargo sections, halfway down the hull. Might take us a long time to get up front, one. Then we'd better move fast. With me, 2. By the time they managed to shoot down the last of the swirling drones, the flat-bodied aliens had already reached the blast doors and were hacking away steadily with their arm-mounted vibroblades. The weapons were stronger than anything Arlen had ever seen except for lightsabers. In a minute or 2 they'd be through the door and into the cockpit. A few of the aliens hung back, using long-barrel blaster rifles to keep the Jedi and surviving stormtroopers pinned at the point where corridor branched. The stormtroopers had been exchanging fire with the enemy all the while, now using deadly bolts after stun shots had failed to affect the aliens' strange bodies. Even then, they'd only knocked down 2 of over a dozen. When his brother had proposed this scheme, Arlen's first response had been to remind him that Jedi weren't infallible, that they could make mistakes and be killed like anybody else. Whaler's body prone on the deck between Schultz and a pair of Stormies was proof of that. Arlen was afraid they'd get more proof soon. "We can't charge them," Dareson said as he crouched next to Arlen and took a peek around the corner, then quickly retreated before catching a face full of laser fire. Arlen grunted acknowledgement. Their whole goal here was to capture the enemy rather than kill them, but if they changed it would end up in a mess of sliced-up corpses, some of them Jedi, maybe his own. He closed his eyes, breathed in deep, and touched the Force. The aliens were still emanating the hungry, almost animalistic need to get through the door. The stormtroopers and Jedi were all tense and fearful, the crew on the other side of the blast doors increasingly panicked. Then he felt it again, like a clarion call. "Miragia, saying she was on the way. Hold out for just a little longer, Arlen said. Backup's coming. How much? Asked Sinde. Enough, Arlen said, and prayed it was true. He tried to send Marasia a warning through the force. He couldn't tell if she got it. The aliens at the door unleashed a chorus of barking noises, and when Sin cautiously peeked out, he swore. They're almost through, he glared at Arlen. It's now or never, Master. Arlen looked to the stormtrooper sergeant. Can we get another flashbang? The sergeant removed a grenade from his belt. Arlen told them to provide cover as he and the two remaining Jedi prepared to charge. The sergeant tossed the grenade straight into the middle of the hallway branch point. Schultz gave it a simple tap in the force and sent it rolling straight into the middle of the aliens. Arlen closed his eyes right before the flare burned the hallway white. Then he, Schultz, and Sin raced for the source of the burst. Stun bolts might not have worked on the aliens, but they could still be blinded. Broad, flat hands pawed at their four-eyed faces as the Jedi attacked. Arlen used the force to slam two of them hard against the sliced-up wreckage of the blast door, and hoped it would keep them down. Schultz cleaved a rifle apart in the enemy's hands, while Sin sheared off a barrel. Another alien swiped at Arlen with two buzzing blades, and he had to backflip in the cramped corridor to avoid them. On the way down, he swiped out, cutting through the blade on another alien's arm. He felt a surge of relief. He'd been afraid the blades were lightsaber-proof, like Cortosis or Beskar, but triumph died fast as another's pain seared his mind. He spun on one heel and saw Schultz staring at the bloodied stump of one arm, cut off at the elbow. A lightsaber superheated blade immediately cauterized a wound. The vibro weapons did nothing of the sort, and bright arterial blood jetted out, splashing Sin in the face. Just as Schultz started to scream, Arlen used the force to hurl him back toward the stormtroopers, out of the fight. It was a costly second. Another alien lunged forward, and the tip of his blade caught Arlen in the side. He gasped, staggered, tried to contain the pain as yet another alien lurched forward, both arms raised high, ready to cleave him in two. Then the arms were gone, and Arlen's attacker was holding the jutting stubs of jointless limbs above its head. A brown robe ballooned, then fell over the stunned alien. Suddenly Marasia was there, rearing back to deliver a strong kick that took the creature in the torso and slammed it into the wall. She used the force to push Arlen against the same bulkhead, then went to work. Sin and the Jedi who'd come with Marasia were already tackling the remaining aliens. The creatures seemed surprised by the new attackers, but there was no place to fall back to. The first one to try for a ship for riddled with blasts from the stormtrooper still at the hallway branch. When the last one fell, Marasia shut off her white-bladed lightsaber and took Arlen by the shoulder. How bad is it? Shallow, I think, he winced, clasping his side. A quick glance saw his tunic stained by blood. Medic, Marasia called. A stormtrooper was there in a second. As he dropped on one knee to examine Arlen's wound, the Jedi asked him, "What about Schultz?" "Tell me he's okay." Lost an arm and a lot of blood, the medic grunted. "Sir, lay down. I'm going to have to stitch you up." "Tell me about Schultz." Well, suddenly the pain was too much. The medic and Marasia both helped lower Arlen, so he sat on the deck, back against the bulkhead. As the medic crouched low and fetched a suture gun from his belt, Arlen looked over the stormtrooper's back and saw the slumped form of the alien Marasia had disabled. "You need to restrain them all. No telling which can still fight, or these creatures are like nothing I've ever seen," the medic said. "But we'll do what we can." Arlen remembered the crew in the cockpit might still be waiting for know what was going on. Before he could raise his voice and find the strength to talk, the entire hallway shuddered, and he heard a harsh scraping noise. "They're trying to run," the stormtrooper sergeant called. "Airlock doors already sealed." Arlen grabbed Marasia's forearm and squeezed. "We need to capture it. Need to know everything we can about those ships." The woman nodded and plucked a comlink from her tunic. "Night 3, report." A static, scrambled voice said, "Still shipbound. What? Second freighter is secure. First freighter is also secure. Our boarding craft is trying to break free." "Understood." I see it now. Firing engines. Take those engines out, but do not destroy the ship. We want it intact for examination. Understood. 3 out. Can they do it? Arlen asked as soon as she shut off the link. Those ships are fast. They might still have defenses. Marasia grabbed him by the shoulder, pinning him to the wall. For once, let someone else do the hard part. The arrival of conviction wasn't the end of the fight, but it made the end inevitable. The raiders seemed in denial of that fact at first. They kept on attacking, tearing up 2 more unarmed freighters before the combined TIE wings tore them apart in turn. As she watched it all play out on Resilience's bridge, poor Dunn was more perplexed than anything else. The raiders simply didn't have the firepower to fight off 2 Star Destroyers with full fighter complements. Instead of fleeing, they continued to attack with a frankly suicidal ferocity, as though they were determined to kill as many Imperial ships as possible before dying in turn. Pirates who stole cargo ships shouldn't behave like that, yet they did. In the end, the 2 frigates on Resilience's aft and a few Corvette analog ships finally turned and ran. Poor Dunn gave orders for the TIEs to pursue in hopes of crippling and capturing the ships, but as the whole fight took place on the edge of Nesporus 3's gravity well, the raiders were able to jump to hyperspace quickly, leaving more questions than answers behind. And yet, perhaps not. When the last raiders jumped away, poor Dunn immediately went over to the tactical station. Anything from the Demorian freighters? Lieutenant Yaris shook her head. Still dead in space, Captain. Wait, it looks like one of the boarding ships had detached from the hauler and is making a run for it. Poor Dunn chose to take that as a good sign. Do we have ships close enough to stop it? 2 Jedi fighters in the air. They're chasing it now. Poor Dunn watched the tactical holo as Yaris zoomed in to show the 2 TIEs giving chase. The boarding ship didn't get far. The Jedi must have used surgical strikes to disable its engines, leaving it to drift in space. That's it, Captain, Yaris said. No other hostile activity reported inside the battle zone. Poor Dunn nodded and went over to the comm station, where she requested a hail on the Jedi fighters. The sensing patched in the call, but she had to wait for over a full minute before a crisp voice replied. This is Night 3. Requesting Citrip. Night 3? Both freighters are secure. Attackers are neutralized. Prisoners. A hesitant pause. Situation is still being assessed, but the boarding ship we disabled is intact. Recovery crews should be warned the enemy is not affected. Repeat, not affected by stun blast. I'll make sure to tell them. We'll have to try alternative methods. What about causalities? Still being assessed. I understand at least 1 Jedi and multiple stormtroopers dead. Injuries also. I'll dispatch medical teams to both freighters. You did good work, Night 3. Just my duty, Captain. Night 3 out. When she shut off the connection with the Jedi, poor Dunn paused to reflect on how unrecognizable the Empire of today was from what had gone before. History was an unpredictable thing. That thought encouraged her, then filled her with foreboding. She looked out the viewport to see gnarled wreckage drifting just past Resilience's bow, the broken ruin of an alien spaceship from an unknown people with incomprehensible goals. She wasn't sure she wanted to see what history had in store for the Empire next, but she'd be there all the same. Chapter 2. Shifting slightly within the crash webbing of his seat, Jagged Fel craned his neck to look over the shoulder of the pilot in front of him. The blackness of cold space and distant stars was steadily eclipsed by the rising swell of planet below. It was a world with no oceans, no distinct continents. Chilla appeared to be a great marble of textured blue-white ridges and mountains, a geography of slow drifting and grinding glaciers that encased the planet's surface in miles-deep layers of ice. Despite being such an inhospitable planet, one that required the constant import of foodstuffs and supplies from other Chiss colony worlds, Chilla was a capital of over 8 billion beings, almost entirely Chiss, and every one of them living in complex city, bored beneath the layers of ice. Chilla had always seemed a marvel to Davek, fascinating and forbidding at the same time, but to the old man in the seat beside him it was more than that. To a young Jagged Fel, Chilla had been home. As the shuttle shuddered into the atmosphere and continued its dive to the plain white surface, Davek leaned a little closer to his father and asked, "It never changes, does it?" The furrows on Jagged's brow deepened in thought. He was past his 80th year now. His hair had gone white, his body moved slowly and was bowed with age, but the agility of his mind was apparent in his dark, clear eyes. The Ascendancy has always tried to present itself as a force of constancy in a dangerous universe, Jagged said at last in the thoughtful, measured tone Davik was expecting. But everything changes. Of course it does. The Ascendancy has changed a lot since I was young. More than I could have ever expected at the time. As they tore through thin cloud layers, Davik asked, "What kind of ways?" This just used to see every other political faction, every league or race, as a threat. Given some of the threats it's faced, that's understandable. But gradually, they started to realize they can work with the Empire and the Alliance. They can trade some advantages for others and reach mutually beneficial arrangements. You're saying they've learned basic political skills? Jack smiled slightly. The Chiss have always known how to play politics. Mostly it was with each other. Slowly, though, they found advantages in playing it with others. But they're still isolationists, Davik reminded. Firmly so. He was under no illusions that the Ascendancy would throw everything they wanted at them, even with family on their side. The Chiss credo is to never attack unless attacked first, Jack said. There are far worse ones. Even if it means standing by when you could help people being attacked and killed. The Chiss have a saying about a tunnel carved with good intentions. I know. I've heard it from Entwin several times. Good. The shuttle shook as it hit the lower atmosphere, and Jagged grabbed both armrests. Then you know what to expect. Strong cold winds buffeted their ship for the rest of their flight to the surface, and Davik was relieved when they finally slipped into the mouth of the tunnel that led to the landing complex. They raced past great walls of startlingly blue ice until the tunnel spread wide, and they settled into a great open dome of Durasteel reinforced ice over a kilometer wide. He counted a dozen other transport ships also set down on this pad, all of Chiss make. Technical information was one of the things the Ascendancy had been sharing with the Empire recently, and he saw traces of Imperial design in some of them. The welcoming party was basically what he'd expected. A dozen Chiss soldiers with blue skin, black uniforms, and rifles slung over one shoulder, arrayed in two columns. In front of them were two more figures, both in uniforms but otherwise totally different. One was a Chiss male a little younger than Davik, who stood out against most of the others from his race by sporting a neatly trimmed blue-black beard. To his side was a human woman with white hair cropped short and an unlikely set of silver admiral stripes on her shoulders. Fel was still in her 70s and managed to stand a little straighter and steadier than her brother, though both their faces sagged with age. As a show of respect between officer, Davik did what he always did, raise one hand over his brow and salute. Wynsa did the same, as did her adopted son, Meshkanar Shilla. Jagged, soldier days long gone, stayed with his hands at his sides and a little smile on his face. When Wynn lowered her hand, she looked Davik up and down. She coolly observed, "You're looking more like your father every day." "I'll take that as a compliment," Davik said. It was something he'd been told often. It wasn't just the similar height or facial structure. Like his father, he suffered a glancing wound to the forehead that left a scar arcing off his brow and a shock of white hair that continued up his scalp. His father's head had turned fully white, but Davik still had decades before time erased the shock from his own hair. Wynn looked to Jagged. "It looks like Bastion's been treating you well. The doctors haven't maimed me yet. Yours. They've sufficed. I've had to refer them Imperial doctors for human physiological advice from time to time." "Well, as long as they learn." Jagged looked to Kanar. "I'm surprised to see you here. I thought your ship would be out patrolling the border." "It is," Kanar nodded. "I got special dispensation for a week's leave. From a high-ranking admiral, I'm sure." Jag smirked at his sister. "All right, let's get someplace private. Someplace warm. Old people don't like the cold. Everyone knows that." "Old humans," Wynsa said. "Older Chiss actually prefer it." "I remember." Jag stepped forward and hooked his arm on hers. Come on, show me how y'all have been keeping warm, Win. A speeder with the closed roof was waiting to whisk them through more ice-bored tunnels and into the artificial labyrinth that passed for a city on Chilla. These underground living zones always made Jagged feel claustrophobic. They possessed none of the open spaces or green parks that marked cities on Bastion. He figured long ago that the physically compact and regimented living spaces Chiss grew up and set the standard for their society as a whole. As they rode into the glacier colony, Jagged's father and aunt sat in the two seats behind the driver, while Jagged and Kanarn were in the two behind them. Their parents spoke in soft, dim tones, leaving the two of them cousins despite their different races and societies to find something to talk about. It wasn't as hard as it could have been. They were both soldiers, and Jagged and his father had come to Chilla on what was essentially military business. "How far away is your ship?" Jagged asked. "Is it on the border?" Kanarn nodded. "Most of ours are now. You must have noticed how sparse the home fleet looking coming in." "I did. But despite all that's been happening, they've never attacked you. Everyone in our part of space knows our rules. Don't attack us, and we'll leave them alone. If they do make the first strike," he shrugged. "Examples have been made in the past." Jagged had heard stories from his father about wars the Chiss ascendancy had fought in. His grandparents had given birth to 6 children, 4 sons and 2 daughters. Only Jagged and Winsa had survived long enough to have families of their own. "I'm still a little surprised," he said. "We'll show you all the data soon, but from what we've seen of these raiders, they don't seem disciplined." "Not like a professional army, you mean?" "More than that. Our analysts propose there's at least 13 distinct types of ships taking part in these attacks. That's 13 different non-human species at least. Some we've been able to identify based on information from the Ascendancy libraries, like Vagary and Tylonians, but others are still a mystery. But they're fighting as one force." "Yes and no. They sweep in like a tide. They steal what they think's valuable and destroy the rest. They don't use any discernible tactics beyond that, so they're hard to counter. We lost 14 convoys to them before we turned them back at Nesporus, and that's because we laid a trap and used the Jedi against them. We lost one knight in the fight and Arlen was injured. He's still recuperating." I was wondering why he wasn't here." "What about Miragier?" "She was there too. Unharmed, thankfully, but she stayed on Bastion." "Your sons?" "With their grandmother. Jedi training, both of them." "That's right." Jagged allowed a wistful smile. Sometimes it felt like a lifetime since he'd welcomed a sullen but pretty young TIE fighter pilot onto Voidwalker. He'd had no intimation then what the coming months would bring, the chaos and danger of the Sinex Juvex rising, and certainly not the coming decades. The 17 intervening years had brought them through a whirlwind of changes. Jagged climbing the ranks thanks to his new status as war hero, Miragier resigning her commission to train as a Jedi, then marriage, then Vider's birth, then Rome's. When they'd been expecting their second child, Jagged had wondered constantly whether Rome would prove to be Force-sensitive like his older brother. Growing up without it, he too often felt himself in Arlen's shadow, attached to his older brother and Jedi Master Mother, but inevitably apart from them. Rome was still young, only 9 years old, but he was displaying the same natural talent that Vitor and Arlen had as children. "I sometimes think it's a pity," Kanarn said, jarring Jagged from his reverie. "I'm sorry, what?" "I said it's a pity these Jedi talents have never been prevalent among the Chiss." Well, there used to be no Jedi in Imperial space. Bad history, you understand. Blood Force-sensitive beings were born every year. They just weren't being recognized. My mother had to search far and wide to find them, and even then she missed ones. Like your wife." "Exactly." Jagged himself had been the first to recognize Miracier's talent during the 6 weeks Voidwalker had spent cheating death behind enemy lines. "Still," Kanarn went on, "I've read certain species are more prone to Force sensitivity than others." "That's true. The Chiss might just be unlucky." Kanarn's lips settled into a grim line. They both knew that the Ascendancy had sent a single young man to train as a Jedi, that he'd been apprenticed to Jagged's mother and brother, and that he'd been tragically lost in Senex's Juvex. Since then, the Ascendancy had volunteered no others if they found them at all. Do you really think the Jedi could be useful to the Chiss? Davik asked. You just said the raiders would have smashed another convoy if it weren't for them. That's true. And I've heard they've made great progress in rebuilding Senex's Juvex. The Justice and Unity trials, I believe they're called. That's also true. And the Alliance had a Jedi Chief of State for many years. All true, Davik conceded. Growing up, he'd constantly found himself defending the Jedi to endless people raised on the classic Imperial propaganda that the Order was a child-stealing cult. The Jedi's profile had risen considerably since then, thanks in no small part to the Jedi Chief of State who led the Alliance for over a decade. Still, Davik said, the Jedi aren't an arm of the Empire. They're a separate entity unaffiliated with any government. They act on our request, when we request them, but only when and if they decide to take up our offer. Kanan looked thoughtful. They almost sound like mercenaries. Except the Jedi don't accept payment for what they do. They do it because it's right. They act from a moral imperative, not a political one. You say it like those are easily separated. Davik hesitated. He was pretty sure Kanan wasn't trying to drag him to some rhetorical trap like the anti-Jedi propagandists of old, but the Chiss did have a point. The Jedi seem to have found a way, he concluded, a little weakly. They serve no power but the Force. The way I see it, if the Jedi decide to stop cooperating with us, it will mean we've gone astray somehow. You see them as a moral compass. Davik had never quite thought of it that way. Having been born Force-blind into a family half filled with Jedi, he'd often looked on that other half with feelings of envy and emptiness. Now that he'd married a Jedi and fathered two children who were training to be the same, those feelings had gradually been replaced by something else, something he hadn't thought to name until Kanan did it for him. I trust their judgment on right and wrong more than anyone else's, Davik said, thinking of his mother and brother and wife. So yes, that's not a bad way to put it. Do you think the Jedi can save you from these raiders? I think the Empire will save itself. But as long as we have the Jedi on our side, it will be a lot easier. Kanan nodded, either understanding or agreement. The speeder slowed, and Davik turned his attention outside. The speeder slowed to a drift that took them through a pair of heavy blast doors set in frames inside ice-walled tunnels. From there, the speeder settled in the metal box of a garage. The doors opened, everyone began to get out. The Fel family estate on Chilla had been set up by Davik's grandfather, Imperial flying ace turned Ascendancy General Baron Sunter Fel. Jagged had forged a life for himself outside Chiss space, but Wynsa had remained, climbing to the status of human admiral in a very non-human navy, and inheriting her father's home. Like the rest of Xilla's under-ice habitats, it was utterly unprepossessing, cold and sterile from the outside, no matter how adorned the windowless interior chambers were. Every time Davik had visited his grandfather's estate, he'd left with gratitude he'd grown up on Bastion instead. Still, his father stood where he was, withered hand braced against the side of the speeder, looking at the portal into the estate with a smile creasing his face. It may not look like much, but here it is, Jagged said. Home sweet home. Most incredibly, it really did feel like home. Chilla had changed much since Jagged was a boy, yes, but it had changed less than the Empire, the Alliance, the Jedi Order, or anything else he could think of. Wynn had preserved much of the family estate complex they'd grown up in while making modifications as needed. The room in which Jagged had slept as a teen, for example for a few years shared with his older brother Chak, was the same one Kanan had used. Wynn had since converted into a guest bedroom, which allowed Jack to spend the night between the very same walls in which he'd slept as a youth, dreaming of defending the Ascendancy against all the savage threats of the unknown regions while indulging curiosity about the galaxy beyond Chiss space. But there was more than just nostalgia to indulge in. He and Davik had come here for a purpose. Once everything was settled, the four of them gathered in the estate's living room to talk it over. Davik began by explaining, we were able to capture 7 alien raiders from 2 separate groups at Nesporus 3. One group, the one Arlen and Miragia fought, belong to race you'll recognize as the Tylonians. We'd like to formally thank the Chiss Embassy on Bastion for helping us with the interrogation session. Jag had encountered Tylonians before, but they were unknown to most of the so-called civilized galaxy. He knew nothing of their strange barking language, though, and they'd had to call on the Chiss to translate. The embassy had already relayed the contents of that investigation back to the Ascendancy, and in turn to Wynn. The second session was a little different, Davek said. The attackers belonged to an alien race unfamiliar to us, but we were able to communicate using Cybisti. Since the trader's tongue sufficed, we had no need to call on help from the Ascendancy. But you will share the contents of their interrogation with us now. Canarn raised a blue-black brow. That was our intent from the start. The Empire's intent, or our intent? Asked Wynn. My intent as an Imperial Admiral, with full approval from Supreme Commander Darrican, Davek said firmly. Darrican had given him a lot of leeway as commander of most of the forces now strung out to protect the Empire's border with uncharted space, while sharing intelligence with the Chiss has been specifically approved by the commander of the Imperial Navy and the elected head of state, Neela Avaris. Does it differ from what the Tylonians told you? Asked Canarn. Frankly, the Tylonians didn't tell us much, as I'm sure you know. This other race identified themselves as Palshoran. Does that ring a bell? Wynn nodded. They've abutted our space. Sometimes they've allied with the Vagari, and other times they fought them, though the Palshoran aren't usually as violent as Vagari. They're a nomadic race. They say their homeworld was destroyed centuries ago. Some of them are traitors, but they've been known to turn to pillage. That goes with that they've told us. I should note that while we didn't encounter any Vagari ships at Nesporus 3, they've shown up in other raids. What else did they tell you? Asked Canarn. A lot of it was the same as what the Tylonians said. They banded together with other races with the promise of plunder. They said they've been ravaging their way through the unknown regions for almost 2 standard years. Davek pointedly looked at Wynn. We've been aware of violence sweeping across certain regions. She acknowledged the accusation. It never directly threatened us, so we deemed it none of our concern. Was there any mention of Chiss space from the Palshoran? Our interrogators did bring that up. The Palshoran said they weren't crazy enough to start a war with your people. In fact, they'd been given instructions not to. Instructions from whom? That's where it gets interesting. Davik leaned forward a little. We asked them that questions, and they kept on insisting they got instructions from masters. We asked them who the masters were. They kept on repeating just that. They were masters. When we asked, they said they weren't Palshoran. They didn't seem to know what species the leaders were. None of the Palshoran we captured had even seen or spoken with them, which shouldn't be that surprising, since they were just an assault team. Still, Jagged spoke up. If I were being sent on the front lines of an attack wave against Imperial space, I'd want to know who my masters were. Agreed. Now, we interrogated the Palshoran first because we had Cybisti programmed into our translator droids. We had to wait a few more days to interrogate the Tylonians with the Ascendancy's help. I've read the transcripts thoroughly. Canarn's forehead creased in thought. I remember the Tylonians being asked the same question. They said they'd been ordered to attack Imperial space by their king and queen. They said they'd been promised bounties and riches from everything they pillaged. Davik nodded. According to the translators your embassy sent, the Tylonians were using an idiom with certain religious overtones. As in, they were being charged by divinely appointed leaders. From what we know about them, the Tylonians have been organized into a hierarchical military society for centuries. There used to be a certain religious element as well, but that was centuries ago, before they expanded beyond their home system. We thought that was curious. So did we, which is why we went back to the Palshoran for more questions. But first we did a little more research and found that the Cybisti terms the Palshoran were using, the ones our droid were translating as master, was also an idiom, also with religious roots. While the term refers to strong leaders in the colloquial sense, it literally means king and queen too. Wynn frowned. Are you saying some Melorches have bound together a dozen different species with nothing in common for some kind of crusade? That sounds unbelievable, I know, said Davik. But when we adjusted the translating software on our droid, we started getting some more interesting things. They started referring to their leaders as two separate and specific beings. They described a king of storms and a queen of the night. Wise frown deepened. What doesn't that mean? Davik spread his palms. We're hoping you could tell us. We don't know anything about the Palsharan. Are we missing some kind of reference? I'm not an expert on Palsharan culture, but I can look into it for you. She leaned back in the sofa and crossed her arms over her chest. Frankly, I hope it is some cultural reference. A king of storms and queen of the night are not enemies I'd wish to face. We may have to, Jagged said grimly. I don't expect these raids to abate just because we destroyed the one at Nesporus 3. After these interrogations, I'm frankly expecting them to ramp up. Our attackers seemed imbued with some fanatical purpose that still doesn't make sense, but we know it's dangerous, and it won't be turned back by one battle. The Ascendancy will share any information we have that might help you. Are you talking about archival records? Davik asked, or are you willing to share real-time intelligence? Wynn and Kanarn shifted on the couch in awkward silence. Jagg's sister said, for now the former. I will see about the latter. The Ascendancy will not give you access to everything, but I believe we can put a system in place to accommodate requests. We're going to need that at least, Davik said firmly. We know you're watching how these fleets are moving outside your borders. If we know that too, we can estimate where attacks will come next and stop them. We're talking about saving millions of Imperial lives, maybe billions. I think you're being a little dramatic, said Kanarn. They're not even an organized fleet. Thousands of years ago, back when the Mandalorians were all about slaughter and pillage, they almost brought down the whole Republic, Jagged said. These raiders aren't that strong, but the Empire isn't either. And frankly, I'm just as worried about what's happening to us on the inside. What do you mean? When asked. Jag sighed. Paranoia is rampant. You'd expect that, but there's more. All these attacks are being done by non-humans, and is stirring up anti-alien feeling across the Empire, even against species like Muons or Yagay that have their homeworlds in Imperial space. People are frightened, not just on the border but in Bastion, Moonlist, Gemus, all the major worlds, Davik added. It doesn't matter what these raiders can or can't do. It's about the fear they instill in people. I understand, said Wynn. And I will talk to people about setting up some intelligence sharing between our governments. Davik took a data card from his pocket and set it on the low table in front of her. There's a recording, original with translations, of our sessions with the Palsharan. Consider this the opening exchange. Wynn reached out and palmed it. I'll tell them exactly that. They tried to move the conversation to more familial topics after that. Wynn said her husband was off-world but would return in a day. Kanarn started talking a little bit more about this role as a captain, and that in turn provoked Davik into explaining a little more about his responsibilities as a fleet admiral. After the two younger men had dispersed, Jag and his sister remained in the living room, watching each other across the table. Jagged remarked, they have a lot in common, don't they? I'm sure you've noticed. Wynn sunk back in the sofa. I'm not sure how I'll feel, but I'm glad you had at least one son who didn't fall onto the Jedi path. Jag had to smirk. Wynn had changed a lot since she was a bratty and free-spirited child pestering her stiff older brother, but she could still be very blunt. I am too, if we're being honest. He takes after you. Arlen takes after your wife. I suppose it's an even split. What about your grandchildren? Who can say? They're both going to be Jedi. Vitor is older, and he's already getting a little reckless. He wants to see more of the galaxy, do great deeds, have adventures. He's been spending too much time with Arlen, then. Jag shrugged since he couldn't deny it. Rome's a little harder to read. They usually are at that age. He's only 9, but he seems very thoughtful, a little serious, more introverted. Like you, then? Was I? I can't remember being 9 years old and you were barely born. True. Like Davik, then? I suppose. And what about Arlen's daughter? Where does she fit in? Jag didn't have to think about that. Very much like Vitor. Not quite as strong in the Force, but still capable, and she wants to be a Jedi very much. Vitor and Marin Fel had been born just months apart, grown up and trained together. The cousins were as close as siblings. To Jag, who so often felt torn from his family by war and distance, it was a blessing to see his grandchildren grow up close in a galaxy at peace. "I'd like to meet them," Lynn said. "I've only seen Vitor once." "You could always come to Imperial space and see them, you know." Lynn gave a shrug of her own. 40 years ago, during the initial thaw in relations between the Chiss and the Empire, she'd been posted to the embassy in Bastion. The Ascendancy had clearly thought her race and family background would make her a suitable liaison. Instead, it had proven to everyone that despite the occasional lapse, Wynn was culturally Chiss to the core. In a strange way, that episode seemed to have helped Wynn. It had erased her superiors' doubts about possible double loyalties and cleared the way for her to ascend to the senior admiral's rank she held now. "Y'all should come and see us," Jag repeated with quiet insistence. "Once all this is over, we can bring both sides of the family together, even if it's for a little while." "You don't want your grandchildren to see where you grew up." Jag looked around the familiar sitting room. "This is just a place. I'm glad it's still here. I'm glad I can come back to it. But I'm more proud of what I've done since I left." Wynsa had never left. The one time she tried, she'd regretted it. To soften the winds on her face, he added, "You should be proud to win. Children, grandchildren, leaving our marks on the governments we served and making the galaxy a safer place. Those are things to be proud of. And they're the things we need to safeguard." "You're thinking about your legacy, then?" Jag lifted a hand, thin, marked by wrinkles and swelled veins. He held it in front of him and watched it tremor with age. His hands had once belonged to one of the best fighter pilots in the galaxy, but that was many decades ago. "I only have so much time left," he said simply. "I want to make sure what I've had was well spent." A smile softened Wynn's lined face. "I think it was, Jagged. I need your help to be sure of that." Wynn held up her hand, showing the data card tucked by thumb against palm. "The first exchange of a new partnership." "Don't worry," she said. "You can count on me." Chapter 3. They sat on opposite sides of the chamber, two old men glaring at one another, an equal mix of aggression and defensiveness on their faces. To the audience assembled in the room, it was plain to see. Through the Force, Jay Skywalker could feel so much more. The man on the right, Halpern, was trying hard to cling to old memories, old anger, because they kept out and guilt away. The other, Sevlak, was much more defensive. His mind was running over anticipated attacks and expected parries, though Jade couldn't get a sense of exactly what that was, not yet. A curious aspect of the Alliance's justice and unity trials in the Senex and Juvex sectors was that the Jedi who arbitrated were supposed to go into them totally ignorant of the people and events being tried. The theory was that by relying solely on the Force as a guide, the Jedi would be able to concentrate on the people involved and peer more deeply into their hearts and minds to gain a fuller picture of why they'd done what they'd done. That was the real purpose of these trials, to get to the why instead of the how. Remaining behind Ray's desk placed between Halpern and Sevlak, Jade rose to her feet and said, "This appearance before the Fingering Unity and Justice Commission is called to order. May the parties please rise." Halpern and Sevlak got to their feet and with effort turned their glares away from each other and tried to give Jade a pleading look. The 50-some other beings gathered in the chamber to spectate remained seated. As procedure dictated, Jade began by summarizing what everyone here already knew. "We're gathered today to hear the charges brought by Master Halpern against Master Sevlak. Both parties have agreed to settle their matter in this unity and justice trial and will consent to its judgment." That was the important part. Civil justice had its own way of dealing with the messy aftermath of Senex Juvex Rising, where the old aristocracy had been bloodily toppled and a new, more democratic government put in place. These trials were only called when both parties agreed to forego formal legal procedures and seek arbitration of the Jedi. When her cousin Alana Solo DJO had proposed them years ago, Jade hadn't been sure how well they'd work, but 17 years later, they were still going. It was a sign, she liked to think, of the trust it had built between these citizens and the Jedi Order. We will begin by hearing the complaint brought by Master Halpern, Jade said. Please be seated. Though she knew nothing about this specific case, Jade had arbitrated enough trials to know what to expect. Fingren had long been an agricultural world, and for centuries it had provided food for House Vandren with foodstuffs thanks to the thankless toil of its laborers. Halpern explained that he'd been a low-level employee of House Vandren before the Rising. He'd been in charge of the harvesting and distribution of crops for a full quarter of the planet's northern hemisphere. He insisted he'd treated his employees well and argued, always in vain, for improved wages for them. Jay spotted that one immediately as a lie, but she kept listening. Halpern went on, saying that during the Rising, a mob of his former employees had stormed his compound, destroyed most of his property, beaten him badly, and placed him in prison. Worst of all, Halpern said, the mob had stolen his year-old daughter. Jade could feel the audience's interest rise as Halpern struggled to keep in his tears. He said that after years, and years of paying investigators, he'd discovered that his daughter had been raised by one of the members of that mob, Master Sevlak. The child, now 18 years of age, had moved off-world for education and was not present. According to Sevlak in his response, he'd not even informed his daughter of the trial, deciding it would upset her needlessly to hear Halpern's baseless accusations. He was lying too. Even without the Force, it was clear that Sevlak was terrified of losing the daughter he knew wasn't his by blood. A simple genetic test, the kind required by a civil suit, would have proven that part easily. It was probably why Sevlak had agreed for trial by Jedi. Like so many of them, he was hoping for a lenient sentence. Yet as Sevlak gave his rambling rebuttal, Jay could tell there was more to it than that. Sevlak knew his child wasn't his by blood, but he believed her to be his in fact. More, he believed he deserved her. There was a deep anger behind his protestations. Every time he dared look at Halpern, Jade could feel a rage bordering on murderous. Once the opening statements had been given, Jade turned her attention back to the plaintiff. Master Halpern, I have questions that require elaboration. First, can you please explain what relationship you had with Master Sevlak before the Rising? The old man looked pointedly at Jade. He was my employee. I knew him in a strictly professional matter. I always treated him fairly. She looked at the defendant. Master Sevlak, I disagree. Strongly. Please provide me with specifics. That angry secret inside him was trying to get out. Jade reached out with the Force to encourage him. She tried to soothe his anxiety, tell him that once he spoke the truth he would be unburdened and free. Sevlak was still reluctant. She knew that whatever his secret was, the truth about his stealing the child would have to come out first. Finally, his resolve broke. He stabbed a finger at Halpern and said, All right, I did it. Do you understand? I stole his daughter. He owed me a child. As he got the last sentence out, Halpern shot to his feet and tried to shout over it. You see, he's guilty. He admitted it. He has no right to my daughter. Murmurs ran through the crowd. Jay tried to project calm to them all in the Force as she said, Please, Master Halpern, wait your turn. Master Sevlak, please continue your statement. With visible effort, Sevlak kept his eyes on the Jedi. You heard what I said. Halpern owed me a child after he killed mine. Halpern jerked to his feet, but Jade shoved him back into his chair with the Force. Go on, Master Sevlak. It was 3 years before the Rising. The accident at the grain refining plant. Sevlak looked at the audience. Some of you were there for it. You know what happened. That was an accident. Halpern shouted over the murmurs of assent. It happened because you skimped money for the safety checks, money that went into your own pocket. Jade called for order as people in the audience beamed to get to their feet and shout agreement or dissent. She used the Force to calm their anger as best she could, and with invisible hands she kept Halpern and Sevlak both in their seats. Master Halpern, she said, do you have a rebuttal? The man glared angrily at his accuser, but Jade could feel knowledge beneath his indignation. Despite what he claimed, Halpern was responsible for the industrial accident that had killed Sevlak's child, and apparently some others. Halpern hadn't meant for it to happen. He was telling that to himself over and over to assuage his guilt. Jade gave him a tiny nudge, so the thoughts in his head became words from his mouth. It was an accident, he wheezed. I never meant harm. Above murmurs from the audience, Jade asked, Master Halpern, are you saying you are responsible for the accident that killed Master Sevlak's daughter? It was important that these trials ended with the full truth in the open and recorded. I'm not. He exhaled and bowed his head. I didn't mean for it to happen. But it happened. Like he said. Because you cut back on security checks and used money for yourself. Halpern nodded grimly, but Jade could feel acceptance mixed with relief. She turned her attention to Sevlak. He needed to finish his own unburdening. Master Sevlak, did you take Master Halpern's daughter as a conscious act of retribution? Not retribution, Sevlak said firmly, and Jade felt he believed it with all his heart. Justice for what was done. He stole my child, so I took his. The difference is that the girl I raised grew up in a loving home with a happy life. The truth seemed to be out. In a voice of weak protest, Halpern said, whatever I did or didn't do, I did not deserve to have my daughter stolen from me. Deserve, Jade had already learned, was one of those words that could mean just about anything. Yet she felt Halpern's honest pain, the horrible aching of a man who believed his daughter dead all these years, gone through grieving any parent would have, and then gone through a new different devastation of loss once he'd learned what had really become of her. In some ways it was even more cruel than the fate that had befallen Sevlak. The Jedi had been placed in charge of these trials to mete out justice to the satisfaction of all parties using powers only they possessed. Jade called for silence from the audience and reached out with the force to fill both minds, the plaintiff and accused, the defendant and accuser. Harm begat harm, and damage produced more damage. It was the story of the Senexjuvex rising as written in countless lives. After so long judging trials, Jade knew that all too well. Sometimes she felt crushed by the weight of all the diverse grievances beings in this galaxy shouldered on each other. Yet in the end, she was still a judge, and it was her job to make a pronouncement. She cleared her throat and said, the Finger in Justice and Unity Commission is ready to pronounce judgment. Master Sevlak, you are ordered by the court to inform your daughter of her genetic heritage. Master Halpern, you will be permitted 1 month with your daughter. After that, she will be given 1 more month to make her own decision as to which of you, singular or plural, she wants in her life. She is of the legal age of reason as defined by the Senate Sector Charter, and will therefore make her own choice that both of you will abide by without protest or question. Case dismissed. The pronouncement sent more murmurs through the courtroom, but Sevlak and Halpern simply bowed their ears, tired from the unburdening but accepting, at last, of the fate that had been given them. It was, Jade knew by now, the best they could hope for. As for her, she was glad to be done with it and happy to go home, where her family was waiting. At the end of these trials, she always felt drained. They were different from what they'd been. Over 15 years had passed since the rising, and the immediate and bitter grievances had turned into simmering grudges, the kind that could easily be rekindled into new violence. That made them both easier and more difficult to handle, but at least now requests for Jedi arbitration came much less frequently. Jade had arrived in Senexjuvex on the later end, well after she'd completed the trials and become a full Jedi Knight. Where there had once been over 100 knights and masters determining justice in the messy aftermath of the Rising, there were now less than 24. She'd been based on Fingering for 7 years now, and despite the difficulties, she had no plans to leave. After what Ben Skywalker had sacrificed to bring peace to Senexjuvex and defeat the Sith who'd started the bloody Rising, it was the least Jade could do to honor the memory of her father. One thing she did like about living on Fingering was that there was no lack of space. Her home itself was a simple thing, 2 small square stories stacked atop each other, and it was set off from the nearest land speeder path by 400 square meters of flat open field full of growing crop. On afternoons like this, when the summer sun was turning the sky gold and the field bronze, it was indeed a beautiful sight. The sky and landscape were good, but the best part today was seeing her husband and sons outside the house. She'd known Jadram Tainer almost all of her 33 years, and he'd never quite outgrown the long-limbed lankiness that had marked him as a teenager. Nat, meanwhile, was a stocky boy with sand-colored hair like his mother, and like both parents displayed an early talent for the Force. His younger brother Cole was already sporting a mop of red hair like his grandfather. He sat with his butt in the dirt and his legs splayed in front of him, a 3-year-old's messy imitation of his father's crouch. Jade approached them quietly so as not to disturb Nat. He displayed remarkable patience for a 7-year-old as he sat cropped in the dirt, eyes closed, twitching only a little as he lifted another stone up from the ground with his mind and piled it atop the 3 he'd already gathered. It was more than Jade had been able to do at that age. The pain of her mother's death had caused her to withdraw from the Force for a long time, and she was unspeakably glad that own son was growing up without the trauma of loss. As Nat placed the 4th rock in place, the little tower wavered but did not fall. She could see the boy wince in concentration. She glanced at Jadram and he glanced at her, and they exchanged tight smiles. Cole watched it all with the child's silent, wide-eyed wonder. Wind blew across the open field, rustling the stalks. A flock of avians burst into the sky, and finally the little stone tower toppled into the dirt. Nat's eyes narrowed to look at his fallen work. His scowl looked comically out of place on his plump face. "I was so close," he pouted. "You did great, don't worry about it." Jadram patted his son on the shoulder. "It was the birds. They distracted me. You'll learn to filter it out in time, don't worry," Jay said. Nat stared down at his scattered pile, clearly despondent, then said, "I'm hungry. When's dinner?" The attention of a 7-year-old, even a natural-born Jedi, never stayed on one thing for long. Jade said, "I could use something too, actually." "All right," Jadram said. "Nat, take your brother in and sit him down. Then go get the table ready. I'll see what I can warm up." "Okay," the older boy said. He unfolded his legs, got to his feet, brushed the dust off his backside, then bent low to pluck Cole by the hand. He held his brother up to his feet and the two of them began making their way around the house to the front door. The 7-year-old's confident strides shortened themselves so as not to unbalance the 3-year-old's hobbles. "Don't forget to take your shoes off when you get inside," Jay called back. Nat gave no answer. She'd have to trust he'd do as asked. Jadram, meanwhile, rose up from his crouch and asked, "How was the trial?" "I've been through worse," Jay sighed. And it was true. A case of a stolen child at least held some prospect for a happy ending. Like all the Jedi working in Sinex Juvek, she not only had to listen to terrible stories of corruption and murder, she'd had to feel the emotions of perpetrators and victims. Every time she came away from one of these trials, having been exposed to the words and sentience nature, she found herself doubting whether the Jedi could really heal so many wounds. Coming home to Jadram and the boys always gave her the stirring of hope she needed. "Want to talk about it?" Jadram asked. "Not right now." She shook her head. Jadram was a Jedi too, and he'd sat in on as many of these trials as she had. He knew exactly what she was going through. Jadram stepped beside her, put an arm over her shoulder, and pulled her close. She rested her head against his side as they faced the broad open field, the clear sky. Her father had grown up in a little bit of everywhere, never calling a place home. She'd heard from her grandfather about the barren planet Tatooine, where he'd spent most of his youth staring out at the desert and his twin sons, longing for the empty landscape of his life to be filled. Jay's childhood and youth were gone. Asus had been her place then, but no more, not since her father's death. Fingering, for all the trouble she endured here, had become a home. She looked out on its broad empty landscape and felt satisfied. But it wasn't the landscape that made the life. It was her husband beside her, their sons in the house, hopefully with their shoes by the door. She knew that, as a Jedi, her duties would take her away from Fingering at some point and she'd have to find some other place to call home, and she knew she could do it as long as she had her family at her side. Nat called impatiently from the house, saying the table was set and he was still hungry. Jadram chuckled, let his arm fall off her shoulders, and trotted toward the house. Jay spared one last look at the golden sky, then followed him inside. Sometimes, when she wanted to console herself, Alana Solo DJO thought on her uncle. After having the position foisted on him by Luke Skywalker, Jagged Fel had been Imperial head of state for less than 3 years. After intentionally throwing the Empire's first democratic election, he'd ended up acting as liaison between the Imperial, Alliance, and Chiss governments for the next 40 years. She also thought on her grandmother, who'd been president of the New Republic for about a decade, and had spent most of her life thereafter entangled with galactic statecraft. It consoling but also sobering, because it meant that Alana still had a lot of work ahead of her. It had been 3 years since she stood down as Galactic Alliance Chief of State, giving her turn in office slightly longer than Leia Organa Solo's. Another woman had stepped up to fill her position as the Happen Exiles representative in the Senate, and one of her closest political allies had won the election to succeed her. For a brief time, she'd actually thought she could retire to the main academy on Ossus, teach with her mother on Dathomir, or perhaps find some other place to cultivate the Jedi talents she'd let languish in political office. She'd allowed herself to think she could, in a galaxy still at peace, she could evade the traps Jagged and Leia had fallen into. But then, just 1 week after taking office, her successor had called her in and offered her a newly created position as office senatorial liaison with the Jedi Order. Kier Esh had known she wouldn't refuse it. Beneath his mild scholar's exterior, the little Mulsi was a canny political player. Alana didn't grudge him that. Deep down she'd known she'd fall into a similar position anyway, and now she'd been invested with official authority by the Alliance. It was a vital step in bringing the Jedi Order in closer alignment with the reigning galactic government. It did, however, mean a lot more runaround than when she'd been Chief of State, already a job that required frequent travel. If Alana had a home anymore, it was her personal shuttle, a Happen vehicle she'd used during her time as a senator, as well. Despite everything else she'd been, Alana preferred to think of herself as a Jedi above all, and Jedi required nothing in the end except the Force. She tried to remember that part, especially as she stepped down the halls of the palace into the office that had once been hers. Kier Esh had put his own stamp on it. Abstract but detailed two-dimensional Mulsi artwork was framed on the walls along with replicas of historic documents from a dozen worlds, all of them affirming the virtues of democracy and the rights of sentience across cultures. As messaging went, it was unsubtle but effective. When the guards let her into the office, Chief of State Esh was behind his desk, seated upright in a raised seat that could have fit a human child. He waved a feathered arm to the chair across from his desk, and Alana took it. "Welcome back to Coruscant," Esh chirped. "When did you get in?" "Last night." She looked out the window. Morning light was glinting on speeder lanes thick with rush hour traffic. "My body's still on Ossus time, to tell you the truth." "See, that is understandable. I suppose congratulations are in order." "For what?" Alana frowned. "For the role the Jedi played at Nesporus 3, of course." "Ah, yes." Her mind was still tired and muddled. "I understand a Jedi was killed in the operation. Condolences." "Thank you, Chief." He wasn't the only one. The Imperials lost half the ships in the convoy, and most of the raiders were wiped out. "Yet they took prisoners," Esh said evenly. "They'd been through this all before." In her life, Alana was always having to balance many roles: Jedi Knight, Happen royalty, Alliance representative, and perhaps most important of all, descendant of Anakin Skywalker, and member of that sprawling family. It was no wonder that she'd never had the time to start a family of her own when she was always trying to prioritize different parts of what she already was. She knew what they'd learned from the raiders taken prisoner. She'd heard it from her mother, who'd gotten it from Jaina, who'd learned from Jagged. She could tell Esh, but she knew it was the kind of information that should be relayed formally between Imperial and Alliance agencies. Esh knew it too, but the Mulsi wasn't above casting a line and hoping he got lucky. She gave him a version of the truth. The interrogations were inconclusive. The Imperial border is being attacked by a conglomerate of different species from the unknown regions. They're after plunder and don't care how much destruction they leave in their wake. This we know, said Ash, fishing still. Has anything else been learned about their motives? Alana shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. It's all a muddle right now. But no one expects the attacks to stop. A sigh whistled between Ash's small fine teeth. The Alliance is lucky none of our worlds have been attacked so far, but we can't count on luck forever. Imperial intelligence has been reluctant to share what it knows. I'm not sure there is much to share, sir. See, perhaps. Head of State Avarice is not as communicative as her predecessor. Alana refrained from comment. The latest Imperial election had been 3 years ago, and the winner had been the former Moff from the Velkar sector. Neela Avarice had run on a platform of greater Imperial engagement with the outside galaxy and cooperation with the Alliance, but once in office her policies seemed more calibrated to appeasing the isolationists on the Moff Council. Have we offered intelligence of our own? Alana asked. Sometimes the best way to start a trade is to initiate it yourself. You make a good point, but we do not have much to share either. I don't suppose there's been any talk of invoking the Annexes Treaty. Alana asked. Drawn up almost 50 years ago, the agreement had sworn a dozen of the galaxy's large and small powers into a mutual self-defense pact. They have not requested our assistance, Ash said. After all this time, their pride is still strong. If they accepted our help in taking care of mere raiders. I understand, Alana said. After her time as chief of state, she understood the value of putting on a strong front, especially when you were vulnerable. She didn't envy Avarice her situation. Tell me, Ash said, are the Jedi planning to move more knights into Imperial space? If Avarice requests them. For now we've just been using the night station at Bastion. See, I thought so. Accepting help from Ossus or another Academy world would crack their pride a little more. Alana nodded. For decades, her aunt had struggled to find and recruit Force users from Imperial space. Anti-Jedi prejudice remained strong, but opinion had finally started tipping in their favor since the Sinex Juvex Rising, where the crew of the battered frigate Voidwalker had helped the Jedi stop the superweapon the Sith had commandeered to wreak havoc. Alana suspected the increase of applicants to Janus Academy was due, more than anything, to the decision by war hero Marasia Valter to resign her naval commission and become a Jedi. In the process, it had created a curious situation, where the Jedi who attended the academies on Ossus Ilum, Zanima Sekhet, and Bestine were drawn from a variety of worlds under a variety of governments. Everyone who trained at Bastion had come from Imperial space. As much as they were Jedi, they were also Imperials, with a strong loyalty to their society of birth. Alana understood that. She hadn't been on Hapes in almost 30 years, but it was still a key part of her life. She just hoped those knights on Bastion never had to choose between the Jedi Order and the Empire. We can't make choices for the Imperial government, Alana said. The Jedi have made it a point to work with governments, not against them. A lucky thing for us all, see. Ash gestured to the replica scrolls on his walls. Had I the powers of the Jedi, it would be so tempting to throw away the mandates of democracy and impose my will on others. It's tempted many Jedi too, Alana said grimly. Ash knew her well, but she never told him that her father had been Darth Ketis. Very few beings knew it, and she wanted to keep it that way. That's why we have made it a priority to serve, not to rule. An interesting statement from a Jedi in politics. There seemed to be a sly twinkle in his black eye. I can't say I wasn't tempted, Alana allowed a sigh, and the hint of a smile. But I never used the Force to sway people. Not once. I promise. I believe you, Alana, and I admire your will. Ash pivoted to look out the window at bright galactic city, bustling with its billions of lives. Still, if I had that power, see, I would be tempted. Alana understood. She'd been tempted too, but she'd never given in. She'd known that her integrity had depended on it, not just as a Jedi but as leader of a republic. Democracy was a practice in self-restraint. Breaking those self-imposed chains was how tyrants were born, be they Sith lords or petty dictators. It was a lesson her family had learned the hardest way possible. She hoped the leaders of the Empire remembered it too. Chapter 4. The Fountain Palace on Hapes rose high above the nearby city and jutted out over cliffs that plunged majestically into the ocean, and Demia Lore, reigning queen of the consortium for the past 29 years, tried to begin every morning with a walk along the private white stone balconies that looked down on the cliffs. The sound of waves and smell of salt spray always made her feel energetic and young, and as she neared her 70th year, that made them more valuable now than ever. It was a good setting to receive her morning briefings, both scenic and hard to eavesdrop on. Right now, her niece Lenore Chalk walked alongside her, sometimes checking her datapad but reciting most of her report from memory. Lenore was not a tall woman by Happen standards, but her regal bearing made her seem taller. Her smooth white skin, black hair, and bronze-tinted eyes recalled what Demia had looked like half a lifetime ago. Ducha Teller says she was able to quash the labor protests on Rabone by herself, Lenore was saying. She'll continue to monitor the situation, but she doesn't think she'll need to request our security forces. Good to hear, Demia said as she looked out at the ocean. What about the situation in the Laurelian Reach? We still haven't been able to track down the pirates. Dutcher Reschel is requesting an additional 3 Nova cruisers to assist in the hunt. Dutcher Reschel should have been able to find them a long time ago, she grunted. Give her 1 cruiser. Task a few agents to begin looking into her activities quietly. See if she started receiving payments from any questionable sources since the pirates began their raids. It will be done, Your Majesty. Demia looked away from the water. Lenore was staring at her, expectant, wondering if her duties here were done. The Queen asked, What about my granddaughter? She should be finished with her business on Galanor by now. The palace hasn't received word. Then hail Sarissa and tell her that her queen expects her presence soon. Yes, Your Majesty. Lenore gave a brief bow from the waist. Anything else? Nothing for Lenore? Demia trusted her niece as much as she trusted anyone in the palace, but the problem that had put her to brooding was not for Lenore to help with. Ironically, right now she needed help from the people she trusted least. You may go, Demia said. Lenore bowed once more, then hurried inside. Demia sighed and leaned onto the parapet. She watched the waves, the constantly shifting gleam of morning light. Court intrigues in the Hapes cluster were as fast-paced as they were ruthless, but the ocean never changed. It made her trials feel small, which was sometimes disturbing and sometimes a comfort. She tried to cheer herself. This was a position she had won through her own cunning and determination, one she'd taken from the Jedi cultists who domineered the Hapes consortium for decades under Tenel Ka and Teninio Djo. That she retained the position for almost 30 years was as much of an accomplishment as claiming it. Sometimes she thought on her daughter Mellor, and her heart ached, even after 16 years. She'd brought the girl up to be as strong-willed and clever as her mother, and it had been that loving weakness that had blinded her to Mellor's growing ambition. Ordering her own daughter's execution was the hardest thing she'd ever done. Sarissa was still young, but so far the girl seemed not to have strayed as badly as her mother. At least, Demia hoped not. The prospect of destroying her own granddaughter made her wonder if all she'd done to gain the throne had been worth it. When she decided she'd watched the waves long enough, Demia slipped away from the parapet and through the door Lenore had gone through. The chamber beyond was a vestibule with walls and floor tiles all in gleaming white stone, and she made it halfway across to the opposite door when a chill ran down her spine. She froze in the center of the room, took a deep breath, and turned around, knowing what she'd see. It took her by surprise anyway. Instead of one tall figure draped in black robes, face shadowed by a heavy hood, there were 2 Sith standing side by side. Not moving from her spot, Demia said, Well, congratulations. You've surprised me. I was expecting you to wait until nightfall to skulk around my palace. Did you harm any of my guards? They will never know we're here, said a deep, smooth voice she recognized as Darth Avank's. Well, that's something. Demia folded her hands in front of her. I take it you received my message and are here to help. We're here to listen, said Avank, and render assistance if we deem it necessary. She fought a scowl. Having a Jedi cultist sitting on the throne of Hapes had been an insult to their entire civilization. Removing Tenel Ka and her daughter had been not only right, but necessary. Demia wasn't proud of the pact she struck with this other Force cult, but over the past 30 years the Sith had repeatedly rendered services not even her most skilled agents could accomplish. She gave her head a haughty tilt. A Queen of Hapes could look just as intimidating as a Sith when she wanted Darth Avank. Are you going to introduce your friend, or do I have to guess? Of course. Avank raised both hands to pull the hood off his face. Demia knew it well by now. Since the death of Darth Zorin, he'd been her primarily interlocutor with the Sith. Happens had high standards for male attractiveness, and Avank would have won his share of admirers in the court were it not for the violet tint to his skin that marked alien blood. For the refined structure of his face, black tattoos running in stripes off his chin, and cheekbones hinted at a savage nature. The hood came off the other Sith's face, and Demia was surprised again. It was another male, almost human but younger than Avank. He had no tattoos on his face, but his skin was a deep blue tone, his hair a shimmering blue-black. His eyes lacked iris or pupil and glowed red gold. Demia knew what Chiss looked like, though she never expected to see one with her own eyes. Their people were even more secretive and xenophobic than the Happens. This is Darth Tarrant, Avank said. I've decided he'll help you with your problem. The Chiss said nothing but kept his glowing eyes fixed squarely on Demia. Unflinching, she said, very good. Tell me, what do you know of my problem? We know that someone has been trying to kill you, Tarrant said. You did not specify how, but we know there have been no violent attempts on your life. The Sith always seemed to know what was going on in the Fountain Palace, even though they supposedly had no permanent presence on the planet. You've heard correct. Of course, there's an infinity of ways to kill a person. What ways have they tried to kill you? Asked Avank. Poison. 3 different times now using 3 different concoctions. The first was a Trifino potion in my food. The second used Dreenan spiderfish blood in my wine. The last was tasteless Virgilian devil grass inserted in a salad. Very creative, Avank observed. Yes, and I had a different kitchen staff preparing every meal, Demia said sourly. You've interrogated them fully? Asked Tarrant. Select staff have been questioned quietly. I'm not in the habit of advertising attempts on my life. Correct me if I am wrong, the Chiss said, but wasn't a member of your personal serving staff recently hospitalized? Again, they were frighteningly well informed. After we caught the first attempt, I insisted he taste test my future meals. The poison snooper missed the spiderfish blood. He didn't. That was when I realized they were using very, as you said, creative methods. When was the most recent attempt? Asked Tarrant. 3 days ago. There's been nothing since then, but I've been preparing meals myself. What a trial this must be for you, Avank said with faint mocking. She sneered. Persistent attempts on your life do wear you down. But you Sith wouldn't know that, would you? Of course not, Avank said firmly. We are one Sith. So he said, over and over. The Sith cultists from the stories Demia had read were always at each other's throats, apprentice murdering master over and over. Those stories had struck a little close to home, and she still didn't believe the Sith sheltered and happened space where the happy family Avank liked to claim. But there was no point in arguing that now. She said, I'm requesting assistance. Will you give it? What do you expect us to do, specifically? Find who is behind the poisonings. Apprehend them? Deliver them intact to me? It was how they usually did things. Demia planned to kill the plotters anyway, but she wanted to hear an admission of guilt from their own mouths. If the Sith handed her a body, it would mean nothing. Back when this partnership had started, she'd known she could never trust these cultists any more than she trusted the Jedi. In the beginning, she naively thought she could use her personal security team to clear them out once the Jedi were gone. Then she'd seen Darth Zorin in action. She'd stood by and watched as the falling woman personally outfought a Jedi Knight in a lightsaber duel, then delivered her an agonizing death with a blaze of blue lightning. After that, she'd realized the Sith were going to be around for a long time, and that she'd have to work with them and against them in equal measure. Her security service was still useful. She kept track of their movements and knew most of them were holed up on the isolated world called Shidu-Mad. That the planet had once housed a secret Jedi base was surely deliberate irony on the Sith's part. She knew other things too, including the names and often faces of their most prominent leaders, of which Avank was one. She kept that information stored on a dozen individual communications relays inside the consortium, all heavily encrypted and all programmed to broadcast to the Jedi Academy on Ossus on the official proclamation of her death. The Sith knew this. They disabled 4 of those communication stations over the years, but clearly knew there were more out there. It was the best insurance policy on her life Demia had come up with, and it had worked for 30 years. "Is there anything else you wish us to do?" asked Darth Tarret. His presence unsettled Demia. For all her information gathering, she'd never heard the Sith had a chiss with them. "For now, that will be enough," she said. "For the future, we shall see." "Expect Darth Tarret to contact you next," Avank said. "It shouldn't take long to find your conspirators. Remember, I want them alive, and you'll have them. Goodbye for now, Your Majesty," Avank said. He and Tarret threw their hoods over their faces and backed toward the door out to the balcony. They stepped through, the door closed behind them. Demia fought the urge to follow them or to rush to a security station and see where they go from her private walkways. It would be undignified and more pointless. The Sith could move around her palace with impunity, and she couldn't stop them. That was the way it had always been. She wasn't happy about it, but she could accept that there were more important problems. Picking the right battles to fight was the most important part of leadership. She learned that one long ago. The Fountain Palace was a cluster of domes and towers jutting out against the sea. Just as the inside was a maze of carefully laced security scanners, cameras, and traps, so was the outside. Getting in and out was always a challenge, but as Darth Avank said, challenge was needed to keep a Sith sharp. Nonetheless, Darth Tarret was relieved when they ascended to the top of the highest spire above the palace's broad dome's roofs. The wind came on strong, snapping their cloaks violently around them, but at least there were no sensors or cameras to jam or evade. Further, the view of palace on ocean both was unmatched. Darth Avank settled into a cross-legged posture, and Tarret did the same. The wind came in from off the continent, pounding their backs as they faced the crushing ocean. Up this high the wind howled louder than the waves, but Tarret heard Avank clearly as he said, "We will do as she asks this time. Find the one who is trying to kill her and deliver them. Stay in the palace until it is done." Tarret had expected that, but he wasn't looking forward to it. "Do you have any idea who is trying to kill her this time?" "With so many options, I can't pick one," Avank snorted. "Just do what you have to short of killing, Darth Tarret." That wasn't helpful, but the chiz nodded anyway. Wiping memories was a skill he'd mastered a long time ago. "Will you go back to Shidu-Mad?" he asked. "For now." "Will you take the ship?" "I will." So Tarret had to stay on Hapes until he completed his mission. Either that, or he'd have to steal a ship to escape. He was still being tested, after all this time. The one Sith preached unity among Darksiders, but they trusted each other as little as the Happens. But no, that wasn't true. Those born one Sith trusted each other implicitly. Darth Avank was one of those, as indicated by the strike tattoo marks on his face. More, he was a near-human Keshari, born from survivors of the so-called lost tribe of the Sith. Avank's ancestors had been indoctrinated into Sith ways thousands of years in the past. A mere 50 years ago, his parents had emerged from their remote world and tried to destroy the Jedi Order. They'd failed miserably, and the lost tribe had scattered. In time, many of them had found their way to the one Sith, but only a relative handful had been deemed worthy. Avank's parents had been among them, and he'd been trained in Sith art since he was a tiny child, as the Jedi used to do with their younglings in the days of the Old Republic. Avank knew nothing else except belonging. Tarret had never known it at all. He'd spent only half his life among the one Sith, and even if he spent the rest of it with them, he'd always be a little apart. Before that, as a curious Force-sensitive among the Chiss, he'd rarely known belonging, nor had he felt it during his brief years as a Chiss among Jedi. But there had been moments, brief, fleeting, sundered in an instant. He still thought about them sometimes, Arlen Fel, Jay Skywalker, Jodrum Tainer. They usually seemed like another man's memories, or like old holodramas he'd watched years ago, and mostly forgotten. But sometimes, only rarely, something surged within him, and he could remember what it was like to be among beings who trusted him implicitly, and whom he could trust in turn. But that was a long, long time ago. He'd never get Ranwark Sapla's life back even if he wanted it, which he did not. The Sith showed the way to greater power, greater strength, than the Jedi allowed themselves. For all their flaws, they offered that. Knowing that made his current task all the more frustrating. He asked Darth Avonk, "What's the latest news from Imperial space?" "Why are you curious?" He thought he heard a little amusement in the Keshari's voice. "Nothing to do with old friends. I simply want to know." The raids continued. Darth Krone says the Imperials have captured some of them but are no closer to finding out where the attacks are coming from. Krone was another one Sith who'd been indoctrinated as an adolescent, but he was older and more trusted by the born Sith. Tarrant frankly envied him the freedom to range out in the wider galaxy, working toward Lord Krait's design. As a child on Xilla, Ranwark Sapla had dreamed of seeing the crowds and spires of Coruscant's planet-spanning city. So many years later, Darth Tarrant had still never been there. The Jedi seemed to have grown popular among Imperial citizens, Tarrant observed. Only among some. Distrust of their kind runs deep. Are there plans to use it? Of course. But we have to move carefully. After Sinex Vex, the Jedi are alert for any trap. We can't go around leading revolutions this time. We have to get the vermin to do it for us. Manipulating the vermin should not be hard. Don't underestimate them. We still haven't found all the data packages the Queen would send to the Jedi after her death. So that's why we are saving her miserable life. And we found no better replacement. A Sith Queen would be quite a prize. A shame Force sensitivity is so hard to find in these worlds. They purged themselves of Jedi centuries ago. Wise of them, but bad for us. Indeed. Avank sighed. I know you think this is a petty job, Darth Tarrant. He didn't bother to deny it. I want to build Lord Krait's design. We all do. Sneaking through palaces, doing the dirty work for scheming vermin, is beneath us. Yet it's work that must be done. If the Jedi do learn of our presence here, they'll spare no effort to destroy us. They have to suspect. Yes, but they don't have the resources to secretly comb every planet in the Hapes cluster looking for us. If the Queen dies, they'll be spared the searching, and we'll have to uproot ourselves again. This is as good an arrangement as we'll get with the vermin, especially clever ones like the Queen. It's safer to preserve it. Safe, Tarrant thought. A very unsith-like word, but he took Avank's point. Still, he wished he had other work to do. Avank rose to both feet. Wind whipped his robe violently around him. Remain here for a while, Darth Tarrant, the Keshari said. Once I'm gone, go back into the palace and begin the hunt. When you find the conspirators, let us know first, then the Queen. Yes, Lord Avonk. The other Sith gave the tiniest nod, then stopped off the tower and plunged. Tarrant stared at the blue sky where he'd been a second before, then scooted to the edge of the tower and looked down. No living beings in sight, but then, the Keshari had always been good at concealment. More than any other Sith, Darth Avank had been responsible for training Tarrant in the ways of their order. For a long time he'd resisted, but after realizing the power within, he'd come to embrace the darker aspects of the Force. He was still loyal to the one Sith, but their faults had been clear from the start. They'd been in hiding for decades, and it had made them cautious. For a group that claimed it wanted to break the galaxy apart and remake it anew, the one Sith had spent a long time skulking in shadows. Lord Krait remained in his isolation chamber, suspended in his dreams while other Sith did his bidding. Patience was to be admired, but timidity was not, and it seemed to Tarrant that the one Sith had stood by and done too little as the Jedi worked itself into the good graces of Alliance and Empire both, even putting one of their own in power on Coruscant over a decade. Again and again, The one Sith had balked from destroying her. Tarrant had never agreed with it, but as an apprentice he deferred again and again to Darth Avonk, Melth, Wyerlock, and the other senior lords. That would change. All things changed. A young boy had abandoned the only people he'd known to become a Jedi Knight, only to become faced with the intransigent limitations and seemingly inevitable failures the light side of the Force offered. Then, captured by the Sith, he'd resisted their indoctrination for years until very gradually coming to realize that their way offered the path to strength the likes of which neither Jedi nor Chiss could offer, the kind of strength he'd wanted all his life. It was a string of circumstance that should have seemed absurd, but it was the story of his life. With that in mind, Darth Tarrant had no doubt all things were possible. Chapter 5. The Jedi Training Center on Bastion was located on the outskirts of the administrative city of Ravlin. A steep-walled pyramid, it recalled the architecture of ancient academy on Ossus, though its smooth durasteel slopes and hard angles bespoke modern sensibilities and a clear imperial heritage one would have expected to see paired with the Jedi Order. At least, they wouldn't have when Jagged Fel was young. The academy had been built over 40 years ago, and Jag's long life had accumulated layers of memories in this place. He remembered watching Jaina practice unarmed sparring with new recruits on the square mats in the lower level. On the convocation hall, on the highest level, he'd seen Jedi Grandmasters first Luke Skywalker, then his son Ben give addresses to young Imperials who looked on with reverence. He'd seen his son Arlen meditating in the greenhouse garden built in the south-facing side, and later found his then new daughter-in-law Marasia doing the same. The day after they returned from Chiss space, he and Davek went to the academy and ended up in that lower-level practice room. Jaina was there, but his wife was long past the years when she could wrestle with ex-stormtroopers. She had never been a tall woman, and age had made her smaller, but even past her 80th year she sat straight and attentive as she watched her grandchildren spar with lightsabers. She still wore her hair long and straight down her back. Even after all this time, a few streaks of dark brown ran through the gray. Jag sat beside her and watched patiently as Marin and Vitor clashed sabers. Young Roan was on the floor in front of his grandparents, cross-legged, leaning forward eagerly to watch the match. He was too young to build a saber of his own, but Jagged knew the boy was eager to get to it. For all 9 years he'd looked on his older brother with admiration and envy. The parents were on their feet, hovering at the edge of the mat, watching with silent intent as the teenagers traded thrusts and parries. Jag could tell Davik was nervous even without the Force. Vitor and Marin had constructed lightsabers under their grandmother's guidance just a month ago, and their motions were all slow, cautious, and telegraphed, but those were still real weapons, likely to cleave off a limb. His wife seemed calmer. Marasia's eyes were narrowed as she traced her son's footwork. Arlen stood on the opposite of the mat with all attention on his daughter, and like Marasia, he seemed more concerned with form than like threatening injury. The teenagers had started the duel slow and hesitant, but things were gradually picking up. Vitor was putting more force into his swing, while Marin dared a few jabbing thrusts that got a little too close to her cousin's chest for Jag's liking. He wasn't surprised it was going this way. Having been born so close together, Marin and Vitor had always been competitive. After a few more minutes, they were both taking broad swings. Sabers crashed and crackled against each other. Jag glanced anxiously at Jaina, who watched the whole thing impassively. After all these years, there were still times when he didn't know what she was thinking. Finally, there came the moment to stop. Vitor swung hard and hard horizontal blow that Marin ducked away from and caught with the inside of her yellow blade. Vitor's green one sparked against it as he lunged forward, jabbing the tip of his saber at her shoulder. Marin yelped, jumped back, and let her weapon drop. Vitor stumbled forward, blade swinging down to sizzle through the skin of the mat. Davik had already rushed onto the practice square when Jaina clapped both hands. All right, that's enough for today. Marin and Vitor both shut off their weapons and snapped quick bows in their grandparents' direction. Davik froze awkwardly behind Vitor, then stepped away. When the teenagers trotted off the mat, Jagged could see how slick with sweat they were. As they both gulped down water from their canteens, Marasia said, "That was a good start. Both of you, but you need to get the basics down before you start sparring for real. What's the point of practicing if we don't treat it like a real fight? Asked Vitor after a big gulp. The point is to train your body, said Arlen. You need to get used to how it feels to swing a saber with no weighted blade. You need to get things like posture and footwork down to instinct so you can think about your opponent when you're fighting. Once you've got that down perfectly, then you can spar for real. Otherwise, it's like trying to throw up a building on a pile of dirt. You need a solid foundation first, one you're sure won't come down on top of you. Vitor couldn't wipe that impatient, youthful frown off his face, but Marin managed a reluctant nod. Okay, I see that you mean. We just got carried away. Being a Jedi is all about self-control, Miragia added. That is the foundation of everything. Okay, we get it, Vitor breathed. He stretched out both long limbs, rolled his neck, then looked down at his younger brother. Well, what do you think? Who would have won? Roan gave his head a thoughtful tilt that looked out of place on a boy so young. You had better footwork, but Marin had more self-control. Arlen laughed. See? Roan knows just what to look for. You should listen to him more often. All right, I'll keep it in mind, Vitor said, a little resigned. Marin asked, can we go shower now? I stink. In that case, shower away, Jaina waved a hand. When you're done, come to garden. We'll meet you there. The two teenagers hurried away. Roan, suddenly alone among so many adults, rose to his feet and looked listlessly around. Jag patted the place on the bench beside him. Get up here, young man. I've got an open spot for you. The boy nodded and pulled himself onto the bench. Jagged draped an arm around his shoulder and said, It's good you're paying attention. With Vitor and Marin, you can see what to do and what not to do when you get a little older. You're very lucky, Miragia said. When I started training, I was older than everyone else and had no examples to look up to. I had to unlearn a lot of what I thought I knew. Oh, you weren't the worst student I've ever had, Arlen said with a grin. Miragia rolled her eyes. How good to hear. I'll watch them both, Roan said. I promise. Jag felt a familiar bit of envy for Roan, not just because the boy was growing up in a state of peace, but because his path seemed clearly laid out. It had taken Davek decades to move past the disappointment of having no connection with the Force and become his own man. Jag's own life had led him through one unpredictable turn after the next, from the U.S. Hinvong War to being marooned for 2 years on Savage Tenup, followed by a state of exile, then leadership of the Empire, and finally a reunion with his surviving family. Jaina Solo had been the only constant to guide him through all of that. Without her, he'd have been truly lost a long time ago. For his grandchildren, there was none of that in sight. But in knowing one's destiny, there was also a burden. Jaina had been raised the grandchild of Darth Vader. Her brother had broken under that weight. Arlen and Davik both had struggled to accept the responsibility of being born to important parents. Vitor, Marin, and Roan would have to struggle too, and as much as Jag wanted to help them overcome any obstacle, he knew they'd have to find individual paths to adulthood. But they had this moment, at least. It wasn't often when all 3 generations, the complete family, was able to gather together. He told his sister that with limited years ahead of him, his thoughts had become dominated by the legacy he'd leave behind. That was still true, but limited time also meant there were moments like these he had to savor. Simple moments of simple pleasures with the people most important to him. To break his thoughts, Roan said, I can't wait to make my own lightsaber. That brought anxious chuckles from his parents. Davik said, that's a little bit away. Just be patient. Listen to your father. Jagged messed the boy's black hair. Take advice from someone who knows. You don't want to grow up too fast. But Roan would, Jagged knew. They always did. After everything was washed and dried and gathered in the greenhouse garden, the Fel family departed as one for the family's condominium located in a high-rise on the outskirts of Ravlin. It was the one same that Davik and Arlen had grown up in, and every time she visited Miragia couldn't help but compare it to the one she'd been raised in. Colfax Minor was a long way from Bastion in more ways than one. One that sparsely populated planet the Valter family had room to build a bigger home than the 2 stories of a residential tower the Fels occupied. The Valter house, sitting far from his neighbors on acres of farmland, had been well appointed by local standards, carrying with it a refinery that recalled the old empire more than the cosmopolitan trappings of modern Ravlin. It had always been her place, just as this was Davek's. After a large meal, Arlen retired to his old bedroom, the children to a set of guest rooms. Marasia got to Davek's old room first, and while he was talking with his parents in the living room, she opened the window, breathed the warm summer air, and looked out on the towers of central Ravlin glowing in the night. When Davek stepped into the room, she didn't turn toward him. Instead, she kept looking out at the skyline and said, "I'm still not used to this view." After all this time, Davek sidled next to her, shoulder against shoulder as they crouched before the windowsill. "It's just a long way from home. I thought Bastion was your home now. As much as a Jedi can have a home." Sometimes, just sometimes, when she said it aloud, it felt strange to consider herself a Jedi. That was the Colfax Minor inside of her, the planet where they referred to Jedi as cultists instead of knights. That had changed now, mostly thanks to her. It felt strange going back there. The local hero returned. The escapades of the Voidwalker crew had grown to legend in the past decade and a half, and none of the legends were bigger than hers and Davek's. Her joining the Jedi Order had done much to rehabilitate it in the eyes of the average Imperial citizen, most visibly in her family. After several years of gently pressing her brother Noram, he'd finally agreed to send his son Morgan to the academy on Bastion. The boy was 2 years younger than Rome, but already showing talent. "It must be good," she said, "having a place to come back to after all this time." "It is. It's always been here for me, this view, no matter what else has gone on." Davek breathed out. He just turned 40, and for 40 years this room had been here for him, a constant reminder of where he'd come from. The scar and white streak rising from his forehead added a look of distinction to Davek, but otherwise, he still looked younger than he was. He confided to her once or twice that he still felt young, despite all he'd accomplished personally and professionally. She'd known what he meant. All his accomplishments still seemed small compared to his parents, and he felt he was in their shadow. Late summer breeze drifted through the window, soft on their faces. She asked, "Are Vitor and Roan both in their room?" He nodded. "Marin too. I bet they'll sleep tonight." It was good to have everyone together. She knew it wouldn't last and decided to bring up the subject they've been avoiding all night. "When do you think you'll need us next?" By us she meant, of course, the Jedi. "I don't know yet. We've just gotten the intel link with the Chiss set up. Hopefully it will let us predict their movements better. From there," he shrugged, "it depends what our enemies do. Darrican gave you full control over our deployment." "I know, and when I think Jedi can help, I'll ask for you." She didn't need the Force to sense his reticence. "Don't worry about me or Arlen. We can't take care of ourselves." That's what my brother told me, right after they discharged him from the hospital after nearly getting stabbed to death. "It's what we do, Davek. We're soldiers too." She knew most Jedi insisted they were more than that, which was true, but Marasia had been a soldier for the Empire before she became a Jedi, and deep down she still thought of herself as both, 2 things balanced in equal measure. She also knew it would never be easy for Davek to send people he cared about into battle. She'd been right alongside him on Voidwalker as he learned how to command, how to make the hard choices and necessary sacrifices. As an admiral, he'd reached a certain professional detachment, but all of that came to nothing where his family was concerned. It made things difficult for him, but she wouldn't have it any other way. "Just wait on Bastion for now," he said eventually. "Once I get out to Orthodan, I'll evaluate the fleet, our supplies and conditions. See how the intelligence stream works out. Then I'll let you know." She nodded and knew there was nothing more to say. Davek would be leaving soon. When the raiders started attacking again, there was no way to know what would happen. They were all on the edge of uncertainty. She didn't know what would come next, but she knew how she'd respond, like she always had. She'd protect her family, and she'd protect the Empire. She was a Jedi and a soldier both. After all this time, she knew she'd never be anything different. The small pleasures of family time were important, but so was the legacy, and preserving the reformed empire he'd helped make prevented Jagged Fel from ever disentangling himself from politics no matter how old he got. That was why, the day after the family gathering at the Jedi Academy, he stepped into the office of Imperial Head of State to speak with Neela Avarice. Jag had spent a lot of time in a lot of important people's offices, and each of them said something about both the position and the occupant. This one was definitely imperial. Smooth metal walls, a broad floor and low ceiling, transparent steel windows subtly tinted to remove warmth from the morning sunlight. Rather than the endless Coruscant cityscape that Alliance offices looked out on, this one provided a view of the sprawling Pelian Gardens, the artfully tamed collection of flora from over 100 Imperial worlds that covered a square kilometer in the center of Ravelin's government district. It seemed fittingly imperial that there were gray towers rising on all sides, walling in the green space. Avarice herself looked suitably imperial too. Though she'd never been a part of the military, she'd been a moth, and as chief of state she continued to dress in the olive green martial uniforms befitting that office rather than the civilian suits that Jagged had tried to sport during his term in office. She was an older woman, about 15 years younger than Jag, with streaks of black and white almost equally mixed in her hair, and sullen bags under her eyes that made her look perpetually sleepy even when well-rested. "Good morning, Master Fel." Her tone, at least, was pleasant. "It's good to see you. I trust your whole family's together and well." It was the politician's subtle way of letting him know he was being kept tabs on. He lowered himself into the chair on the other side of her desk and said, "They're well, thank you. Arlen's just about healed from the fight at Nesporus 3. "That's good to hear. And your son?" "He's doing well too. He and his wife are expecting their first child." "Ah, now you'll know what it's like to be a grandparent," Jag smiled. "Congratulations. If you ever want advice, feel free to ask." "I'll keep that in mind." The creases on her face straightened and her gracious smile faded. They both knew this was about more than just exchanging pleasantries. "I want to thank you again for setting up the line with the Chiss. Fleet Intel has started reviewing the information they've been giving us. He says it's already given us key information on which routes the raiders are taking around Chiss space and where they're marshaling near our border. I'm glad. If we can block these attacks, they should get tried and go pick on someone else. We're looking into more than that." Avarice folded her hands atop her desk. "I've authorized the Supreme Commander to prepare defensive attacks across the border. That should teach them to pick on someone else." Jag let that roll around in his head. The space beyond the border was claimed by no government. They'd be invading no one's sovereign territory. Avarice was right. One offensive thrust would give the raiders more pause than a few more parries. None of that was what gave him pause. "Will the responsibility for the attack lay with the Fourth Fleet?" he asked. She nodded. "I'm sure your son's up for it." "I'm sure he is," Jag said, and he was sure, but it still worried him. Back during the Synax Juvex crisis, he'd been certain for over a month that Davek was dead, and it had felt like the bubble of security he'd risen over his family had been suddenly popped. Then Davek had returned, miraculously survived, but the bubble had never quite come back. Nothing had felt as secure again. Perhaps it was an inevitability of getting old. "Will you be drawing ships from other fleets to buffer the Fourth?" Jag asked. "Darrican is planning that now, but we'll still keep Bastion, Intrala, and Yaga Minor well defended." I had no doubt. The Moths would throw a fit if they thought their capital worlds were even slightly at risk. She raised a gray-black eyebrow. "We have enough ships to go around, Master Fel. We are the Empire. We can't be destabilized by a pack of alien rabble." "I agree that we shouldn't. It doesn't mean people still aren't scared. We can assure our people and smash the raiders at once. We've also contacted Kuit. For a little extra payment, they'll speed up construction on Invincible. They say it should be finished in 5 weeks. If the raiders are still a problem, then they won't be after." Jagg's first thought was that payments to Kuat Drive yards were never little, but he kept it to himself. Avarice already knew his opinion. The Invincible project was a waste of money and resources, not to mention a bad public relations exercise. When running for office, Avarice had pledged to limit military spending, but like almost every head of state before her, she bowed to the Navy and nominally civilian Moff Council, approving the construction of the Empire's first new superstar destroyer in over 50 years. The behemoth would be a marvel of death-dealing technology, sure to rouse patriotism from many Imperial citizens, but the rest of the galaxy was going to see it as the rattling of a very expensive saber, the kind Palpatine would have loved. Avarice knew that, but she'd gone ahead with the project anyway. Jag gave a small sigh. Well, it's good to know we are prepared. Hopefully things will be settled before then. Hopefully. Of course, there's also the possibility that this crisis could get worse in 2 months. We still don't know what's drawing these raiders together, what their goals are, and what their resource base is. There's too many unknowns for anyone's liking, she said. I suppose you're going to give me advice now. That's why you called me here, isn't it? She leaned back in her chair. Go ahead, Mr. Fel. If you want more ships to defend our space, there's a galaxy full. If you invoke the Annexes Treaty, the Alliance won't hesitate to send a full fleet to help us. This isn't like Senex Juvex. Politically, it would be a very easy choice. Senex Juvex was supposed to be easy, politically and military. More than 500,000 Imperial soldiers died. We just agreed the situation today is full of unknowns. That means nothing is ever easy. I.e. no E and W the Alliance would help us. You also know the Moffs wouldn't approve. Moffs can be convinced. They're elected officials, just like you, which means they answer to public will. She shook her head. Believe it or not, Mr. Fel, I haven't seriously considered asking for outside help. But I know how the council would vote. There's no point in asking. Veers doesn't cast every vote himself. No, but he has allies. Not all of them. Moff Moran. Master Fel, please, she raised both hands. I know how the Moffs would vote, and right now it would be against invoking the Annexes Treaty. Maybe someday that will change, but not now. Jagged was disappointed, but not surprised. He'd expected the meeting to go this way. Now that he had confirmation, he could go ahead with what he'd been planning to do anyway. I understand the realities of your position, he said. I just hope this preemptive strike we're planning works like we hope it will. I trust your son, Mr. Fel. So do I, Jag said, but left it at that. There was little else he did trust at the moment. One other exception was his ability to enact change, if he tried hard enough and worked the right political levers. If Avarice wouldn't budge on the Annexes Treaty, the Moff Council would have too. They were a stubborn group as always, but being chosen by popular election had made them less murderously intransigent than when Jag had been head of state. In his long life, he'd even made allies among them, allies he could work with to achieve his goal. It was, he thought, a rare saving grace from a life in politics. While the raiders sweeping in from the unknown regions had filled the Empire citizens with dread, only a tiny percentage had encountered physical danger themselves. The populated and influential worlds like Bastion and Moonalist sat on the opposite side of Imperial space from the lightly populated planets that sat close to the unknown regions. Development since the days of the Old Republic had mostly left those border worlds by the wayside. Orthodan was no exception. In the aftermath of the Emperor's death nearly a century ago, the planet had been viciously strip-mined for resources used in the struggling Empire's war machine. All these decades later, the planet was noteworthy for little except the miles-wide pits that scarred its cold, rugged surface, and the dry docks that had been erected in orbit. The so-called twin pillars of the Empire were the great shipyards and military bases at Yaga Minor and Bilbringi, and Orthodan was nothing compared to those. But it was the most heavily armed outpost near the unknown regions, and almost 20 star destroyers. The Fourth Fleet had been pulled back here to regroup and refurbish. As the admiral in charge of the defense of the borderlands, Jagged Fel was swamped with work the moment he returned to Orthodan. He was forced to reckon with a list of work requests from every ship captain, supply orders from the dry dock section chiefs, and intelligence reports from a dozen Imperial sources and, most importantly, the stream the Chiss had set up. As his Aunt Wynsa had warned, the Chiss weren't going to share everything they had with the Imperials, but their curated selection of reports were enough for Davik to start piecing together the enemy's movements. One defeat clearly hadn't counted the raiders. They were bringing more ships than ever before close to the Imperial border, and that they hadn't struck yet meant they were shoring up their forces for something big. The raiders hadn't actually attacked a planet yet, but he had to be prepared for the worst. It was for that reason that he arranged to meet Captain Pordun. His temporary office aboard Orthodan's orbital biggest station may have been small, but it had a view that looked out on 4 different star destroyers and a half-dozen frigates and corvettes all nestled at their docks, undergoing final checks and repairs in preparation for whatever push the enemy had planned. He was admiring resilience when Pordun showed up, and the first thing he said as she stepped through the door was, "You have a fine ship, Captain." "A fine crew, sir," she nodded. They'd known each other for almost 20 years, but she always met him stiff and formal. He waved her at ease and sat down on the edge of his desk. "I've seen the latest reports. It looks like Resilience will be good to ship out by tomorrow morning. Do you have an assignment for us, sir?" Her masked Keldor face was impossible to read, but he knew from her voice that she was a little wary. Davik tapped the controls to his desk, and a holographic map sprung up beside him. "When you correlate the intel from our people and the Chiss, we're looking at 3 main clusters of raiders that seem to be forming. One outside the Press Belt sector, another by the Perrin, and a last by the dangling. The first cluster seems to be the biggest." "It makes sense, sir. The Press Belt sector contained multiple heavily defended worlds, including Yaga Minor and Borost. Do you think they'll actually attack? Or are they just there to contain a response?" "That's one of those questions I'd really like an answer to," he sighed. "We still have no good tack on their raiders' motives. From the interrogations we've done, it sounds like there's some powerful leader or leaders, a king and queen, apparently, that are pushing all these different races into Imperial space together." "That sounds," Pordun trailed off and tilted her head. "Very strange, sir." Davik chuckled dryly. "Yes, it does, but that's the reality. Now, to get to the point, as of tomorrow, Resilience is being reassigned to the Valk system, along with Ascension and Conviction and Attendant Support Craft. Since you're the most senior captain, I'm putting you in command of that task force." "I'm honored, sir," she nodded. Valk 7 in the Perrin sector was one of the few well-populated worlds near the border. Is the rest of the fleet assuming a defensive posture too? That was her formal and polite way of asking why they weren't taking the fight to the enemy. Davik smiled a little and tapped the point outside the Perrin sector where a cluster of enemy ships were gathering. "I've just received approval from Admiral Derrican for an expedition past the border to secure the border. I'm putting the plans together now, but I'll be taking at least 10 destroyers. Naturally, we don't want to spread ourselves too thin. 3 destroyers should be enough to protect Valk 7, Pordun said. Are we supplementing existing units?" "Not quite. The only ship over Valk 7 right now is Nightwatch, which I'm pulling over to the expeditionary fleet." "I see, sir." Her tone brightened with recognition. Nightwatch was an Impeller-class carrier, a mighty vessel but more designed for transporting ties and assault craft than ship-to-ship combat. More notably, its Captain Korak had been Pordun's partner on the tactical team aboard Voidwalker, and like many officers who'd been paired during those desperate weeks, they'd ended up close friends. "Give the captain my regards," he added. "I'll make sure to do that. Will you be reinforcing other worlds too?" "Of course. I've gotten Derrican's permission to pull ships from the yards at Yaga Minor and Bobringi for this too. If we're going to go on the offensive for once, we don't want to leave ourselves unprotected from behind." "I understand. Frankly, sir, I hope one good punch can send them scrambling back to where they came." "We all hope that, Captain. For now, I'll be doing the punching, and you'll be protecting our citizens." "Understood." "Absolutely, sir. Is there anything else?" He took a data card from his pocket and handed it to her. Only my official marching orders, in writing, including that Captain Verdon and Milady are subordinate to you for the duration of the assignment. She took it eagerly. Thank you, sir. He scooted off the edge of his desk and snapped a salute, which she returned. When they lowered arms, she added, "Good hunting, sir, and good luck." When she left and he was alone in his office again, he turned to face the viewport and watched Resilience and the other docked ships. He trusted his officers. He trusted the fighting machines that made the Imperial Navy the best ship-for-ship fighting force in the galaxy. But in the end, he just didn't know what they were up against, and he could only feel anxious. Damien Cord had been born on Bastion 40 years ago, and in that time he'd watched the capital city of Ravlin swell ever larger as it filled with imports from outside Imperial space. Imported people and imported business, themselves now considered showcases by a government that wanted to remake the Empire into the Alliance in all but name. It was no longer the city he'd grown up in, which was why he preferred to live in the outskirts, where things were still spacious and green and clean and human. He woke up that morning as he usually did, morning sun lighting the curtains, birds singing outside the window, Valera in the bed beside him. He wanted to linger, but one look at the bedstand chronometer told him he couldn't stay long. Damien sat halfway upright, planted a kiss on her shoulder, and fought the urge to lay a few more. He rolled out of bed and used the refresher and started changing out of his sleep clothes. As he was sliding into his trousers, Valera, face half pressed into her pillow, muttered, "What time is it?" "Time for me to go. I've got an appointment today." She kicked back the sheets and sat upright, pushing black hair out of her face and pawing at gummy eyes. "Do you know when you'll be back?" "Can't say. Sorry." "Right?" she exhaled. "They gone over this last night. Do you think you'll give me word, at least? Let me know if you will be gone a while. I'll drop you a line once the meeting's over." She nodded dutifully. She knew not to expect any more. A yawn took her and she hid it, embarrassed. "Late night," she muttered behind her hand. "Don't I know it?" He bent over and kissed his wife twice, on cheek and forehead. "Don't worry about me. I'll be back. Sooner or later." She fell back onto the bedspread. Damien wanted to linger more, but he knew he couldn't. He pulled back from the bed, threw on his black formal jacket, and marched out of the bedroom and down the stairs. A cup of strong caf was all he needed in the morning. It gave him a jolt that lasted him through the long, slow rush hour crawl into the center of Ravlin, where alien banks and mega corporations were still putting up sky-climbing new towers that should have stayed on Coruscant where they belonged. The government buildings, at least, had a state dignity appropriate for an imperial city. When he entered the Imperial Security Bureau compound, he went through all 6 security checkpoints without issue. His trim black and white civilian suit matched those of all the other bureaucrats checking in for work. The security guards, a mix of humans and droids, probably pegged him as a military man retired to a desk job thanks to his tall, wide-shouldered build and short-cropped blonde hair. It was a reasonable assumption when he tried to encourage. The first part, at least, was accurate. He made his way to the empty meeting room, an oval with cool gray walls and an oblong table. A servant droid offered him a glass of cool water and told him to wait. Once the droid scooted out, he did just that, loitering by the window, looking out at the executive administrative building on the opposite side of the Pelian Gardens. The door opened without warning. Damien turned around to see another man who hadn't let his trim martial build soften, despite having another 15 years on Damien. Instead of a civilian suit, Corin Veers wore the martial olive green uniform and rank bars of an Imperial sector governor. "Right on time as usual, Agent Corday," Veers said. "Punctuality is my specialty." He spread his hands and smiled. No need to salute. Despite the figure and the uniform, Veers had never been part of the Imperial military machine. Before going into politics, he'd been an ISB man and Damien's mentor in the arts of intelligence gathering and covert operations. For a sector governor who no longer had official connections with ISB to show up in one of the most secured wings of his headquarters would have alarmed most men, But Damien had been expecting no one else. The Moff was close to Director Sajas and never fully stepped back from anything. The two of them took seats at the table near the window. After a casual sip from his glass, Cord asked, "Are you on Bastion long?" "Only for the meeting of the Moff Council in 2 days. Then it's back to Jagged Minor. You, Agent Cord, will be gone by then." He'd expected as much and braced himself. "What's my destination, sir?" Veer smirked. "Not what you're thinking. I'm sending you on a courier run to Kuwait." Kuwait. He blinked. He'd been certain he was about to be sent into the unknown regions to gather some special scraps of intelligence about the alien marauders. "That's right. You're to take the Wolf Light and go directly there." He took out a data card and placed it on the table between them. "This contains a coded message. Drop out of hyperspace on the edge of the Kuwait system's heliosphere, hold position, and transmit that message. A listening post will hear it and send someone to retrieve you." "Will I be meeting a Kuwaiti ship?" He tried to hide his confusion. "Yes, and they'll have something to give you. You'll receive another encrypted data card. Then you will leave and there will be no trace that you were ever there." Cord was used to getting in and out of places unnoticed that usually didn't involve messaging that place's owners and alerting them to his presence. Veers placed his hands on the table. "By the time you're finished, I'll be back at Jagged Minor. Bring that card back to me and put it in my hand. Any questions?" Damien knew better than to ask what was on the card. ISB and Kuwait Drive Yards had some of the most secure transmission systems in the galaxy, and if that data wasn't considered safe with them, it must have been valuable beyond measure. He tried to focus on the mechanics of the mission itself. "When I reach the rendezvous point, will I stay aboard Wolflight, or will I be transferred to one of their ships?" "Uncertain, but be prepared for anything. That includes leaving Wolflight unmanned at the edge of the system." Cord had spent a lot of time and effort getting his ship customized. He didn't like risking it, but he nodded anyway. "Understood. One more question, sir?" "Of course. If I'm going there just to receive a data card, there's no cause for me to be dragged out of my ship. Is there anything else? Should I expect to meet someone?" "Words will be exchanged as well as the data card. You're to report them exactly as they occurred." He was playing it tight against the chest, even by his standards. "Very well. I'll make sure to remember. Is there anything else, sir?" "For now, no." He leaned back in his chair, and he allowed a little smile. "You look confused, Agent Cord." "Not at all," he lied. "I was expecting to be sent somewhere else, that's all. This is a special, personal mission, and I want you to handle it. ISB has plenty of agents on the borderland already, not to mention the intelligence we're getting from the Chiss." Cord had heard about that one. "Is it helpful?" "Perhaps. The line's going straight to fleet intelligence, so I'm not privy to all of it," Veer said, though they both knew he had plenty of unofficial information channels. Despite never serving in the military, he had plenty of Navy contacts, allies he'd known for most of his life. Veers came from the best of Imperial families. His grandfather had served under Lord Darth Vader himself. He was a man who knew what the Empire should be again and was ready to do what it took to bring that about. If he'd been anything less, Damien Cord wouldn't be serving him. Damien reached across the table and palmed the data card. "Should I be on my way immediately?" "Yes. They'll be expecting you." "All right. If there's nothing else, I'll get started. Have a good voyage, Agent Cord. I'll see you at Jagged Minor." From the meeting room, it was 10 minutes until Cord was outside ISB headquarters entirely and started walking to the maglev station that would whisk him over to the docking complex where his ship was berthed. He walked the streets of the government district in his black and white suit, virtually indistinguishable from all the bland civil servants who kept the government going, but the little data card in his breast pocket was a heavy weight. As he walked, he took out his comm and hailed his wife. Valera responded promptly. No doubt she'd been waiting for his word all morning. "Good morning," he said cheerily. "I just finished my meeting." "That didn't take too long," she said with a note of hope. "How did it go?" "Meeting went fine. I'm going to have to hop off planet for a little while. Should be about 10 days altogether. 5 days to the core, 5 days back. He didn't expect his mysterious cootie host to keep him long. 10 days, she echoed, a little more hopeful. Are you sure? Maybe an extra day, but it's just a blue milk run. Nothing to worry about. That was enough for her to know he wasn't being sent off into the unknown regions like she'd feared. Relief was thick in her voice as she said, "That's good. Be safe." "I will. I love you. I love you too. See you soon." And with that he flicked off his comlink and kept walking. Valera knew what he did for a living, nothing specific, but she accepted that sometimes he would disappear for weeks, even months, to unknown places to do unknown jobs for the good of the Empire. And when he'd come back he'd bring flowers and a smile and say nothing of where he'd been, and they'd pretend they lived a normal couple's life until he was called away again. He was lucky to have a woman who could accept that. He'd only had to tell her what he was once. After that she'd understood and been willing to make the necessary sacrifices. It was why he loved her. She was as much a patriot as he was. Chapter 6. It was good that the one Sith had taught him patience, because uncovering the would-be murderer inside the Fountain Palace was a slow and painstaking process. Much of that came from the difficulty of moving around the tightly secure structure. As a Chiss, Darth Tarret would be instantly recognizable as an outsider, so stealth was required at all times. The one Sith had humans who could have done this job more easily, but Darth Avank had chosen Tarret for it. Most certainly, he'd discussed it with Darth Wirelock first. They'd conferred the rank of Sith Lord on him years ago, but still they were testing him. He tried to salvage their distrust with the knowledge that these tests were honing his skills. The one Sith had mapped all of the palace except the Queen's most inaccessible wings, and using this guide he managed to find private places to rest. Doing what needed to be done was trickier. He'd been taught how to use the Force to scrub security sensors, but having to do it for every room and corridor he entered meant things proceeded very slowly. He used the narrow secret passages built into the palace whenever possible, and was able to tap into the computer database from an access panel in one of those corridors. From there he could review all the details Queen Lore's security people had gathered about the attempted assassinations. Happen Security deserved their reputation for thoroughness. They listed all the staff who'd prepared each meal and created a register of possible vessels inbound to Hapes that had passed through Drina or Virgil within the past month. There was no guarantee that the assassins hadn't gathered the spider blood and devil grass from other parties away from those planets, but they'd rightly deemed it worth investigating. That was useful information, but Tarret filed it away. The real question, which the security team had been unable to answer, was how the poisons had gotten into the Queen's meals in the first place. 3 totally different cooking teams had prepared each meal, and from reviewing their personnel files there didn't seem to be a connection between them. Tarret also doubted that the would-be assassin would trust at least 3 different agents to do her bidding. The obvious solution was that a droid had somehow sneaked the poisons into the food, but Happens were famously prejudiced against automatons. There were only a handful in the palace, and none had access to the kitchen. Still, he thought the security team had failed because they'd been too focused on the kitchen staff as perpetrators. It had to be something else. He spent his first night in the palace personally scoping out the cargo container areas and the service hangar where supply ships came in and out. The next morning he observed the process by which a ship full of goods from a world was imported, checked, and processed. Every container was cataloged and tagged. Any unusual activity would have been noted in the investigation team's logs. It should have been impossible for the poisonous materials to have been brought into the palace at all. When realization came, he cursed himself for its not coming sooner. The impasse was only an impasse if you took the security team's report as fact. Operating on the principle that the conspirators would be as few in number as possible, he began to check the information on the security team who'd investigated the poisonings. The team leader was a niece of the Queen, which didn't mean she was loyal, but there were more likely candidates. He identified a pair of newer security officers, both assigned to the palace for less than 2 years, and used the security apparatus to track them. He cataloged their movements, where they ate, who they talked to. By the second day of his investigation, he supposed he knew more about the Fountain Palace's staff than the Queen herself. What roused his interest was the one named Wheeler Panel. She was the second newest officer on the team, and she knew the layout to the palace's scanners well. After watching her for 2 days, he marked 3 times when she disappeared from view for 30 standard minutes or more. When she came back into view at the end of each incident, the scanners picked up the same young man appearing in the same area, walking in the opposite direction. It could have been an illicit affair, nothing more, but there was one way to know for sure. When Terrence slipped into her bedroom late at night, she didn't rouse from sleep. He stepped soundlessly over to her bedside. He gazed down at the woman, lying on her side, gold hair sprawled over her pillow. It would be very easy to kill her, but he knew she wasn't at the heart of this conspiracy. She was a minor functionary, nothing more. A pawn like the young man probably was too. That was no reason to be gentle. He reached down and grabbed her by the neck. The woman's eyes popped open. A hand shot up to jab him in the elbow, but her blow didn't loosen his hold. With his other hand, he pinned her free wrist to the bed and loomed over her, the red glow from his eyes faintly lighting her features in the otherwise black room. Her trachea rattled under his grip, but he didn't let go. He leaned very close and whispered, "If you had any part in the plan to poison the Queen, don't deny it. I'll know if you're lying." Her eyes were wide in fright, but he could tell he got through to her. He loosened his grip very slightly and asked, "Did you poison the Queen's food?" Her head twitched from side to side. Terror kept her honest. He asked, "Did you erase evidence from the security team's report?" She froze, staring at his red eyes. He loosened his grip just a little more, and she rasped, "Yes." "Did he put you up to it?" She was starting to tremble, but she nodded. "His name?" "Yanner Ralt," she croaked. "I don't know why, when he asked me we were all ready." She'd been seduced. Ralt would be the next step, and with access to the security apparatus, he'd be easy to track. Someone would be behind Ralt in turn, but Tara didn't expect many more layers to unpeel. The more complicated a conspiracy, the more likely it was to fail. He released her pinned wrist and whispered, "Sleep now." He placed that palm against her forehead. She struggled for only a second, the wind limp. She started breathing normally again. Her memories would be easy to modify. To her, they'd be less than a dream. Darth Terror set to work, and within 3 minutes he slipped out of the bedchamber and into the palace's dark nighttime halls. There were many different ways to deal with traitors. While Demia Lore hadn't decided how to handle whatever conspirator the Sith dug up, it would depend mostly on that person's identity. The Queen had selected a large audience for this occasion. A good 50-some nobles had been gathered in the main convocation hall, ostensibly for the Queen's weekly session of holding open court. She'd taken her place on the great gold throne with the fan-shaped back. Lenore Chalk and her granddaughter stood on either side of the dais. Sarissa was a mere teenager, not yet 20, but she'd already grown to have a tall and shapely figure, with long black hair like her mother. She had dark eyes, too, which watched the mingling courtiers dispassionately. Like the rest of them, she thought she was here for the usual mingling, gossip, and posturing. Demia wanted to see how well her granddaughter withstood the coming surprise. When she was ready, she gave the subtle signal with her hands, and Lenore called for everyone's attention. Demia remained motionless on her throne as she watched, all eyes swing to her, curious, a little surprised. Most looked like expectant banal regal chatter, but a few seemed to suspect there was more. Demia spotted Dutch Areshal in the far corner of the room, and from her expression, she looked like one of the latter. She didn't show any panic or make moves toward the chamber exit, beside which 4 guards had just quietly inserted themselves. "Her Royal Majesty the Queen Mother wishes to address the court," Lenore said, loud and firm. Lenore stepped aside. Demia spared a tiny sideways glance at her granddaughter, who frowned her confusion but said nothing. Without rising from the throne, Demia said, "Would Duke Areshal please come forward?" Too late, realization struck her. Her jaw dropped a little. She froze but did not move. The courier slowly turned to the woman in the back. A queen did not repeat herself. She waited for Areshal to finally start shuffling toward the royal dais. To her credit, she composed herself quickly. She tilted her head up and said with dignity, "What may I do for you, Majesty?" "You may answer a question for the entire court. Tell us, Ducha, how it came to be that your personal aide was seen consorting with the leader of the pirate gangs that have been attacking ships in the Lorelli Reach." Reshel's steel gray brows drew together in a good imitation of confusion. "I've never heard of such a thing. May I ask where you heard this?" "Do you doubt the resources of the throne?" "Of course not." She dipped her head in a quick bow. "I merely find such a thing hard to believe. Pirates have been running free in the Reach for months. When you failed to corral them, as was your duty, my personal investigators were sent to deal with the problem. What they found, Ducha, was most disturbing." "Majesty, do not speak out of turn. What they found was that exactly 2 days after every successful raid, a set amount of credits was deposited in an account in a Raltieri bank owned by you." Confusion widened Reshel's eyes and anger narrowed them. She knew she was trapped and knew her objections would gain her nothing. On further investigation, Demia went on, "Your aide Mina Drashi has been observed meeting with members of this pirate gang on Telker Station on 3 separate occasions, most recently 6 standard days ago. 2 days ago, right after you left Endalia to attend to your duties here, agents of this court intercepted Mina Drashi and obtained the truth from her. For 6 months you've been sending information on shipment transit routes to the pirates and have accepted regular payments for your actions. Because of you, other members of their court have lost irreplaceable valuables as well as credits and peace of mind. Your actions will not go unpunished." She paused before going on and waited for the murmurs to run through the audience. There was an anger in those murmurs. Many of the assembled had indeed lost valuables to Reshel's pirate friends. They were hungry for compensation, and it was all directed to the woman standing in front of the throne. Like the noble she was, Reshel did not embarrass herself by bleating objections to claims which she knew were fact. More, she seen Demia publicly humiliate misbehaving courtiers before punishment. She knew what came next and resolved herself to face disgrace with dignity. "Ducha Reshel," Demia said, "all evidence against you will be made public. Those whose property was lost on your watch will be able to file claims for pieces of your liquidated properties. The role of Ducha of Endalia will pass to your niece. You, convict Reshel, are sentenced to spend the next 20 years in confinement for your crimes." The old woman wavered on her feet. Her eyes lidded shut, and for a moment it seemed like she would faint. Then she opened them, took a deep breath, and straightened herself. "As you know, I'm not without mercy," Demia added. "Once those 20 years have passed, if you are still alive, you will be allowed to live on whichever planet in the consortium you chose, under minimal supervision. You will not, however, lay any claim to royal privilege again. Do you understand?" Reshel nodded with dignity. "Is there anything else that you require of me, Majesty?" "No. The sentence has been passed." Demia signaled with her left hand, and 2 guards stepped out to take Reshel by the shoulders. The old woman jerked their hands off her, spared one last look at the queen, then marched for the exit, guards on either flank, staring dead ahead and avoiding eye contact with any of her accusing peers. When the doors closed, Lenore announced that the queen's special announcement was complete. With pained awkwardness, the courtiers turned away from the throne and began talking among themselves in hushed and urgent tones. The queen exhaled and glanced at Sarissa. The girl kept a good regal mask on. Demia had performed this public shaming and sentencing before, but not often, and Sarissa had never attended one personally. Her mother had been there for her share, and Demia could recall the glint of amusement in Meller's eyes when one convicted noble had broken down sobbing for mercy, ruining her chances for it with such a shameful display. That streak of sadism should have been a warning, but Demia hadn't realized how badly her daughter coveted a queen's power until it was nearly too late. Sarissa was different. Demia could see through her granddaughter's mask to spot the distaste there, not just distaste for Reshel, but for the entire sordid spectacle of exposing her before so many courtiers who shared the same treasonous desires and only lacked the courage to carry them out. Ruling the Hapes consortium was a sordid, ugly, draining business. When she'd taken power from the Jedi Witch all those years ago, Demia hadn't understood that. She'd allowed power's glamour to entice her and blinded herself to the grueling realities. Rule was a burden, but to preserve the consortium from the Jedi and the Alliance it had to be shouldered. Sarissa seemed like she understood that. It gave Demia hope. Quietly, so no one else could hear, she asked, "Do you want to retire? This audience will last a while yet." Sarissa shook her head. "I'll stay with you, grandmother." A good answer. A ruler had to be seen. Demia turned her attention to all the gossiping courtiers once more and allowed herself to wonder which of the women arrayed before her had attempted her murder. She'd heard nothing yet from the Sith, but she had faith they'd give answer. Demia hadn't decided whether to humiliate the conspirator as she had Reshel, but one thing was certain. For attempted regicide, the only punishment was death. She'd passed that judgment on her own daughter. After that, she could pass it on anyone. The Queen's decision to call for a convocation session had caused a sudden tightening of security that slowed Darth Terra's investigation significantly. After the old Ducha was dragged down into the prison, from which she wouldn't return, things finally started to relax once more. Interrogating Yana Ralt was more difficult than getting to Willa Panel. The security officer had her own private quarters in which she could be cornered. Ralt, like most of the young men in the palace, acted as dual servant and decoration, and male chattel like him were afforded only bunks in dormitories. Terra therefore had to monitor the young man's activities, discern his schedule, and figure out a time when he would not be missed. That moment came in the hour between his dinner in the servants' mess and his night duties. Terra placed himself in wait behind the locked door to a supply cabinet for hours until he sensed Ralt walking down the hall. The corridor was otherwise clear. It took all of 5 seconds to open the door and drag Ralt inside. He locked the door and clamped hard on the man's mouth to keep him from screaming. Pressing him against the hard wall, Terra stabbed the fingers of his free hand into Ralt's hard abdomen. The man writhed. Terra summoned the anger inside him, and sparks from his hands jumped through the human's body. He screamed into the blue palm tight on his face. Terra gave another spark and felt Ralt's resistance weaken. "I know what you did," Terra whispered. He could see the gleam of his red eyes reflected in the human's fright-wide pupils. "You tried to murder your queen? Trifino potion, Dreenan spiderfish blood, Virgilian devil grass. You put it in her food supplies and made your mistress erase your meddling from her security report." He tried to wag his head in denial, but Terra squeezed it hard. "Don't. Officer Panel has no loyalty to you. I know you didn't think of this yourself. You're a tool like she is. Now tell me." His body trembled and he squeezed his eyes shut, like he was trying to wake himself up from a nightmare. He bled raw panic into the Force, but Terra tried to pry deeper. There was more than just shock and fear. There was a strength in there too. He wouldn't crack easily. He was protecting someone. Of course he would be. Likely the stupid young man had been seduced just as he'd wooed Panel. The entire situation was insufferably trite. Petty scheming nobles played emotional games with their pawns to manipulate them to selfish ends. As a Sith, he might have admired the clever manipulation and ruthlessness of whoever was pulling these puppet strings, but it was all for so disgustingly low stakes. To be a Sith was to remake the universe as you desired using all your strength. These happens destroyed each other for scraps of power in an isolated backwater. Having to deal with them at all was degrading. Terra let that anger resonate within him. His desire for more, his hatred for what he had, fueled him and lengthened the claws he was prying into Ralt's pathetic mind. He bent in close and pressed his forehead against the human's. He tried to shake himself free, but Terra merely clasped him tighter. He reached deeper into the fool's mind and found what he'd expected, pathetic devotion to a woman, and more, almost a kind of worship. Ralt drew strength from his adoration, but Terra was a Sith, and it was not difficult to pry deeper into his mind and draw out the vivid sensations flitting inside it. Recall smell and touch and sound, the curves that defined a human figure and face. He lingered on those curves to burn the geography of the woman's appearance into his memory so he could search for her later, only to realize that wasn't necessary. He knew exactly who was trying to kill the queen, and was almost too obvious. He pulled his head back, loosened his grip, and retreated back into himself. Rault panted. His eyes flicked around the dark closet like he'd forgotten where he was. When they rested on Terra's glowing red gaze, his breathing quickened again. The Sith Lord loosened his grip. He said, "I have what I need from you. Now you can forget." Minutes later, Rault walked out of the closet. He was uncertain why he'd been there. He looked up and down the outside corridor, then back inside the empty chamber. He closed the door and staggered down the hall without looking back. Even the memory of confusion would fade away in minutes. Rault would remember nothing at all of his encounter. The Sith Lord was already done by then, retreated into the secret corridors that had become almost familiar to him. He was close to the end of his duties here, but the greatest step had to be taken. It had been easy to capture the security officer and the servant. Getting the truth from their minds had been simple. It would be very different with Sarissa lore, but Darth Tarrant had no doubt it could be done. Chapter 7. Every hyperspace jump felt fraught with risk nowadays, and to Poor Dun it was a comfort to revert to real space over Valk 7 and see a cluster of friendly ships waiting. It was by far the most populated world in Parent Sector, and the closest major Imperial planet to the unknown regions. Even before these attacks had started, it had possessed a trio of Golden IV, orbital defense stations, and a small local fleet. Now it bristled with much more. Conviction and Ascension, 2-kilometer-long destroyers of the same class as Resilience, sat over Valk 7 at opposite poles. As Resilience drew nearer to the planet, its sensors reported a third ship rounding the planet's ecliptic. At 3.5 kilometers long, it possessed the classic Kuwiti wedge shape with the pointed bow chopped short and ending with a dozen broad hanger mouths. "Night Watch is hailing us, Captain," the comm lieutenant reported. "They say they're prepared to welcome you aboard at your convenience." Poor Dun hadn't been expecting a face-to-face talk before Night Watch shipped out to join Admiral Fel's fleet at Orthodan, but she probably should have. Its captain was, after all, an old friend. "Tell them I'll be over shortly. Tell the deck crew to prepare a shuttle. First officer, you have the bridge." By the time her shuttle was prepped, Resilience had drawn close to Night Watch on the outer edge of Valk 7's gravity well. As the craft carried her from the Star Destroyer to the fleet carrier, she peered out the passenger cabin's porthole window at the world beyond. Greens and browns, blues and whites mixed together, and the clusters of urban gray dotted as larger continents. A planet of 5 billion people, she recalled. Nothing compared to more urbanized worlds like Bastion or Muanlis, to say nothing of Coruscant, but still a major Imperial world, a sector capital, which she'd been charged to protect. A small part of her wished she could have joined Korak and Admiral Fel on the mission into the unknown regions, but someone had to keep the home front safe, and she was proud to have been chosen. It had been several years since she'd met Benai and Korak face to face, but when she marched down the shuttle ramp into one of Nightwatch's broad hangars, she saw that he hadn't changed much. The same round pale face, the dark eyes, and brown hair that was a little longer and messier than expected for a human captain. Poor Dun had grown up with the colony of Keldar refugees who fled the U.S. in Vong and settled into a system later assimilated by the Empire. When she first attended the Naval Academy, she'd had a hard time telling all those humans apart. As her partner on Voidwalker's tactical team, 2 ensigns on their first assignment thrust into a desperate fight to survive, Korak had become the first human she'd ever trusted, the first face she'd learned to read. They shook hands quite formally, and with a pair of silent stormtrooper escorts until they navigate Nightwatch's hallways and lifts until they reached Korak's private cabin, where the guards finally let them alone. Despite having a bigger ship, Korak's living space was the same size as hers and similarly appointed. As Poor Dun dropped into a soft chair, Korak asked, "Do you mind if I have anything?" "Go ahead," she said. Like oxygen itself, most substances humans enjoyed were noxious or outright lethal to Keldor. When he sat down on the sofa opposite hers with some amber-colored drink in his hand, he said, "I guess congratulations are in order for the job at Nesporus 3. It was the Admiral's plan." "I know. Honestly, when word came down, I was a little jealous. He's had me here babysitting Valk for the past 2 months. Now our situations are reversed." "I guess so." He took a sip. "You'll be getting a formal greeting from the governor. He'll invite you down to the planet for some kind of formal greet and brief session. Isn't this a greet and brief too? Yes, but a lot less formal. Korak hunched forward. You fought those raiders before. I haven't. What can you tell me I haven't already read in reports? She shrugged. It was one of those human gestures she'd learned to mimic. You've probably seen it all. It's difficult to counter their tactics because they don't have tactics. They move like packs of wild AKK dogs, going after anything in sight. They attack without fear of dying. Doesn't sound like any pirates I know. No, it doesn't make sense to me either. We thought capturing some of them alive would give us answer, but instead it's bred more questions. In the grim silence, Korak took another drink, then said, I heard the Admiral's going to get Jedi on board for this again. I hope he does. He's back on Bastion now, right, getting approval from the Moffs. She nodded, another mimic gesture. I should think they'd approve after Nesporus 3. You can never be sure. Opposition to Jedi can be intransigent and irrational. She knew the same opposition held toward non-humans in Imperial service. The Empire had changed much in 100 years, but not in all ways. The Admiral will do what needs to be done, she said. Korak nodded confidently and drank again. They both believed it. Their experiences on Voidwalker under Jagged Fel, a junior grade lieutenant turned captain, had created a bond between its 700-odd surviving crew. Of that number, their little frigate had yielded 1 fleet admiral, 2 vice admirals, and a dozen captains for a variety of ships. After that experience, not all of the Voidwalkers had wanted to continue in service to the Empire, but those who had quickly found themselves climbing ranks. When doesn't Night Watch ship out to Orthodan? She asked. 4 hours, which is why I wanted to tell you as much as I could while I'm still here. Korak placed his glass on the low table and straightened, ready for the second half of the meet and brief. Of course I am. All right. Let me start with those Golan stations, he said, and the briefing began. It was a product of the Empire's strange halting transition from dictatorship to oligarchy to democracy that Davik found himself presenting his campaign plan to a committee of elected civilian sector governors on Bastion. A century ago, the Empire's Moffs had been drawn from military ranks, and all these years later, they still wore military uniforms and wore military badges, even though they had been selected via popular vote since Vitor Riage's reforms 40 years ago. They also still retained the ability to approve or disapprove military operations, even though most of them had never been on the bridge of a Star Destroyer in their lives. When Davik finished his briefing, the first comment came from Moff Paris, a businessman turned governor of the Alberio sector. I see you've provisioned a lot of ships to guard worlds close to the border. What about the other sectors? It was the question Davik had expected. Paris territory was on the opposite side of Imperial space from the threatened zones. Very politely, he said, my purview is the 4th Fleet, which is charged with securing the border regions. I think Admiral Derrican might better speak to that directly. The Navy's Supreme Commander was sitting next to Davik and didn't seem averse to having the question shoved his way. As I believe we explained, Moff Paris, the 2nd Fleet is still gathered at Jagged Minor. From its position, it should be able to react to threats in the Alberio, Velkar, and Presbelt sectors promptly. You'll be keeping them on full combat alert. Of course. We've been working closely with Admiral Grave during every step of mission planning. Paris seemed to be satisfied with that. Davik had heard the talking heads on the Newsnet's claim he was the face of the Imperial Navy's future, but they often said that of Grave too. They were both young for fleet admirals, barely 40, but the similarities didn't go much further, which was probably why those talking heads rarely mentioned them both at once. I have a different concern, said Moff Veers. Jagged Minor's governor was said to be close allies with Admiral Grave, not least because they shared a nostalgia for elements of the Empire's past that Davik preferred to forget. This whole battle plan is predicated on the idea that the intelligence the Chiss shared is complete and accurate. That is too big an assumption for my liking. It was the kind of question Davik expected from a man with an ISB background. He told Veers, nothing the Chiss has given us has contradicted our own intelligence sources. If anything, they've reinforced each other. I'm less worried about inaccuracies and more about omissions. I realize your perspective on the matter is somewhat different from ours, but the Chiss aren't insular people with secrets they value closely. Davik decided not to respond to the debate about his family ties. The Empire also values its secrets. Every government does. The simple fact is that the Chiss has given us the most complete picture of the Raiders' movements available. We have that information. It would be a shame not to act on it. We can't wait for the enemy to attack us again and again. Veer held up his hands. I'm offering an offensive approach, Admiral. I was just giving you a warning. The warning is well taken, Darrican said. We made no choices lightly. In the end, we decided we had no choice but to trust the Chiss intelligence. Veers looked unconvinced, but settled back in his chair to signify he'd said his piece. There's one other thing that concerns me, said Entralis Malthane. I think you all know what it is. The Jedi were invaluable at Nesporus III, Davik said firmly. This, too, he'd expected pushback on. We need to use every tool we have on this offensive. I've also carefully integrated them into the battle plan to use each night as efficiently as possible. No one doubts your familiarity with the Jedi Order, Veer said. Another smooth dig, but it's the same problem as relying on outsiders' intelligence. One of the Jedi died at Nesporus. Are you really doubting their loyalty? I think, Moff Paris said carefully, that as long as we continue to authorize knights who've been trained on Bastion only, Jedi who are also Imperial citizens, this is acceptable. Agreed, said the flickering hollow image of Moff Moran, who was still on Valk 7. With his homeworld close to the firing line, he appreciated any help. A mission based on Chiss intelligence and relying on Jedi magic, Moff Thane said with a sigh. This is a sad day for the Empire. I cannot approve. To start this battle plan, we need only a majority vote, Admiral Darrican said. Unless there's any more questions, I suggest we put it to the test. If put down, Admiral Fel, and I will rework our plan and present it to the Council again in short order. That was standard procedure, but they all knew the longer they dragged out mission planning, the more time the enemy had to launch another strike. Every day, every hour could be important. They'd already spent too long jumping through procedural hurdles when they should have been hurting the enemy. After looking around the table, Bastion's Moff Orange said, I believe there's no objections, so we might as well get started. The vote was as simple as Darrican calling out for ayes and nays. Davik stayed in his seat, hands clasped tight beneath the tabletop to hide his tension. Moff Moran raised his hands in approval, as did Moff Paris. When Moff Veers also signaled his support, Davik was shocked. Then he realized they'd won. When the count was called, Moff Thane wilted in his seat. I hope you gentlemen don't regret what happens here today. We voted to safeguard Imperial citizens, Moran said firmly. I don't see any cause for regret at all. You wouldn't, Thane said under his breath, then rose. Gentlemen, I have to get back to Entrala. I'm sure we'll discuss the results of this vote later. He was the first one out, and others followed, nays first. Moff Moran's whole image winked out. Davik and Darrican remained seated until the last Moff lingered at the chamber's exit. Before stepping out, Veers turned and looked down at the admirals. You're probably wondering why I voted the way I did. Davik was, but he hadn't expected Veers to confront the issue like this. Are you going to tell us? Moff Moran says he wanted to safeguard Imperial citizens, but we all know he voted the way he did because Valk 7 is too close to the edge for comfort. No one expects Moffs to make decisions out of altruism, Davik said. Veers acknowledged the dig with a faint smile. Frankly, I would have voted for just about any proposal as long as the Prefspelt sector stays secure. And as long as Admiral Graves commands the 2nd and keeps his ships at Jagged Minor, I think I could withstand just about anything. To Darrican he added, you have fine young commanders in your navy. It does you credit. The Supreme Commander responded with a curt nod. Veers looked back to Davik. That said, the warning I voiced still stands. For your sakes, gentlemen, I hope you know what you're doing. Davik hoped it too. He gave Veers another little nod, which ended things. Veers left the room without another word. Davek released breath but resisted the urge to slump in his chair. Admiral Darrican was relatively open-minded about getting help from Jedi and non-humans, but he drew the line at breaching professional decorum. "We've done everything we can do here, Admiral," the Supreme Commander said. "I suggest you prepare the quickest flight back to Orthodan." "I will." Davek pushed himself out of the chair and to his feet. "Thank you for supporting my plan, Admiral." "It's our plan now," the older man said. "Regardless of how Veers meant me to take it, he was right. I do have talented young admirals." "Thank you, sir." "Get going, Admiral Fel. You have a lot of work to do." As he walked out of the naval headquarters building, Davek's mind was already busy with all the things he'd need to do at Orthodan before the attack force launched. All the things he should do first while his shuttle was en route. But first, he knew he had to say goodbye to his family. Before going into any potential combat mission, he sought out his parents and his brother, his sons and wife, and said goodbye to them in the flesh. You could never be sure when a mission would spin radically out of control. You never knew if you'd come back. It was something he'd learned 17 years ago, and every day he counted himself lucky to be living his lesson. Jagged knew what it was like when your battle plan was approved and you had to spring into action and do 36 things at once. So he was grateful that his son spared a little time to talk before being whisked off Orthodan. He stayed the past few nights in the Fel family's condominium and slept in his old bedroom. He kept all his luggage too, which amounted to a single case, never unpacked, like officers did when their jobs had them on the move. Jagged knew that well also, but then, Davek was the son who'd always reminded him of himself. He didn't think he'd told Davek that, not in those exact words, but it was a plain thing to see. He was sure he'd never commented on the similarities Davek's wife bore to Jaina's small, dark-haired, intent and willful, snub fighter pilot and Jedi. His thoughts dwelled on them as he watched Davek and Miragia both circle around the living room, making sure they grabbed everything. "You'll be stopping by the Jedi Academy on the way, won't you?" Jag asked from his chair by the window. "Of course," said Davek. "We have to say goodbye to Roan and Vitor, and pick up Arlen. I'm sure your mother will take good care of them. She always has." Davek stopped in the center of the room, hands on his hips, and gave one last look over. "I think we're good to go." "Thank you for letting us stay here," Miragia added. She was still more formal than Jaina had ever been. But then, she was still Imperial at heart. "My pleasure. We don't get the family together as often as we should. Duty always calls," said Davek. "You know that." "I do?" Jag allowed a little sigh. "I've got a question before you go." "Of course." Jag gestured to the nearby sofa. Miragia and Davek sat down, the son closer to his father. Jag said, "Can you tell me how the vote broke down when the Moffs decided to approve the mission?" Davek recounted the conference quickly, noting who'd voted for and against. It tallied with what Jag had expected, and he said so. "I was surprised about Moff Veers," Davek added. "He was vocally critical about parts of the plan. Veers is a clever one. He knows a battle plan, either the one you made or one very like it, had to be approved on short order. If things go well, he can rightly say he voted for it. If you fail, he can rightly say he told you so. He said it was because no matter what I do, Admiral Grave will protect his sector. Which sounds true as far as it goes." "I've never understood his reputation," Miragia muttered. "Grave does well in training exercises, but he's never been in a major conflict like we have. When it comes to advancement in peacetime, it's as much about politics as demonstrated ability," Jag said. "He's from an old family. He espouses all the old Imperial pieties that make Moffs like Veers and Thane happy." "Did Veers shepherd his career at all?" Jag shrugged. "Yes and no. Grave came from Beskane, not Veers' territory, at all, but once he started getting good scores at the academy, he piqued people's interest. And he knew how to gain favors from his superiors. I'd say, regardless of their personal feelings for each other, Veers and Grave have been using each other to advance themselves." Miragia sighed. This is why I'm glad I left the military. Even the Jedi aren't free from politics, Davek pointed out. In Jedi politics, you can trust you're on the same side until the other guy's eyes start turning yellow, Jagged said. So it's a bit simpler. I do wish, Davik started, then trailed off. Say it, Miragia prodded. Through either the Force or spousal intuition, she knew what he was getting at. Davik looked at his father. After all this time, I just hoped the Empire would be different. That we'd all be on the same side, sharing the same values, working for the same purpose. Davik was 40 years old, a decorated admiral with 2 growing sons, but sometimes he still seems so young. Let me ask you a question, both of you. What is the Empire for? When neither responded, Jagged said, that's always been the question. The Empire was what Palpatine made. A Sith Lord made a cruel government in his own image and ruled like a tyrant for 25 years. That was almost a century ago, but this Imperial Remnant, and be honest, that's what it is, a remnant still exists. What is the Empire without an emperor? It's clearly something if it's lasted so long without one. But what is it? That's a hard issue, Davik muttered. It's the central one. No one's been able to find an answer and make everyone agree on it, which is why it keeps on being asked. My opinion is that the Empire is itself question. Is that exact question and has been waiting for an answer all this time? What kind of answer? Asked Miragia. Jagged shrugged. I hoped I could make the Empire more like the Alliance. More democratic, more open to outside contact, more equal for all sentience. You've accomplished that, Miragia said. You, Re-Edge, and Pelion. Things have changed drastically from the Empire my grandparents grew up in. Jack shook his head. The history books always say it was the 3 of us, but there were so many more. Governments aren't made by 3 people, or even 1. Palpatine made his empire because he had countless soldiers willing to follow orders, admirals, and moffs ready to knife each other's backs to get his favor, trillions ready to suck up his propaganda. You're saying your reforms happened because people wanted them to happen, Jack said. In a way. But people also wanted a Palpatine to rule over them because it made them feel safe. His smile was faint, right? A person's desires don't always make sense, and they're not always mutually compatible. A lot of people want to feel safe now, Miragia said, for a lot of different reasons. Different leaders provide different solutions for that. Veers and his ilk provide one. You two provide another, I think. What about avarice? Davik asked. Avarice is what she is, Jack said simply. The empires had better leaders and worse ones. Of course, I wish we had someone who could keep the Veers and Thanes to the sides and manage the Moffs better. But we have what we elected, and democracy means, in the end, that the people get the government they deserve. I said an empire without an emperor is a question waiting to be answered. The empire now is what we choose it to be. People don't always make the right choice, Miragia said. I know. But it's their choice regardless. That was the best answer I could come up with. Jag looked at his son. Of the Moffs on the council now, which one do you think is most open to nuancers? Davik frowned. You mean who's the most open to the Jedi, the Alliance? Jag nodded. I suppose I'd say Moff Moran, probably. It matched Jag's own judgment. For months now I've been trying to get Avarice to invoke the Annexes Treaty, or at least request help from more Jedi besides the ones from Bastion. She won't do anything unless she thinks the Moffs are already on her side. You'll never win over ones like Veers or Thane, but Moran, I think he's amenable, and he has allies. It helps that he's got raiders breathing down his neck. Is he still on Bastion? No, he commented into the meeting. He's on Valk 7. The man stayed close to the firing line instead of running. Jag nodded with approval. All right, I think I'll pay him a visit. Now, with that raider breath down his neck, this is the best time to ask for his support. Jagged saw the worry in Davik's eyes and added, I'll be fine. You have, what? 4-star destroyers keeping watch there. 3. He sounded like it was 3 picket ships. Then I'll be fine. He put a bony hand on his son's knee and squeezed it. Don't worry. I plan to keep meddling in Imperial politics for years to come. You're more durable than I am, Miragia said. I blame the Jedi. It was Luke Skywalker who started me on all this. Speaking of which, weren't you going to stop by the academy? That's right. Davik got to his feet. We need to get going. Jagged stood too, more slowly. I'm sorry for keeping you. No, this was a good talk. It gave me a lot to think about. Oh no. You're not going to be thinking about big questions when you've got a battle to fight. Save the abstractions for later and focus on the job in front of you. More good advice? It's what I'm here for. Do you want the lecture on raising teenage sons? Miragia piped, it's appreciated, but we don't have the time. Fair enough, Jack said, and exchanged hugs with both of them. They gathered their things. He waved them goodbye. They slipped out the door, leaving him alone in a living room that was suddenly empty and quiet. After taking a moment to gather his strength, he shuffled into his study to start reviewing Moff Moore's personal information. He said it like a joke, but it was true. Old as he was, he couldn't bring himself to stop trying to shape the Empire into something new and different from the one his father had served. Whenever he thought on his children and grandchildren, he knew it was the least he could do. I don't know how long I'll be gone, Arlen told his daughter, but until I'm back you do exactly what your grandmother tells you to. You understand? Marin rolled her eyes. Like normal, you mean? Like normal. I'm glad you're raising your kids right, Jaina said as she leaned in the doorway. Aren't I, though? Arlen smiled and mussed his daughter's hair, making her wince. He didn't want her to feel how anxious he was about the coming mission. Marin ducked her head out from under him and took a step back so she could look him in the eye. Just don't do anything dumb, Dad. Arlen snorted. Me? Why would I do anything stupid? Mom tells me stories sometimes. Your mother's one to talk. Arlen looked to Jaina for assistance. Tell her there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity. There is, the old woman said, but it can be really hard to spot. Well, that's why we have the Force. It tells us to stop ourselves before we do anything dumb, Arlen said. He wasn't sure if that was true or not, but Marin seemed to take a little comfort from it. It's time to get going, Jaina said. Davik just called. His shuttle's on his way. That was it then. Arlen put hands on his daughter's shoulders, and with a little eye roll she let him pull her close, hug her, and kiss her forehead. She disengaged quickly, and after that Arlen began to walk with his mother toward the hangar. Was I like that at her age? He asked once Marin was out of earshot. You were pretty bad. Davik was worse, actually. Really? Arlen frowned. He'd been 4 years older than his brother, and Davik hadn't spent much time around the Jedi. Their childhoods had been parallel and separate, and so had their adolescence. In some ways, he'd only started feeling close to Davik as an adult. That their children were all training to be Jedi was one factor. The closer cooperation between the Jedi Order and the Empire was another. When they reached the hangar, Arlen saw the most irrefutable proof of that. 30 Jedi had gathered, dressed in brown tunics over white robes, lightsabers at their belts. All of them had been born and trained in Imperial space, and most of them, Arlen knew, felt a personal loyalty to the government they'd grown up under. Arlen felt some of that loyalty himself, but not as much as most of the younger knights, and their patriotism was something he'd become used to if never quite comfortable with. They'd muster out soon onto different ships according to Davik's battle plan. It was very likely some of them would die. Arlen touched the spot on his side, still lightly sensitive, where the Tylonian blade had stabbed him. The thought of leaving Marin without a father terrified him, but if he wasn't willing to face danger, he couldn't call himself a Jedi. Jaina hooked her arm around his and added, Your brother said something else on the comm. It sounds like your father's going to go to Valk 7 to woo their local Moff. Arlen wanted to be surprised, but his parents, like his grandparents before them, seemed incapable of settling into retirement. What does he want from this Moff exactly? He's still trying to get the Council to invoke the Annexes Treaty and ask for help from the Alliance and the Jedi Order. It sounded like a very long shot to Arlen, but those were the kinds his father seemed to take. I guess it's worth a try. But Lobak is planning an expedition into the unknown regions anyway, isn't he? His mother nodded. For a time it had looked like Jaina herself would succeed Ben Skywalker as Grand Master of the Jedi Order, but the vote had ultimately gone on the Wookiee. Politics had played a role. Alana had just been elected head of the Alliance, and her cousin in charge of the Jedi would have had more people talking to Jedi takeover. Arlen had approved of the decision for other reasons. He trained under Lobaka and trusted the Wookiee more than any Jedi besides his mother. More, it gave Jaina a chance to spend time on Bastion with her grandchildren and husband instead of shouldering the weight of the Order on Asas. Arlen's parents would never lay down and retire, but they could at least be allowed a healthy share of breathers. A wind howled in from outside and a shuttle swooped into view. As it kicked in its repulsors and sailed through the hangar mouth, Jaina tightened her grip on her son's arm. Davik. She nodded. Whatever happens out there, take care of your brother. You know I will. As they watched the shuttle set down, he added, You're going to tell him the same thing, aren't you? Of course. She squeezed his arm a little more. It was, Arlen admitted, the way it should be. Whatever happened next, they were in it together. With everything else going on to determine the fate of the Empire, Damien Cord wondered what he was doing sitting on the edge of the Kuat system, thousands of kilometers from any planet, moon, or spacecraft. He knew it wasn't his place to ask why. He'd accepted that a long time ago. A spy had too. Still, he'd have liked to know. After reaching the system's edge, he'd set his modified Corellian freighter into a stationary position. He sent the signal and prepared himself to wait. 6 hours and a cup of caf later, just when he was starting to get truly impatient, a ship dropped out of hyperspace right behind his. He couldn't see it from the cockpit, but sensors said it was large, probably a Corvette. Wolflight trembled slightly as the tractor beam locked on. As the tractors reeled his ship in, he extended the landing gear and killed the engines. They made no attempt to contact his ship, and he made no attempt to hail him. Clearly, they didn't want the slightest possibility of a communications leak. The Corvette didn't have a large hangar, but there was just enough space on the empty deck to set Wolflight down. Damien hesitated before lowering his landing ramp and going out, then decided to tuck a single hold-out blaster at the small of his back, beneath the rim of his plain black jacket. He trusted Veers, but you could never be sure. There were only 3 people waiting for him in the empty hangar. 2 were guards and what Damien took to be a traditional Kuwaiti outfit with faceless lacquered masks hiding their faces. Each cradled a very modern blast-tech rifle in his arms. Standing in front of them was a human, probably in his 50s, with a shaved bald head and dark eyes. He was dressed in folded blue robes, belted at the waist with a gold-embroidered sash, again traditional Kuwaiti. As Damien stepped closer, he examined the face, and tried not to be obvious about it. He'd reviewed public information about important Kuwaiti personages on his way here, and he was near certain that the man standing in front of him now was Ritor of Qvolt, chairman of Kuwait Drive Yards, one of the most wealthy and powerful beings in the galaxy. In a way, it was flattering, but he was mostly intrigued. That Moff Veers would have connections this high up in KDY, a company with ties to the Empire that dated over a century, wasn't surprising. That the corporate chairman would come out here personally to hand off a data card was unbelievable, but there he was. When he stepped square in front of Ritor, the businessman didn't speak first. Damien looked him in the eye and said, "Thanks for coming to see me. I'm here to pick up a package." Ritor reached into the loose folds of his robe and retrieving a single, simple data card. "Did Moff Veers tell you who you'd be meeting?" "Not specifically." "Did he tell you what's on this card?" "No, he did not." Ritor watched him for a second, like he was sensing the truth behind Damien's thoughts. Then he asked, "Would you like to know what's on it?" To lie to this man, Damien decided, would be dangerous. He said instead, "I would, but it's not my place to ask." "You mean you're leaving it to your employer to decide?" "I'm just here to do my job." Ritor held out the data card. Veers took it and placed it in his jacket pocket. Their hands never touched. "Okay," he breathed, "is our business done here?" It is. You may lift off and depart when ready. Have a pleasant flight back to Imperial space. Days of travel, hours of waiting, and a minute of talk. He wanted to know what was on that card more than ever. But he said, "It's been good working with you." Rator nodded. Damien turned on his heel and marched back into his ship without looking back. When he dropped into the cockpit, he began warming engines immediately. When Wolflight was able, he kicked in repulsors, retracted landing gear, and sailed his ship out of the hangar. From there, it was easy to fire up the hyperdrives and fling Wolflight back toward Imperial space, toward Veers and Valera, and whatever future he'd just played a small but important part in creating. After leaving the hangar, Darth Krone marched straight to the command deck, and he watched from the viewport as the Imperial agent's ship angled away from the Kuat system and jumped to hyperspace. It was a meeting he could have sent a subordinate to do. As chairman of the board of governors and chief executive officer of the entire shipbuilding conglomerate, he wasn't lacking in employees who could keep a secret. He also wasn't lacking in disposable ones. In this case, though, it had been important to be there. Even before he'd been educated by the one Sith, he'd known not to trust other beings, not their intentions, not their competency. The alliance he struck with Corrine Veers had been based of mutual self-interest entirely. To be sure, he'd given the Moff the impression that he, too, yearned for the historic glories of Palpatine's empire, and that feigned personal rapport had helped solidify their pact. In the end, though, it was all about convenience. Veers relished a power struggle for the Imperial Remnant so badly, he was determined to bring it on himself. Darth Krone was happy to help him along. Veers wanted guaranteed control over the best of Kuat Drive Yard's new ships, especially the Super Star Destroyer nearing completion, and the data codes Krone had just given his messenger would ensure just that. For his part, Krone's aim was simple. During the Sinex Juvex Rising, Darth Zorin had led a bloody revolt against the sector's old aristocrats. That had been successful, but the larger effort to destabilize the Alliance and the Jedi had backfired. Zorin herself had been the problem. She'd been too visible, too involved, and once the Jedi learned what she truly was, they spared no effort to destroy her. When chaos came to Imperial space, they scoured for Sith Lords again. Involvement this time had to be oblique and careful. It was very helpful, Krone thought, that the Empire produced so many men in love with their own brutality. In shaping that society, Darth Sidious had done the best a Sith could hope for. "Chairman Rator, we are ready to depart," the corvette's captain behind him finally spoke up. "Should we return to Kuat now?" "Of course," Krone said. As chairman of the board of directors, he had a lot of work to do. It was why he called Veers' messenger here in the first place. "Take us in when you are ready." The captain gave the orders, and the stars panned away to face the distant but distinct glow of the system's primary star. Once Krone got back to Kuat, he'd resume the business of running the shipyards and living the life of a construction magnate, but the business of the Sith took precedence above all. He continued to work with Veers and help them off schemes any way he could. Even without his help, they'd find some reason to start killing each other. He was simply nudging them along. There was no surprise in that. It was a galaxy filled with vermin after all, and only the Sith had the power to truly rule it. The day would come when they ruled in fact. Krone looked forward to that day, whether he'd live to see it or not. Everything he did, everything Veers and his Imperials did, was part of Lord Krait's design. Chapter 8. The personal bedchamber of Princess Sarissa Lore, heir to the throne of Hapes, was one of the most secure rooms in the entire Fountain Palace. Considering that, it was probably one of the most secure rooms in the entire galaxy. The windows were thick transparent steel. They looked out on a straight cliffside drop into the ocean, and barely visible microwires connected to intruder alarms bisected the pane in both directions. The same microwires surrounded the door frame and ran a tight grid beneath the skin of the walls, floor, and ceiling. Infrared sensors scanned for body heat, and motion traps caught unnecessary movement. The air sensors were calibrated to detect any changes in the oxygen content. Even a slight rise in carbon dioxide when the room was unoccupied would trigger the alarm. The one flaw in this elaborate setup was a simple one. When Sarissa Lore entered the chamber, the infrared, motion, and atmospheric sensors all went dormant. To protect the privacy of the princess, Darth Terror supposed. Life was full of ironies. Force suggestion was something Terror had been trained at, first by the Jedi and later by the Sith. It had never been his specialty, but he could do for a small number of people for short intervals. He only had to walk alongside the princess down 3 winding corridors before they reached the door, willing her not to see him for what he was. She pressed her palm against the door scanner to be granted access. As the door slid open, revealing the marble floors, broad thick window, and hand-carved furniture, Sarissa said with afterthought, "Thank you, guard. Leave me now." She stepped through. The door slid shut behind her. Attempting to arrest its slide would trigger another alarm, so Tarek used the Force to speed him through the threshold before the door snapped shut. The split-second break in concentration was enough to clear the cloud he'd formed around the princess's mind. The girl spun around and her eyes went wide in confusion and shock. She was 2 long steps away, so Tarek used the Force to squeeze her windpipe shut. Her mouth flapped, almost comically, and a hand went to her throat. Tarek loosened his grip slightly, enough to stop her words while still allowing her to breathe. "You conspired to poison the Queen Mother," he said. "You will be delivered to her and to your death." Her mouth snapped again and wordless sound creaked out. She'd want to plead for her life, but Tarek wasn't interested in hearing. She could beg her grandmother if she wanted to, not that it would do any good on a woman who had her own daughter killed. "You will sleep now," Tarek said, and began to reach out for the girl's mind. He was suddenly repelled. A mind forced back his. Surprise loosened his grip. Then, incredibly, pain shot across his cheek as though he'd been slapped. Anger swallowed surprise. He used the Force to pick the girl off her feet and hurl her onto the bed. He was on top of her in a moment, pinning both her hands with his. He didn't need those to squeeze her throat again with the Force, but as she writhed beneath him, she managed to wheeze out, "Please, knew you'd come." He could feel that her initial panic had subsided. There was still fear, but mixed with it was a tentative hope, even a bit of triumph. He realized then that what he felt, the mind repelling his, the handless slap, had come from her. That changed everything. With her body still pinned beneath his, he relaxed the grip on her throat enough for her to gulp a necessary breath. He asked, "Do you know what I am?" The princess took 2 deep breaths before responding. "You're one of her secret allies, the ones who helped her beat the Jedi." "What do you know about us?" "Only rumors, from people who were around when my grandmother overthrew Tenno Ka. I know Jedi were killed, multiple Jedi. Jedi aren't invincible. They die like anyone else." "No, not like anyone else. It takes someone special to kill a Jedi. And my grandmother, all these years she's been in power. She has a security team, but everyone knows she has someone else too. You have to be one of them? You're clearly not happy." As she talked on, her confidence grew. He asked, "Is this what you planned all along? To draw us out?" "I was good, wasn't I?" Her eyes gleamed, she even smiled. "I made sure the investigation team wouldn't trace it back to me. She'd have to call in your people. Only they'd be able to find me." As he stared down at her proud, grinning face, Tarek didn't know if he should be fascinated or repulsed. She had the haughty arrogance of a born royal, but her actions walked the line between arrogant and reckless. In baiting him this way, she'd very clearly risked her life. The girl wasn't stupid. She clearly realized that. The satisfaction welling from her was that of someone who gambled everything and, against all odds, come out victorious. And above all else, she had the Force. Whether she knew she had it, he couldn't tell. He hadn't sensed it from her since he'd first attacked, and she defended herself in a panic, which probably meant she wasn't aware of her own power. But she did have it. The heir to the Happen throne was Force sensitive. She was right to feel triumphant. He asked again, "What do you think I am? Say it." She took another breath and said, very seriously, "I think you're a Sith." "What do you know about the Sith?" "Like the Jedi, but they're opposite. Vermin always said that about Sith, but they never understood what that meant." Sarissa was too young, and had spent all her life locked away in a society that had purged itself of apparent Force users. Your grandmother will kill you for this. Why did you seek us out? Can't you guess? You have to kill her and make me queen. Why? He needed to know her reasons. The girl's face darkened. She killed my mother? You know that. Revenge was a start, but there needed to be more. To be Sith was to serve a greater purpose. Your mother was going to kill her. The queen was defending herself. She's ruled for almost 30 years. That's long enough. She's let Hapes rot. And what are you planning to do with your hermit kingdom? Rule it me way, Sarissa hissed. Call the nobles. All the schemers like Dutch or Reschel, and all the ones that want to be like her. I can make Hapes better. He could tell she meant it. She wanted revenge for her mother. She raged at the old woman who controlled her life. But she also had a vision for Hapes. How? He asked. I just told you. Destroy the aristocrats. Give power to people who deserve it. The smartest. The strongest. My grandmother's coddled the nobles, and all Hapes has done is stagnate. Even that Jedi was a better queen. Would you open the doors and let the rest of the galaxy back inside? She waited before respond. He realized she was staring at him, evaluating him like he was evaluating her. Eventually she asked, would the Jedi come back? Do they know your kind is here? If they knew, they'd have rooted us out by now. But they suspect. They have too, after the ones you killed. Tarek granted her a nod. Her face lit brighter. Then we'll keep them out together. I'll be exactly the kind of ally you need. Queen Demia had been that for 30 years. Not a perfect ally, to be sure, but one the Sith could work with. This girl was an unknown quality. If she didn't have that untamed, unrecognized force power, he'd hand her over to Demia to be killed right away. As it was, Sarissa Lore had the power to change more than she could possibly realize. Tarek knew this matter was too great for him. He'd have to refer it to Avank and Wirelock. He already had an idea of what they'd say, but they needed to be consulted first. Only after that could he take this matter to the Queen. Then he remembered something, perhaps the most important piece. Your grandmother, he said, has collected information about us. She's programmed some of her communications arrays to send that information to the Jedi when she dies. Do you know about this? That one took her aback. She shook her head and said, no, but I can find out. I promise. Until we find those arrays and disable them, your grandmother cannot killed. Do you understand? If she dies, then the Sith go down with her, and you go down with us. She nodded seriously. I'll help you any way I can. She could help them in more ways than she could possibly imagine. He was tempted to probe if she had any idea she was force sensitive, but there was nothing to be done about that now. If she was ever to become Sith, that would be a long time from now, and there were more immediate concerns. Without moving from on top of her, he released her wrists. She held them over her chest, massaging them, staring up at Tarek without flinching. What now? She asked. Now you sleep, Tarek said, and placed a hand on her forehead. She responded on instinct, a slap back in the force, but he was ready for it and easily overwhelmed her resistance. Her eyes fluttered shut. Her head rolled to one side. She looked like a teenage girl at rest, but he knew now that she was anything but. This was as good a place as any for a long discussion with Darth Avank. Sitting on the side of the bed, watching the ocean churn under moonlight past the window, he removed the long-range comlink from his pocket and made the hail. When the Sith finally appeared, it was another clear morning. Lenore Chalk had given her report, and Demia had decided to linger on the outside walkways, watching the ocean. She'd been getting pensive. The issue with Ducha Reschel had been resolved, but the greater treason still hung above her, uncertain, waiting to be revealed. Every meal was risking death. Her nerves wouldn't last much longer, so when she turned toward the door and saw the Chiss standing behind her, black robe glaring against the white marble of the balustrade and clear blue sky, her first reaction was relief. I was wondering when you would arrive. Have you uncovered the ones who tried to kill me? Yes, the Sith said. Darth Tarek, she recalled. And you've brought them to me, alive. He gestured to the door to the vestibule. the door Lenore had passed through just 10 minutes before. They are inside. I want to talk to them first. Make sure they're responsible for everything. Of course. She felt a spike of foreboding when she looked at that door, but there was no point in stalling. All right, let me see them. Terrid went through the door first. Demia followed behind him. A gust brushed through the open doorway, furling his black cloak like a curtain, and when it curled away she could look past the Sith and see revelation. She barely noticed the young man and woman on their knees. In front of them, a pair of stun cuffs around her wrist, was her granddaughter. The practiced royal mask melted away, and Demia couldn't hide her shock. Fear and defiance warred in Sarissa's eyes. She was trembling, but she didn't kneel. Terrid walked a slow circle to come up behind the two kneeling figures. Security Officer Panel purposely omitted key information from her report to you? She did that on request of Servant Yanner Ralt, who contaminated your food supplies with poisoned items. He stepped in between them and hovered behind Sarissa's shoulder. The poisoning was done on behalf of your granddaughter. Demia took a step closer. I have to hear her say it. The young woman's pretty face twisted in a sneer. I did it. But why? Do you have to ask? Your mother, I regret what I had to do, but she left me no choice. The queen felt like she'd stumbled into a nightmare. All this time she thought she was raising Sarissa into something better than her mother. A wiser ruler, less greedy, less vicious, someone who could carry on her legacy when she was gone. She thought they loved each other. The weight of failure threatened to pull her to the floor. I thought I'd made a difference. I thought you were better than your mother. I tried to make you better. I tried so hard. Don't apologize, Sarissa sniffed. Her voice quaked now, but with fear or anger Demia couldn't tell. Just kill me like you did my mother. Get it over with. Demia didn't have the strength to do it again. She forced herself to stand in the courtyard and watch as the firing squad had executed Mellor. Her life had never been the same after that. Any pleasure in ruling had been inevitably poisoned. A second time would kill her as surely as Sarissa's poisons. She realized she was crying. Her old gnarled hands dried her old sagging face. Still hovering behind Sarissa, red eyes glowing above the crown of her head like a scarlet halo, Darth Terris said, "What will we do with the traitors?" Of course he knew. They all knew and waited for her to make it official. They were torturing her with their eyes. She blinked wetness away and looked down. You know what to do? Say it, the Sith commanded. In a weak and hollow voice she said, the penalty is death. A humming blade appeared in the Sith's hand, red-tinted white. He took 2 steps back, flicking his wrist as he did so. 2 heads rolled in opposite directions and 2 bodies, already on their knees with hands bound back, tipped forward so the scorched stubs of their necks touched the clean white floor. Demia looked up. Her granddaughter was still on her feet. Sarissa trembled. When she met her grandmother's eyes there was no fear but no regret. The lightsaber shrunk to nothing and disappeared in the Sith's sleeve. He stepped up to Sarissa again, this time hovering behind her left shoulder. He looked at Demia and said, "What will you tell your people about her?" She hadn't even thought to care. Every happy noble knew what Mellor had done, and the fate she'd been given. Demia had wanted to make an example of the daughter who'd plotted murder and treason. She'd been younger then, stronger and crueler, less sick of ruling. I can't do it again, she said aloud. Then you'd let her go. For a second the option sounded so sweet, so tempting. Not forgiveness, but something else. A banishment, perhaps, as close to amnesty as she could allow. But then she looked into her granddaughter's eyes, defiant in a way they'd always been but she never wanted to see. All of this was a tragedy of her own making. If she didn't end what she'd begun, she'd be an even more pathetic ruler than she already was. With effort, she shifted her eyes to the chiss. You know I can't do that. So will you tell your people your granddaughter also sought your life? Will you disgrace her too? She wagged her head. I can't. Then you'll tell them something else. That she died in an accident. That would be a small mercy. The others would look at her in sympathy instead of contempt. She might even be able to hide her shame. She'd have to keep the illusion. She sniffed. Yes. We can't tell them that. Very well, Terry said, then reached up to wrap his palm over Sarissa's face. The princess opened her mouth to scream, but before sound could come, blue lightning jumped out from the Chiss's hand. It ran up and down her like an electric current. Her whole body shook and her half-covered face contorted in a soundless scream. It lasted for only a few seconds, but Sarissa's death seemed to take forever. Demia's mind fell back 30 years to the moment she'd watched Darth Zorn scald that Jedi woman until her skin curled clear and muscle charred against visible bone. The falling had drawn out the agony as long as possible, savoring it like a true sadist. Before that moment, Demia had never truly understood what the Sith were and what they could do. Only when they'd been joined together for the rest of her life had she realized. Darth Tarot was merciful in comparison. When the lightning stopped, he pulled his hand away. Sarissa dropped on the floor between them. The Chiss stood over the princess, looking at Demia and wordlessly asking if she were satisfied. The old queen's trembles were too much. Her legs gave out beneath her and she fell to the floor more softly than expected. She bent over Sarissa's body and reached out cautiously, afraid some lightning might jump to her fingers, but nothing came. She pulled black hair free from her granddaughter's face. It was smooth, pretty, almost peaceful, like the child she'd been. Corruption had taken her before she'd ever had a chance. That was the fate of those born princess of Hapes. Demia understood that now. It should have been obvious all along. If she'd known triumph would cost her this much, she would have let that damn Jedi, which keep the happen throne. The price was too high, too high. With a hint of softness, maybe even sympathy, the Sith said, I will take the body. What? Blinking, she looked up at that hood-shadowed face, those glowing inhuman eyes. He bent low and picked Sarissa up in both arms. Without waiting for Demia, he started for the door. The old woman pushed herself off the marble, knees aching and arms trembling, and staggered onto the balcony just in time to see Darth Tarot lift Sarissa's body over the balustrade and let go. Demia wasn't fast enough to see it hit the water. When she came up beside Tarot and looked down, there was only rock plunging into water and the white crash of waves. Wait an hour, maybe two, the Sith said. Then send searchers for her body. It will be easy to claim she drowned. An accident, like you wanted. He was right. It was the easiest way. She remembered the other two bodies in the room behind them, heads cleaved off by lightsabers, but those would be easy to dispose of. They had been nothing people anyway. Sarissa was different. Just an hour ago she'd been a queen's pride and promise. Now she was an open wound that would bleed Demia to death, sooner or later. This just stayed where he was beside her, unmoving. When Demia steadied herself, she looked him in the eyes and asked, well, are you expecting me to thank you? After a moment he said, no. Just remember, we've held up our side of the agreement. I won't forget this. He took her every meaning with a nod. He stepped for the door. It slid open, revealing the remaining bodies. He glanced over his shoulder and said, I will leave the rest to you. Then he stepped through, the door closed, and he was gone. Demia bent against the railing, hands on cold marble. She didn't have the strength to stand on her own. She stared down the long drop into the ocean, the waves, and eternal water that had always given her comfort. Now even those were ruined for her. Even as she hated that place, she stayed there for a long time. She didn't want to go back into the palace. She didn't feel like a queen any longer, just an old woman, more alone than ever. The Nova cruisers and flight control stations over Hapes were designed to intercept any unwanted visitor to the throne world. But even they were unable to spot the single small spacecraft, black as space and shaped like a flying wing, as it soared clear of the fountain palace, pierced through the clouds, climbed out of orbit, and finally began its course through the Hapes clusters winding hyperspace lanes back to Shidu Mod. To Darth Tarot, it was a strange experience. 17 years ago, this same vessel had carried a Jedi apprentice named Ranwark Sapla to the secret Sith world. Like Sarissa lore, that boy had had no idea of the horror and power that awaited him there. It had all gone easier than expected. A show of lighting and temporary force-induced stoppage of the princess' breathing had been enough to convince the old queen that her granddaughter was dead. As planned, Darth Kikit had been waiting in the cliffs beneath the palace to catch her body before it fell into the violent waves. By the time Tarrant had found his way back to the hidden hangar where Intruder had docked, the young woman had already been strapped down inside the ship's cockpit and the bearable Sith Lord waiting outside, long-toothed and slit-eyed reptilian face as fearsome as it had been all those years ago when he'd been the prisoner and Kikit his captor. Though Darth Avank had been the one to forge Ranwarng Sapla into Darth Tarrant, the Chiss still looked on Kikit as the one who'd ushered him onto the path of the dark side. 150 kilos but still lightning fast, armed with natural teeth and claws in addition to twin short-blade lightsabers, Kikit was the one Sith's most fearsome living weapon. Even now, Tarrant felt disconcerted to be with him in Intruder's cockpit. When they entered hyperspace, Tarrant pushed out of his seat and looked to the back of the cockpit. The Happen Princess was stirring at last. She pushed herself upright on the couch and blinked her eyes. They settled on Tarrant first, then Kikit. A spike of fear shot out of her, but she stifled it, on her face and in the Force. She indeed had a natural, unconscious talent, but it would take a lot of punishment to forge her into a Sith. He didn't bother to ask how she felt. Even the short burst of lighting he'd given her would send aftershocks of pain through her system for hours. That was fine. To be a Sith was to use pain as a tool. She had better start learning now. The first thing Sarissa asked was, "Does she think I'm dead?" "I made sure of it," Avank said. She shifted in her seat and her eyes lingered on Kikit. "Am I going to get introductions?" "Darth Kikit," the bearable said simply. "And we're going to your planet now, aren't we?" "Shidu Mod." "That's right," said Tarrant. She held her hands up, examining them like they were something new. "You really think I have your Force?" "You do?" Tarrant said. "But it will take much training for you to become a Sith." "I want to become Queen of Hapes," she said, haughty and regal despite her circumstances. "You will become a Sith first, or you will die?" Her eyes narrowed. "I already gave you what you wanted. A list of the transmission centers where my grandmother keeps her message for the Jedi. She might change locations or add another array. You should kill her now before she has the chance. It's the safest thing." "She is impatient," Kikit his disapproval. "She's young," said Tarrant. "I'm not a child," she glared. Tarrant believed her. "You are not a princess anymore. Do you understand? The princess is dead. You may be queen one day, but you are a Sith apprentice now." She looked at her hands again. "You said the Force can give me power to remake things the way I want them to be. With the dark side you can bend everything to your will," said Kikit. "But only if you truly embrace it." When she looked back at the bearable she said, hard and determined at last, "Then I'll do it. Teach me to be a Sith. I'm not afraid." Well, she was. He could feel that, frightened and resigned and resolved all at once, and above all hungry to be more than what she was. Not a child, not an adult, burning with an inner need. She reminded him of himself as he'd been when Kikit had ended his first life and begun a new one. Until that moment, his mission on Hapes had been a bothersome duty reluctantly fulfilled. Now he understood the Force had been with him all this time. It was putting an opportunity before him, and he'd be a poor Sith not to take it. He'd have to argue to get his way from Avank and Wirelock, of course, but he'd done that before. In the years since he'd been introduced to the dark side, not by Kikit or Avank, but ultimately by Darth Zorin herself on Veridan, he had always been a student. Now it was time to be a teacher. Chapter 9. Before he'd passed into the Force, Jade's grandfather had told her a lot about the world where he'd grown up. Luke Skywalker had said that his younger self had felt trapped on his uncle's moisture farm and longed for greatness far beyond. The greatness he'd gotten, often at high price, but he said that sometimes he found himself looking back at his restless youth on Tatooine with nostalgia. At least then he'd been innocent. Jade had been through too much to be innocent, but her life on Fingrin reminded her a lot of her grandfather's stories of Tatooine. She and Jadram worked crops on their small plot of land just as young Luke Skywalker had gathered moisture on his. Their home was even more simple than what he'd grown up with. There was no utility garage to park their land speeder, only a wood-walled shed. The house was a single building, 2 stories, with just enough space for 2 adults and 2 children not to get on each other's nerves. The household's equipment was rudimentary in other respects. It lacked, for example, a long-range transmitter then connected to the HoloNet. Most of the homesteads on Fingren had similarly modest equipment, and Jade hadn't wanted to put her family in a position of visible superiority over the other people on this planet. It was for that same reason that she refused the planetary governor's offer to provide a home. To earn the trust of normal beings, Jedi had to live like them, with them. And this meant that when Jade and Jadram weren't settling disputes in unity and justice trials, they lived like farmers. Like her grandfather, a long time ago. She'd taken to it surprisingly well, and so had Jadram, but sometimes the inconvenience is grated. When someone needed to talk to her, an alert was routed to their short-range comm beacon at their homestead, and from there Jade had to ride the speeder into the nearest major settlement and use its interstellar transmitter. The town was the second largest one on Fingren and the most populous on its southern hemisphere. It was much tamer than Mos Eisley back on Tatooine. Its sprawling spaceport facilities mostly hosted unarmed and light-crewed cargo ships that touched down to fill their kilometer-long holds with grain and foodstuffs. Jade knew one of those was scheduled to come in today, but she saw no sign of it as she maneuvered her land speeder to the communication center. Its transmission dish rose on a tower at the spaceport's edge like a beacon, visible from well outside the town. The staff at the comm station treated her with deference as they led her to a console and private booth. When she sent out her response to the hailing signal, she had to wait for almost 5 minutes before the connection went through. Apparently, she'd caught her cousin at a bad time. When Elena's holoimage appeared before her, the older woman was beaming a calm smile. "It's good to see you again, Jade. I hope I didn't interrupt anything." "Not at all," she said. Rebuilding Senexjuvex into a working member of the Alliance had been the primary challenge of Alana's term as Chief of State. After stepping down from that position and into her new hybrid role as a bridge between the Alliance and the Jedi Order, she was still Jade's main contact to the galaxy outside Fingren. "I heard about your latest arbitration," Alana began. "Fingren's governor called me to express his appreciation." "I'm glad." Jade knew she hadn't called just for that, but decided to keep the small talk up just a little. "Are you still on Coruscant?" "For now, yes, but I'll be heading back to Asa soon." Alana's expression grew serious. "I don't want to be too alarming, but your presence might be required there too." She'd been expecting something like that. "Does this have to do with those raiders chopping up Imperial space?" "That's right. What have you heard?" "That some Jedi helped the Imperial stop the latest convoy attacks. I heard Davek planned it that way." "He did. Arlen and Miragia were there." After a short hesitation, she added, "Arlen was injured, but he's all right now." Jade fought a wince. Her simple life on Fingren, part-time farmer and part-time judge, had allowed her a peace of mind she'd never had before, but it still took her away from the people she cared about. Arlen had helped train her as a Jedi, both before and after her father's death. She'd always believed she'd feel it in the Force if he were killed, but when he'd been injured she hadn't sensed a thing. Jade tried to put her mind on the future. Did the Imperials request more Jedi help after that? Alana shook her head. "They're Imperials, Jade. Very prideful. They haven't requested help from the Alliance either. Jaina thinks they'll use the Jedi based on Bastion as much as they can and leave it at that." "Then what will you need me for? Or is it us?" "That's what I wanted you to think about. Grandmaster Lobaka knows that it's important for the Jedi to keep a presence in Senexjuvex. He hasn't decided whether to recall Jedi for an operation, but if he does, he wants either you or Jadram to be a part of it. Which of you goes is something we've agreed to leave to you." "But what would we do exactly?" "There's some indication these attacks are being commanded by a pair of beings, a king and queen, supposedly somewhere in the unknown regions. If this turns into a large-scale invasion, a war, the Jedi will go into uncharted space and investigate. Since there's no law or government in those systems, we won't have to act on invitation. like we would in Imperial or Alliance space. You have a knack for politics. No, just a grasp of reality. She sighed. So you want one of us to sign up for an unknown mission in unknown space, while the other one sits here and takes care of the kids. They're both important jobs. I know. When do you want an answer from us? There's no timeline yet. We might not even request you at all. Davek's putting together a battle plan that's supposed to blunt these attacks. Right now you and Jadram need to think about it. That's all. All right. We will. Is there anything else? Not at the moment, but I'll call again either way. A little smile creased Alana's lips. If I were you, I'd invest in a long-range transmitter for your house. None of the farmers on Fingern own one. They all use the central facility. We're not in the court, you know. I know. It would be convenient, that's all. Jay shook her head. I remember something Grandpa Luke told me once. He wanted there to be a Jedi on every street corner. Jedi interacting with normal beings all over the galaxy, living like them. That's what I'm trying to do. I think he'd be proud of you in more ways than one. Jade looked askance. She'd never been good with flattery. Thanks. Alana snorted amusement. I'll talk to you again, Jade. Understood. May the Force be with you. When the signal ended, Jade released another sigh and left the comm station. She wasn't looking forward to tonight's conversation. Jadram, she knew, would insist on going himself. Nat would ask questions that demanded too many answers, and Cole would sit in his high-bottom chair, watching the rest of his family with wide-open eyes, and that took in everything and, Jay sometimes suspected, understood them better than a 3-year-old had any right to. As she walked across the yard toward her speeder, the heard a roaring in the sky, the signal of that cargo ship coming into land. She didn't look up until she realized that roar had a higher pitch than it was supposed to. The roar became a stutter, and she arched her head back to see a clear blue sky. She looked around and saw other people staring up too, alarmed and confused. A few were pointing and followed their stabbed fingers. A ship was approaching from a distance, coming in over the sprawling farmlands around the settlement at a faster speed than it should have. It was still far off, still small, but she could see the corona of its engine flares flickering madly. When she saw a ton of flame lash out from one engine, she sprinted for the spaceport control tower not far from the transmission station. She normally hated using force suggestion on innocent beings, but in this case she needed to get through the secured zone as fast as she could. By the time she got to the traffic control center, the staff was all bleeding tension in the force. The first thing she heard as she stepped through the door was someone say, altitudes at 2,800 meters and dropping fast. Deceleration. Another voice asked. Negative. They can't land at their speed, scowled an older human who looked to be the flight control chief from the pips on his collar. Hail them. Tell them to break off. No response, sir. They're coming in hot. They'll tear through the whole town. Jay scampered across the platform toward the observation tower's broad viewports, and only then did her presence register with the panicked staff. Miss, the control chief called. What the hells do you think you're? Someone else grabbed him hard by the arm. Sir, it's her. She barely heard them. She stood with both palms pressed against the cold glass, looking out at the sprawl of the settlement, the broad blue sky, and the growing shape of the freighter as it approached, trailing flame. She took less than a second to burn the sight into her mind. Then she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let herself sink into the force. It was a paradox that had been so hard for her growing up. When you drew on the force, you used it to enact your will, but to successfully do it, you had to surrender your will and let yourself dissolve into the immensity that was the galaxy's invisible unifying power. Letting go without losing your purpose was hard enough, but once she finally learned to do that, the worst part had come. In letting go, she let herself fall into something that was vast and great and powerful beyond comprehension, and it had felt like she was being swallowed by agony. To touch the force had been to touch her earliest memory of it, the horrible death of her mother at the hands of Darth Soren. Every time she'd used the force, she felt some of that pain, and the more she'd used, the greater the pain. That was a long time ago, barely a memory. Now she fell without thought, without effort. She let herself be subsumed into the great invisible power that resonated with the final moments of her father. As Ben Skywalker's life had dissolved into the Force, he left her warmth and strength and a love that would never pass away, and this was the power she drew from without hesitation. She surrendered to the power, and the power surrendered to her, and they joined together like a tide to swell beneath the crashing ship. They caught it, slowed it. Its great careening speed and massive bulk was almost too much. As she stood before the glass, eyes still closed, her breathing grew fast, sweat dampened her face, and her hands began to tremble. She didn't release or give in. She didn't worry. She didn't think. She made herself into a conduit for the great river of power that held the cargo ship over the town, then lowered it onto the long stretch of the landing platform. It was not a soft impact. As the great spacecraft's belly careened into the paved permacrete stretch, the impact sheared off metal plating and sent out sprays of friction sparks. The heavy craft rebounded from impact, bounced up, and smashed down a second time. That collision was enough to knock his power generator out of alignment. The out-of-control engines finally died. The hauler screamed across the landing zone to its very edge, where the nose of his cockpit control section impacted against the spaceport's high barrier walls with a mild crunch. Then it was over. Jade's eyes opened. Strength left her body, and she crumpled to the floor. Panting hard, she tried to grab the glass for purchase, but it slipped away from her. Palms left long streaks of sweat as she fell. She was surrounded by people, but all she could make out was a forest of trouser legs. Finally, the gruff and gray-haired control chief squatted in front of her and put a hand against her face. His fingers were icy cold against her cheek. She savored the touch. "Master Jedi," he said, then froze. He didn't know what to say. Someone behind him reported, "Emergency team on the tarmac now." "Comm line established," someone else called. "The team reports minor injuries only, sir." The controller's face relaxed into a relieved smile. "Thank you, Master Jedi. That was amazing. I don't know how many lives you just saved." The river inside her was dwindling down to a trickle. Her breathing stabilized, and the shaking stopped. All that was left was an exhaustion greater than any toll physical exertion could take. She found the power to reach up and cup the hand on her cheek, then smiled back. "Just doing my job," she said. By the time Jade got back to their home, Jagged had already heard. When she stepped through the door, she still looked faint from the exertion, but she smiled and told him not to worry, surely knowing she couldn't stop him from doing just that. "I didn't even think as I did it," she told him later that night, after dinner, after they'd finally put both sons to bed. "I just let it happen. I heard that ship burst its engine on some space debris coming through orbit. If it had crashed down in the middle of town. It didn't. Because you didn't let it happen." She sighed and leaned against him. Their bedroom on the second story of the house was dark except for the glow of their bedstand lamp. "Sometimes you just know what to do. The Force moves you, and you move in the Force." He knew what she meant. The philosophy of surrender to the Force, and by surrender using it, was at the core of what all Jedi were taught. He'd experienced moments like that too, where he felt like he got just a little bit closer to the unifying oneness at the heart of the universe, but he knew, without a doubt, that he'd never have been able to do what his wife had this afternoon. The reason was obvious. Some beings had an innately stronger connection with the Force than others. Jagged's father Dorn was a Jedi. His Aunt Jasmine had trained for a little while, then washed out because as hard as she tried, she simply wasn't strong enough. Jagged was strong enough to be a knight like his father, but his raw abilities would never match Jade's. To be a Skywalker was to inherit a natural power few Jedi could comprehend. Sometimes that power frightened him. He didn't know what it would mean for his sons. Jade's father and grandfather had lost and suffered deeply even as they built the Jedi Order into the 1,000-strong organization it was today. Both her parents had died fighting Sith. Jade was gentle by temperament. She always had been, and it was what had attracted him since they were teenage apprentices together. Perhaps because of what it had cost her family already, she showed no ambition to lead the Jedi Order. What she wanted was what Jagged wanted, to lead a simple life, raise their sons, and be a Jedi all the while. But sometimes, after getting unexpected reminders of just what a Skywalker could do, he wondered how long the Force would really let her remain what she was now. "There's something else," she said out of nowhere. Her tone was serious and he stiffened. "What do you mean?" "I was in town to take a call from Atlanta." Oh, that's right. He'd forgotten amidst all this. She was relaying a request from Lobacca. If the Jedi decide to mobilize and send people into the unknown regions, he'll want one of us to go. One of us. He frowned. "Our choice," she said. In the low light, her green eyes looked big and deep. "It's important to keep one Jedi here, doing what we're supposed to be doing. And let's be honest, Fingering doesn't need two arbiters anymore." "I was thinking more about Nat and Cole." "I know." She found his hand atop the bed sheets and squeezed it. "And I know what you're thinking." "Of course you would. We don't know what's going on in the unknown regions. It's going to be dangerous no matter what. The boys, they'll need us both." He wanted to tell her, they'll need a Skywalker. He found himself aching to go, not least because the thought of raising the boys without her was too awful to bear. "This is all hypothetical," she said. "We shouldn't try and decide right away." "You're right. We should sleep on it. For a night or two," she said softly and squeezed his hand again. "To be honest, I'm still a little tired." "Are you sure you'll be okay?" "I'll be fine by morning. Don't worry about me. Today was just a little hectic." Understatement was another thing Jade was good at. When they turned out the light and lay down together, he rolled onto his side and watched her stir slightly, then go still. She fell asleep quickly, like she deserved to. Jadram spent a long time watching the slow rise of her chest and the curves of her face, faint in the moonlight drifting through their window. It took a long time to clear his mind and surrender to sleep, but eventually he did. Growing up, Alana had spent as much time aboard the Millennium Falcon as she had in the Fountain Palace. Her grandfather's old tramp freighter had been about as far away from royal splendor as possible, and she liked to think the clashing settings had made her pragmatic and adaptable. As an Alliance senator, she'd mostly traveled from system to system in an elegant emerald-hulled Happen shuttle. As chief of state, she'd used a variety of official craft depending on the situation, all of them on the high end up upscale. Now that she'd settled into her Jedi ambassador role, she did more traveling than ever, and she was back to the Happen ship she'd used as senator. It was somewhat appropriate, then, that she spent the long hyperspace ride from Coruscant to Asus reviewing the latest bits of news to have trickled out of the closed-off consortium. As Alana was busy with her other duties, the intelligence-gathering operation was managed by Tanith Zell. Tall and red-haired like her late mother Taryn, she spent most of her time on the colony the Happen exiles had been granted in mid-rim, but she stopped by Coruscant to personally deliver the latest report to Alana, and was now riding out with her to the Jedi world. The younger woman sat patiently in the shuttle's crew lounge, and waited for Alana to finish reading the report. When she was done, Alana put the datapad in her lap and asked, "Are you sure we can't get any more details on this?" Tanith crossed her arms over her chest. "I don't think there are any more details to get. Our sources are close. They've gotten the best information anyone could." Tanith had been managing their spies inside the cluster for years, and Alana no longer knew the specific names or positions of any of them. That was the best for operational security, but right now it left her in the dark and she didn't like it. How old was Sarissa Lore? 17. That was too young to die, no matter who your grandmother was. And how was she when Mellor, died? She was 7 years old when her mother was executed, so she was essentially raised by her grandmother. Alana restrained a frown. Tanith had been about the same age during the Sith coup on Hapes that had claimed her parents' lives. Jace Skywalker had been 5. Losing parents early had hurt both girls deeply. In some ways, Sarissa Lore must have hurt even worse, because she was raised by the one who'd ordered her mother killed. "I suppose it could have been an accident," Alana said. "Or a suicide. Or something else." "When she executed her daughter, the Queen made a show of it," Tanith said. "This is very different. From her last report, they still haven't found the princess body. But they're sure she fell into the ocean. The report suggests that, but it's all very unclear. I'm sure the rumor mill in the court's more active than ever. Alana sighed. These reports say the queen's been in seclusion. Is she planning to have some kind of funeral? A memorial ceremony if they don't find the body? Our sources have no idea. It sounds like nobody, not even the courtiers, know. Which lets more and more rumors spread. Exactly? All we can say for sure is that Princess Sarissa is gone. Alana tapped the edges of the datapad. Do you think this could be part of some kind of plot? The queen has no successor now. If she's gone, there will be a power struggle. It could get very nasty unless someone's already jockeyed to take over. If she's smart, she'll name a successor fast, just to keep the knives out of her back, Tanith said. And whatever else she is, deem me Allura smart. A question was pregnant between them, so Alana decided to say it aloud. If the queen dies without a successor, what do you think we should do? Tanith was usually quick to give her opinion. Now she hesitated, which meant she wasn't sure of the right answer. It's been almost 30 years, she said eventually. A whole generation has grown up on new hapes that never saw the homeworld at all. But they still want to go there someday. Tanith, who could barely remember hapes herself, nodded firmly. Parents pass beliefs to their children. If anything, the younger people are the most convinced that someday we should take back what was stolen from us. Do you think there'd be opportunity in a succession struggle? In theory. If a duchy comes out on top who favors letting the exiles back in, letting you and your mother, and the Jedi in, then yes, it's possible. Alana smiled bitterly. But not very. No. The queen purged your family's allies very effectively. Not so effectively, they didn't have intel sources, but spying was very different from statecraft. Given the people we have on the ground now, how much do you think we could affect things if it came to a succession struggle? That's a hard question. I'd have to think about it. Maybe get in contact with our people inside the consortium. I understand. There's no rush, but I'd like to have some idea. Of course. Tanith paused, then asked, if Jedi teams go into the unknown regions, do you plan on joining them? The change in topic was sudden, but not unexpected. If Grandmaster Lobaka asks me to, I will. But do you think it's unlikely? I think it's definitely possible. I'll keep that in mind. Alana leaned forward. You've been putting more effort than anyone into keeping track of things on hapes. If an important decision needs to be made, and my mother and I aren't immediately available, you should be ready to take it yourself. She blinked. You're still Princess of Hapes, and your mother is still Queen. Alana didn't know when she stopped believing in that, but it had been a while ago. Tanith, though, spoke with full conviction. Alana had lived on Hapes long enough to know its many ugly sides and felt some of the loneliness and alienation that had driven her mother into a hidden affair with her father in the first place. For Tanith, Hapes was an ideal and a goal, given just enough definition by childhood memory to seem attainable. If the day ever came when the exiles could go back to Hapes, Alana and her mother wouldn't lead the return. Tanith and her generation would, and after spending all their lives in the Alliance, they'd bring back new and foreign ideas that would change the consortium's ossified aristocracy forever. Alana wanted that day to come, not for herself but for Tanith, and all the Happens living under a murderous queen propped up by Sith. She said, I'm not as young as I used to be. My mother certainly isn't, and we both have other responsibilities besides. I don't want to take away your authority. You already have, but that's a good thing. You need to be ready to take more of it. She gave Tanith a little smile. I think you will handle it just fine. Tanith looked away, embarrassed. It was a rare expression on her, and it faded quickly into determination. That was good, Alana thought. Whatever happened on Hapes would happen. She'd long ago resigned herself to having little effect there. What needed her attention now was uncharted space. There were mysteries and dangers hidden there to which Hapes could never to compare. Chapter 10. The moment the Imperial attack fleet reverted to real space and the tactical reports started coming in, Jagged Fel knew something was off. Since getting the intelligence from the chips pointing to major marshalling points for the raiders, they'd sent several TIE Stalker sorties on reconnaissance sweeps. The stealth ships had confirmed the raiders were massing in the expected areas, and had taken readings of the ships present. Though most of them were of unfamiliar type, the sorties had at least provided a basic idea of what threats they'd be facing. The TIE Stalkers had never lingered long. There was no telling how perceptive the sensors on these unfamiliar raider ships might be. The last recon flight to this gathering point had come just 3 hours before Davek took his fleet over the border, and in that time something had clearly changed. "How many ships are we seeing here?" Davek asked the tactical lieutenant aboard his flagship, the 8-kilometer-long Legator-class Star Destroyer Afshi Makati. "Our count is 38, sir." Davek fought a frown. The last recon flight had reported over 80 ships. They'd brought more than enough to take on the ships present, but the other must have gone somewhere else. That he had no idea where was immediately worrying. But they were here, and the raider fleet, a mismatched assemblage of Tylonian, Palshoran, Vagary, and more, were breaking their already loose formation to hurl themselves at the newly arrived Imperial fleet. Whatever kind of fight this was, it was on. Tell all ships to begin attack pattern crash. Move to encircle. Tell our interdictors to get their gravity wells online, full strength. The comm officer reported, "Sir, they're throwing up a jamming field. Heavy duty, blocking all our holo signals." He looked back to tactical. "Can you pinpoint the source?" "Working on it, sir." "Comm, can we get a line with the other ships?" "No holo signals. Looks like we can still send data packages on tight beams." Text-based messages were better than nothing. "Do it. My orders still stand." Tactical, find out where the jamming is coming from. "Comm, what about long-range transmissions?" "All blocked, sir." The situation reeked of a trap. Maybe the raiders had spotted the TIE Stalkers. Maybe they'd intercepted transmissions. The deck shuddered slightly, and he felt relief. The interdictors had brought up their gravity wells, preventing hyperspace travel anywhere near the battle zone. If the enemy wanted to launch an encircling ambush, they'd be wrenched out of lightspeed well clear of the Imperial fleet. But if they'd been plotting a trap, they would have known he'd bring interdictors with him. Nothing here added up, unless they wanted to trap him here while the rest of the fleet took action elsewhere. Davek fought a swear and asked tactical, "Have we pinned down the source of the jamming yet?" "I think so, sir." "Out with it." "There's a large Palshoran ship at the rear of their line. It looks to be the source." Davek glanced at the tactical holo, where a red circle now marked a large red marker. The first Imperial gunships and frigates were beginning to engage the enemy. Swarms of Tylonian drone fighters and fast Vagary attack ships were throwing themselves at the encircling Imperial line without slowing down. "Launch our fifth interceptor wing," Davek said. "Then give the Jedi squadrons clearance. Tell them to target that Palshoran ship and destroy it." Arlen Fel would have much rather been behind the helm of his personal ship, the Starlight Champion. TIE fighters had never been his style, not even the new TIE sabers his sister-in-law had insisted the Jedi acquire. Miracia's squadron launched first from Makati's hangar and soared toward the flecks of explosions marking the beginning of the fight. They got in instructions from Davik: destroy the ship putting up the jamming field. Arlen was all too eager to comply. Right now he couldn't even speak to his other pilots on their comm line. The Jedi pilots had to rely on the Force to communicate and guide each other, which was hard enough in a combat situation, especially when you were behind the stick of a half-familiar starfighter. The first part was easy. They did just as ordered, punching toward the initial wave of swarming Tylonian drone ships and through it. Davek had been quite clear: their goal was to get to that jamming source and destroy it and stop at nothing along the way. TIE sabers were fast, almost as swift as the TIE X's now tangling with the drones, with much better shields. Flak and stray laser blasts buffeted Arlen's ship without breaking it as he plunged past the first wave. Miracia's squad was up front. They dodged and weaved around enemy ships with impressive agility, blowing up a few drones as they kept their straight vector toward the jamming ship. Arlen could, just barely, Fel Empire controlled intent through the force meld that joined all 24 Jedi pilots. One advantage to having enemies that barely coordinated their attacks was that they didn't coordinate defense either. 24 TIE sabers should have caused the raiders to scramble a better response, but instead Marasia's squad blew through a cluster of unfamiliar starfighters and kept going. Arlen's squad flew in right through the gap. A few more of those ships gave chase, and Arlen sent a thought through the force meld, telling the rear pilots to break off and deal with them while the rest kept the charge. To his relief and slight surprise, his pilots got the message and did exactly as ordered. His scanners, at least, still read clearly. The Palshoran jamming vessel was coming up now. Arlen kicked his fighter forward, dared Sin and reckoned Schultz staying close behind either wing. He felt an instruction from Miragia ripple through the force, too vague to comprehend, but then he saw that it hadn't been meant for him at all. Her squadron formed a tight formation that charged straight at the Palshoran ship and opened fire. Arlen told his pilots to do the same as double torpedo volleys impacted on the ship's shields. Marasia's pilots scattered, drawing anti-fighter to red fire away from the second set of attackers. Arlen's squad aimed right for where the shields were already weakened. As he peeled away, drawing to red fire of his own, he spotted his twin torpedoes impact on the shuddering forward shields. As he wheeled around, he felt an urge of elation that meant someone else's must have gone through. That sensation was the signal Miragia had been waiting for. Her pilots had already reformed on the rear of the Palshoran ship and were launching their second attack wave, this one taking as aft shields. Explosions burst through the engine section, and the remaining thrusters flickered before going dark. Miragia kept calling for attack in the force. Arlen swung his fighter around and saw that others from his squad were already taking whatever shots they could get. He popped off 2 more torpedoes and saw them tear fiery holes in the ship's midsection before pulling away. All of a sudden his comm board lit up. He flicked it on, get a burst of static in his ear, then heard Davek say, "Jedi pilots, the jamming field is down." "Repeat, the field is down. Form back in." Davek's voice turned into an electric scream, and for a second Arlen thought his brother was under attack. Then he checked his comm line and saw that another jamming field had been thrown up. "They're gonna make us do this all day," he muttered to himself. Another light on his console came on, a text-based message, tight beam to his ship. He pulled himself clear of the battle zone and tapped the button to bring the message onto the heads-up display built into his helmet. "Will drop drag field 30 seconds. Take flight. Get out and contact others. Suspect attack somewhere." Gravity wells couldn't be taken down and thrown up easily. The fastest shutdown startup procedure would drain power from all other systems on an interdictor cruiser and still take close to 10 minutes. In that time, the Imperial fleet would be vulnerable to attackers dropping out of hyperspace. If Davik was going through all that much trouble and taking the risk, he must have been really worried. When they'd arrived to find a smaller fleet than expected, Arlen's first thought had been relief, but then, he was just a Jedi. His brother was the Admiral. The clock was already counting down. Arlen sent a message to Sin and Schultz in the Force, not just telling but ordering them to fall in. Their 2 fighters peeled away from the crippled Palshoran ship, and he checked his scanner. Tight beam transmissions, non-holo and non-audio, seemed to be possible, so he tapped out an order on his console, linking his nav computer with theirs. When the interdiction field went down, Arlen sent 2 signals in the Force, simple enough to be clear. To his Jedi wingman he sent, "On my mark." To Miragia he sent, "I have to go." Her response was understanding. Davik had almost certainly sent her a message too. Arlen's nav computer reported a course plotted that would take them well clear of the battle zone. From there he could fall back to Imperial space and call for help, or information, or whatever it was Davik needed to know. Whatever it was, he figured he'd know when he found it. He sent the signal to his 2 pilots, then pulled the throttle and threw himself into hyperspace. As best as Jagged could remember, he hadn't been on Valk 7 in almost 50 years. He'd been so young then, though he hadn't felt it at the time, burdened as he'd been by the task of trying to hold the Imperial Remnant together after the Jedi had unceremoniously dumped him into a head of state position. At the time, it had felt like being thrown into a tank full of hungry predator fish, each fish an admiral or a moth who resented everything Jag stood for. Things had, thankfully, changed. Moff Kill Moran was a very different breed from the moths of yesterday, or for that matter, from moths like Corin Veers or Homan Thane. Moran, about half Jag's age, with black hair and a mildly plump build, had been elected governor of a sector that had bordered the unknown regions and had both the second lowest population and highest percentage of non-humans in Imperial space. He was in all things a pragmatist, and as a man who'd grown up on Valk 7, he was a patriot as well, with a visible loyalty to his homeworld and its citizens, regardless of species. Jag understood why planets like Bastion and Entrala were feeling more and more like Coruscant by the day, but Valk 7 seemed to have found a comfortable compromise between nature and urbanism. When viewed from low orbit, one could clearly make out the cities, but they were mere gray gnarls in the overall wash of browns, greens, and blues on the surface. Moff Moran was still a politician, which meant his meeting with Jag still had the circuitous formality and aversions expected of official meetings. Moran had greeted Jag with a sumptuous meal, then shown him around the governor's mansion and a few sights in the capital city, all the while toying around the tricky issue Jag had come here to discuss. Years ago, Jag would have felt irritated or impatient, but at his age he knew that in some things, at least, it was better not to rush. On the second day, he joined Moran on an excursion to one of the 3 Golan IV defense stations located above the planet. The change in mood from civilian to military was stark, as Moran led him toward the weapon station, which boasted twice the mass and 3 times the armament of a Predator-class Star Destroyer. He noticed the quiet tension beneath the crew's behavior. They all knew, intellectually, that the Raiders were nowhere near Valk 7, but it didn't stop them from worrying. By the time the walkthrough was done, Jag was ready to get off his feet. He never conceded the need to use a cane or walking implement, and after so much walking, he started to regret the fact. He and Moran settled into a small conference room, with one broad transparent steel wall looking out across the black curve of the planet's nighttime surface. Cities lit up like dense star clusters beneath them. He could see, too, the gray wedge of one of the 3 patrolling Star Destroyers in the far distance. After an aide dropped off a tray with 2 simple water glasses, Moran dismissed her, leaving the 2 of them alone at last. Finally, the time had come to get down to business. Jag took a sip of water, very cool, and said, "Thank you for hosting me and giving the tours. I don't see as much of the Empire as I used to. I just wanted you to understand what kind of world this is." Jag raised a white brow. "How do you mean?" Moran spread his hands. "I've showed you his sides. Military and civilian. Human and non-human. We have a great mix of it all here, more than anywhere else in this sector. Your goal is to protect that. Not just professionally, but personally. You're here to advise me on how to do that, aren't you?" "In part. But I'm not just here to talk about Valk 7. Moran took a sip of water and leaned back in his chair. He thought a moment and said, "People here are proud our world is what it is. And we're proud to be part of an empire that lets us be what we are. All I've ever wanted is to build that kind of empire. You know that." "I know, and I'm grateful, sir." Jag waved a hand. "Please, no, sir. I've got no rank, and it makes me feel old." "All right. But Mr. Fel, it's no secret you've been pressing for the Empire to invoke the Annexes Treaty. That's why you're here, isn't it? To win a vote on the Moff Council." Back to bluntness, Jag thought. How refreshing. In a word, yes. Moran sighed. "If the Council votes on that at all, it will need someone to propose it. And that's putting me in a very difficult position. Why are you averse to getting help from the Alliance? Like I said, we're proud of our world and proud of our empire. We don't need a bigger power to sweep in and save us." "Need or want?" "Fair point, but mine stands too. Your son's leading an offensive against these raiders right now. If we smash them today, we won't need or want the Alliance's help." "Moff Moran, I've been reviewing every scrap of intel on these raiders they let me see. Even if Davik does win a major fight today, there's no guarantee they won't regroup and try again. The simple fact is that we know next to nothing about our attackers. When you're facing an unknown threat, you can never be too prepared. What good do you think the Alliance can do for us? Help us shore our defenses along the border. Provide us with key intel. Assist us if you need to launch a counterattack. We end up needing those things. Even if we don't, I believe a partnership will be beneficial. Smaller scale exercises can be a great way to build bonds between our militaries and our peoples. Moran took another sip of water. We can build bonds anytime? Not like we would here. Moran looked down into his glass. Do you know what I was back during the Senex Juvex crisis? A police officer down on the capital. And when our fleet got wiped out at Carfetti and everyone I knew, human, non-human, it didn't matter, was cursing you, Mr. Fel, for allowing it to happen. For getting us involved in a fight that wasn't ours. And then, a month or two later, news came down about Voidwalker and the Imperial heroes who saved the world. And then everyone went back to loving you and what you represented. Jag didn't like having to represent anything, though he knew it was a natural result of being a public, political figure. People inevitably invested their own hopes and desires in you. Why are you mentioning this? Because sometimes the only difference between a good decision and a bad one is a stupid trick of chance, or something you only see in long retrospect. Moran sighed. I'm sorry, Mr. Fel, but with all due respect, I just don't see any reason to invoke annexes at this time. Jag should have felt deflated, but he'd never let his hopes rise too high. A question, he said calmly. Moran nodded. If another moth brought it up to a vote on the council, how would you react? With circumstances as they are now? No, I'm sorry. And if they were different? Worse, you mean? Yes, worse. Moran thought a moment. That would depend how or much worse. Fair enough. But in theory, you'd be open to the possibility. In theory, he admitted. If the situation gets dire. It was something but far from what he'd come here to get. All right, I understand. I'm sorry to make you come all this way, sir. You didn't make me do anything. And please, I'm not a sir. Of course, I'm sorry. Moran looked down into his near-empty glass. There doesn't seem to be anything else. No. I suppose I should get back down to my ship. I'll take you down. Jag rose on unsteady legs and followed Moran out of the room, down the cool gray corridors of the defense station. As he shuffled along, he admitted to himself that this had always been a long shot, asking any politician, even a fundamentally decent one, to go against the motives of the people he represented was preparation for failure. Still, he'd had to try. They were about halfway to the hangar when Moran stopped in his tracks and plucked a buzzing comlink from his breast pocket. He held it up to listen, and as Jag leaned in a little closer to hear, an alarm began to wail, drowning out the relayed words. As quickly as he'd taken it out, the moth shut off the comlink and stuffed it back into his uniform. Raiders, Moran snarled. We're under attack. When the alarms started blaring aboard Resilience, Captain Poor Dunn was about to lay down for sleep. It took her 5 minutes from the first klaxons blaring to put her uniform on and hurry up to a bridge that was frantic and messy with half his crew scurrying to their stations, bleary-eyed from their own sudden wake-ups. Poor Dunn marched straight to the tactical station. Report, Lieutenant. The woman was just bringing the holo display online. The sight of it made Poor Dunn freeze for a second in shock. Red markers were falling toward Valk 7 like a mighty wave. Resilience was sitting in the planet's lower orbit, but Conviction and Ascension had been out patrolling the middle of the system. Ascension's small green wedge lay directly between the planet and the swarming red that would be on it in seconds. Come, Poor Dunn barked. Can we hail Ascension? The lieutenant wagged his head. They're putting up some kind of jamming signal, Captain. The planet. The Golden Stations. Everything's out. Captain, Lieutenant Yar said, they've reached Ascension. Poor Dunn looked at the holo and felt her gut tighten. Captain Mility's ship had been able to scramble a few squadrons of fighters and turn back toward the planet, but it wouldn't do anything against such an overwhelming force. At Nesporus 3, they faced a mere raiding party. This was an armada. Lieutenant, Poor Dun rasped, "How many enemy ships are out there?" Yaris swallowed. "Over 90, sir." "Can we evaluate types yet?" "Classes, species." "Computers running it through now, sir." "Identifying Tylonian, Vagary, Palcheron." Yaris swallowed. "I'm picking up 2 frigates, bearing directly on Ascension there, Kalish." The human's voice had gone blank with shock. Poor Dun understood why. Until now, they'd been harassed by the untamed species that wandered the unknown regions. The planet Kali was part of Imperial space. Its people were a race of warriors, irascible and hard to govern, but they were still a part of the Empire, as much as the Muin or Yagay are certain Keldor. They figured that out if they survived what came next. Ascension's green wedge was flickering as red marks overwhelmed it. More were already racing past, heading for the planet. Conviction was still in the middle of the system, not having budged from its place where the attack began. Captain Verdun must have been waiting for orders Poor Dun wasn't capable of giving with the interference the raiders were pumping out. Normally a jamming field this dense, one that scrambled all holo and audio communications, would disrupt its users as much as the enemy. It didn't matter with these raiders. They were different even from the ones she faced at Nesporus 3. They weren't bothering to take captives. This was about conquest, or perhaps slaughter. Ascension wouldn't last long. Conviction might be saved if it fell back to the planet, joined Resilience and the Golan stations to form a barricade around the planet. Captain Verdun needed orders first. Poor Dun swung to the comm station and asked, "Lieutenant, can we send a tight beam data package through this muck?" The human scowled. I think so." "Then do it. Tell Conviction to all back to the planet immediately. See if we can get in contact with the planet or one of those Golan stations." "Captain," Yaris interjected, "Ascension is gone." Poor Dun looked back at the tactical holo. The destroyer's green wedge, the little flecks denoting his fighter squads, all were gone as though they'd never been. The wave of hostiles gushed forward without even slowing down. Conquest or slaughter. Everything would depend on what they were after. If they wanted to capture Valk 7, they'd have to lay siege and knock out its defenses while taking the cities intact. If they were coming here to wreak havoc, they'd charge forward with implacable fury, not stopping until everything was destroyed. Conquest would be a much more careful, coordinated, nuanced feat, the kind of which these raiders hadn't shown any inclination towards so far. Her hopes were for conquest, because that might spare some lives, but her gut and her mind expected slaughter. Her eyes lit on one red hollow marker, larger than the others. "Lieutenant, do they have a flagship there?" Yaris glanced at her console. "Can't identify the type, Captain. Looks massive, though. Almost 8 kilometers long. As big as a Legator-class destroyer, the kind Admiral Fel commanded. This was an armada, but their attacks seemed as chaotic as before, only on larger scale." "Captain," the comm lieutenant called. "We've made contact with Conviction. They're pulling back to the planet now." Just when Poor Dun started to feel relief, Yara shook her head. "The front end of that wave is catching up on her fast, Captain. I'm not sure if Conviction can get back in time." "Come, tell Verdun to send out fighters, bombers, anything to get Conviction back to the planet. If we can form a wall, we have a chance at stopping them." It felt good to say, and a few of her officers nodded like they were eager to believe it, but when Poor Dun looked at that tactical holo, her gut clenched harder. It was no attack she'd ever faced before, even at Carfedian, all those years ago. It had been one Vong superweapon that had demolished the Imperial fleet. Today, it was just a horde, vast and undisciplined, impossible to fight with what they had. Their only hope was to try. "Come," Poor Dun said. "Fix a tight beam on the lead Golan station. We need to start talking." When Jag and Moff Moran appeared on the station's operations room, the tactical holo was already blazing, bright and big in the center of the chamber. Jagged absorbed it all in an instant, the great red wave rushing toward them, Ascension's green wedge as it winked out, Conviction turning back to the planet, Resilience close by. He saw it and knew there was no way they could win. He felt very old and very tired, but it passed in one more instant. Just as the station commander appealed for Moran for instructions, Jack clamped a strong bony hand on the Moth's shoulder and said, "Issue a planet-wide evacuation. Now." Moran blinked. "There's no time." "No. But if you issue it now, if you order it as governor, we can still save some of them. There's billions of people down there. Then we might have a few million if we're lucky." Jagged looked at the holo and asked the commander, "How long until they get here?" The man, he looked so young, swallowed. 26 standard minutes. 26 minutes to live. The realization came over Jag. He found himself possessed by a surprising inner stillness. An acceptance. All the years he'd lived, all the times he'd evaded the death that had claimed 4 of his brothers and sisters and too many friends to count, all their weight lifted off him. He felt light, free from responsibility or even grief. There was still so much to do. He looked around the op center and found Moran bent over the communications console. As Jag hobbled over, Moran turned to look at him. "They're jamming comms. I sent a tight beam message down to the planet. It will go through all the emergency networks. You made the right choice. 25 minutes won't be enough to get people aforward," he muttered with the dull, dazed tone of a man who couldn't believe this was actually happening. "We'll have to hold as long as we can," said Jag. "What about the Star Destroyers?" They both looked at the tactical holo. Conviction already had Vanguard Raiders nipping at his back. Resilience was dropping into lower orbit, sidling close to their Golan station. Jag looked around and found the station commander issuing another set of orders, this time to bring the other 2 defense platforms from the other side of the planet so they could combine their firepower. Golan IVs were incapable of spaceflight, but they did have built-in directional thrusters that could adjust position in planetary orbit. The stations were huge and moved slowly, but they just might arrive in time. "Those ships are fast," he heard on Lieutenant mutter as more hostiles caught up with Conviction. "Commander," said another officer, "we're getting better readings on those ships. Picking up 2 heavy Kalish frigates, both coming down on Conviction." That sent another wave of tension rippling across the room. Non-humans from one Imperial world joined with the alien invaders in the sacking of another Imperial planet. The Kalish had always been independent, violent, and hard to rule. But if the whole race had joined in with the attackers, then the situation was spiraling out of control faster than anyone had imagined. The realization also struck that if these Kalish were new allies to the invaders, then somebody on those frigates might be able to tell them how and why they were won over. They might even know who was behind it all. The station commander and Moran were back at the comm station. From their chatter, they were exchanging text-based messages with Resilience. Jagged moved for their post as quickly as he could, which wasn't fast enough. A few cries, followed by a ripple of shocked murmurs, ran through the room. Jag knew what he'd see even before he looked at the tactical holo. Conviction was gone too. "Governor, there's not much we can do with 1 destroyer," the commander was telling Moff Moran. "You have to take a shuttle and try to run." "They're almost here, Commander. They'll knock me out of the sky." "But you don't announce that, sir." "Will the other Golan stations get here in time?" Jagged interrupted. "Just barely," Moran said. "And Resilience taking up a defensive position right beside us," the commander said. "We'll try to overlap fields of fire as much as possible. But Mr. Fel, Governor Moran, if you hurry to a shuttle, there still might be time too." "Please open the line to Resilience," Jagged said, so calmly he surprised himself. "I have a request." The second the enemy entered firing range, they were met by a rain of concussion missiles that turned the space over Valk 7 with a field of blossoming fireballs. All 3 Golan stations released time-on-target barrages that intercepted the initial rush of starfighters and gunships while Resilience hung back over the central Golan station. They faced the attack head-on, and from the center of the bridge poured Dunn could see hundreds, if not thousands, of explosive bursts. It wouldn't be enough, she knew, and as expected, Lieutenant Yaris reported that the enemy was still pushing through. The Golan stations fired again. Spaced at equal distances around the curve of the planet, each station's turrets could track the majority of the incoming ships. Though these raiders had displayed no complex or coordinated tactics so far, their great wave seemed to be splitting into 3 sections of roughly equal size, each one aiming for an individual Golan station. As predicted, the central group charging for the main station contained both the raiders' massive flagship and the 2 Kalish frigates. The enemy hurled themselves at the Imperial defense outposts without slowing down. Slaughter was all they intended. Poor Dun could see with her own eyes that some of the smaller ships, Tylonian drones, and what seemed like manned Vagary gunships threw themselves into the shields of the Golan beneath them. The shields held for now, but more enemy were coming, charging ahead in a crazed death frenzy that defied all rules of combat. Valk 7's planetary defensive shields were raised even as evacuation ships were scrambled. Even now, hundreds hung in the upper atmosphere, beneath the invisible interior wall of the Shide, waiting for the horrible moment when they'd be free to run from a world rendered defenseless. The shield would hold them off for a little while, but not forever. Long ago, at the academy, her instructors had told her that when the enemy had no fear of death, you could throw out the tactical guidebook. The raiders had already done that, which meant she had to do the same. It was a strangely liberating feeling. When the lead Golan station had sent them its strange request, her first reaction had been to balk. Impossible, she thought. Too risky, not to mention a dereliction of the duty she'd been assigned, protecting the people of Valk 7 at all costs. In the awkward exchange of messages, the station commander had heard her arguments and rebutted the last one. The only way to save Valk 7 was to call for help, and for that somebody needed to breach the jamming field. Somebody had to escape the system. As to the rest, there's been no rebuttals to give. The enemy flagship was veering down on the lead Golan station. It was well within firing range now, and poor Dun gave the order to discharge all forward batteries. As suicidally fierce as the enemy was, she couldn't believe they'd rammed their leading vessel into the station, and she felt quiet relief when the tactical readout showed the ship was slowing. So, too, were the Kalish frigates and most of the other large capital ships, but others were still slamming themselves into the station's shields. A few of the Tylonian drones, each no wider than a TIE solar panel, reached resilience and did the same. "Shield holding for now, Captain," her first officer said. "What about the station?" "Defenses on overload," Yaris reported. "They don't have much time. And those Kalish ships slowed down. Acceleration's almost 0. The closest they get then." Poor Dun took a deep rasping breath through her mask, then said, "Come, send our signal to the station. Tell them we're ready." The crew visibly tensed. She'd explained to the bridge as quickly as possible what their goal would be. They'd looked at her like she was mad, and she hadn't blamed them. She tried to assure herself that she cheated death over and over on as a Void Walker. She just has to do the impossible one last time. "Station sends confirmation," Com said. "Firing solution imminent." "Helm," she called, "take us forward." The great Star Destroyer's engines burned to full, and it lurched away from the planet's gravitational pull. Resilience kept firing all forward batteries and pushed like a spearhead through the skin of enemy line with help from its fighter screen. As they pushed, the station added its own help, directing all its turrets to fire on the area immediately ahead of Resilience. The view from the Star Destroyer's bridge filled with explosions so bright most of the crew had to look away, but the goggles of poor Dun's mask dimmed the light so she could stare ahead. She saw past the explosion to the 2 Kalish frigates looming ahead. "Helm," she called. "Break port, 20 degrees. On cannons, prepare to fire all starboard batteries." Spearing through the enemy line with the full firepower of the Golan station behind them was the risky part. Now they were about to try the impossible. Resilience's databanks had a file on the frigates used by the Kalish home fleet, but there was no telling what potent modifications had been added to these. In the end, it didn't matter. The only thing they could do was try. Resilience veered around the twin Kalish frigates. The great enemy flagship, sitting high above them, began to open fire with its ventral guns. The Star Destroyer's shield shuddered and danced with absorbed energy, but poor Dun stared through the glare until she could see that they'd moved alongside one of the Kalish ships. Helm decreased speed, and shields shunted more power to deflect the deadly rain from the flagship. Then she called for all starboard ion cannons to open fire. The Kalish were a race of warriors, and they flew tough ships, but Resilience was 4 times the size of the frigate and 4 times as powerful. The ship's shields absorbed the initial blast of blue energy, but attacks from Resilience's bomber squadrons weakened its shields until ion cannon blasts broke through. Lightning danced across the hull. Interior lights went out. Engines flickered, flailed, and died. And the flagship above them kept firing. Resilience was now directly between the lead enemy ship and the Golan station. They could expect no help. As the destroyer's tractor beams lashed onto the Kalish frigate and its engines strained to push the weight of both ships at maximum velocity, its shields buckled, shuddered, and finally failed. Poor Dun watched as explosions burst like geysers through the skin of her ship. Alarms wailed, crews shouted emergency reports. Poor Dun watched debris and bodies flush through hull breaches and barely stayed on her feet as the foremost missile magazine detonated, shredding the destroyer's nose and killing hundreds of crew in an instant. Bracing herself against the tactical console, she called, "Helm. Status. Pushing clear, Captain." The frigate. "Still have it," Yaris called. Poor Dun looked at the tactical holo. They had punched through most of the enemy line, but the second Kalish frigate had turned around and was chasing them. She felt relief to see the flagship was no longer firing on them, then dread when she realized it was kicking in its engines and moving forward to deliver the killing blow to the main Golan station. "Come," she called. "Anything?" The lieutenant shook his head. "Still jammed, Captain." "That Kalish frigate's not slowing down," Yaris reported. "I'm seeing other ships pulling off too, vagary gunships." "Helm, do we have hyperdrive?" "Yes, Captain. We'll clear the gravity well in 4 minutes." She looked at the tactical holo. The vagary ships would be on them soon. Lasting 4 minutes would be almost impossible, but they'd come this far. Trying was all they could do. Softly, the station commander said, "They've punched through." Jad could see that. Like half the crew in the ops center, he'd watched on the main tactical holo as Resilience had broken into the enemy lines with the help of concentrated fire from every possible gun on the Golan station. The Star Destroyer had plunged through the hole, slowing long enough to disable a Kalish frigate with an ion cannon and grab it with the tractor beams so it could be hauled the rest of the way through the enemy line. With the station's battle scramble sensors, it was hard to tell what condition Resilience was in. It might have been crippled. It might have lost hyperdrive. The tactical holo indicated that several enemy ships were giving chase. It might all have been for nothing, but to save the people on Valk 7, and maybe learn who was really behind this invasion, they'd had to try. In trying, they'd written their own fate. Directing all the guns to clear the way for Resilience had left them open to more ramming attacks and barrages from flanking capital ships. In the time it had taken for Resilience to break free, most of the station's shields had shattered. Even now, explosions shuddered through the deck. Jagged braced himself, both hands on the console, and looked up through the transparent steel observation dome that capped the top of the ops chamber. Through it he could see the great dark bulk of the enemy flagship bearing down on them through a hail of laser fire. Now that he could see it with his own eyes, something about that ship looked familiar. It was nothing he'd seen before, not personally, but still he recognized it. It was very faint, a childhood memory from the academy on Chilla, where he'd trained so hard to prove himself to all the blue-skinned aliens he lived amongst that a human could be just as good and loyal a soldier as them. That child could never have suspected the life ahead of him. He'd have never conceived that his future would lay not with the Chiss but the Alliance, the Empire, the Jedi, all of them, and none of them at once. The rain of laser fire obscured the great warship, but still he stared up at falling death. Alarms wailed over the sound of distant explosions ripping through the station. People ran frantically around, some barely dodging him as he struggled to stand on weak legs and the deck trembled beneath him. Suddenly he remembered. Not Xilla, but Neron. The history lessons taught to soldiers in the Empire of the Hand about the great battles won by Grand Admiral Thrawn. the great warlord who'd been Thrawn's nemesis in the unknown regions, from the race with skin like rainbows and hair like black billowing clouds. He'd had a ship like that, not the same ship, but similar. It was long, dark, menacing, a flagship fit for a king of storms. Jag had it now, but there was no one to tell. A short bleat escaped his throat. None of the scrambling, panicked crew noticed. He was just an old man staring up, laughing softly to himself. Another memory came, from almost as long ago. Sitting in a dark observation room aboard the cruiser Raurust, just hours after meeting his mother's brother for the first time. Telling a brown-haired young Jedi pilot that she wasn't Griminal. Even then, he'd been fascinated by her in ways he'd never been taught to name. Still a teenager, still Chiss at heart, he'd never imagined what she'd be to him in the end. Jaina Solo, unbreakable, irascible, and defiant. A lifetime's guiding star. The station shuddered again. Alarms wailed louder and muffled explosions grew louder. He tried to cling to that image, 70 years old but still there. The curve of a girl's face softly lit by ambient light, the drape of hair off her shoulders, and the gleam in her dark eyes that promised everything. In the black of empty space, just beyond Valk 7's gravity well, 12 TIE sabers winked into real space. 3 seconds later, a dozen Star Destroyers and support ships joined them. Every new ship flung itself toward the battle raging against the planet's battered defensive shields, with the apex of the advancing capital ships claimed by Jagged Fel's Afshin Makati. Outpacing the destroyers were the fighters. The 12 TIE sabers and Arlen's squad, the first to join the battle, charged ahead with Marasias right behind it. A swarm of TIE X's followed, all manned by pilots eager to deliver payback. Revenge might have been of the dark side, but Arlen didn't blame any of them for their anger. As they drew closer to the planet, Arlen's sensors confirmed the wreckage of 2 Predator-class Star Destroyers and 2 Golan IV stations. A 3rd Golan station was tumbling out of orbit and would impact on the planetary shields, surely killing everyone aboard and maybe overloading the planet's defenses and laying it open to slaughter. In its audacity and savagery, it was an attack far beyond anything the Raiders had attempted before. Everyone behind him was angry, but Arlen was worried above all else. When his scouting flight had crossed the Imperial border, he'd immediately commented the Naval Command Center at Ord Thaden and asked if there was news of any attack. No, the center had said, then mentioned, after prodding, that all communication with Valk 7 had been down for several hours. Since that moment, Arlen had known nothing but anxiety. By the time he and his wingman had returned to the battle they'd left, Davek's fleet had all but destroyed the Raiders there. Once he'd gotten the news, Davek had immediately ordered almost every ship they had to Valk 7. Their father was somewhere on that planet. Their father might be dead already. It would have been just like Jagged Fel to get on a Star Destroyer and lead the desperate defense of a doomed world. Arlen had always wanted to believe he'd feel his father's death in the Force. He felt nothing now and prayed it was a good sign. There was another jamming field up, blocking their comm signals, but a message flashed on his console. When he brought it onto his helmet's display, he saw another message from Davek. Star Destroyer fleeing battle .05-0346. Intercept now. Arlen changed his vector and called for his squadron to follow. They veered with him, and he saw Marasia's ships were following too. When he checked his forward scanners, he saw that, indeed, a Predator-class destroyer was fleeing the battle zone, harried by 2 frigates and a handful of gunships. When he got in visual range, he saw the destroyer was badly damaged. Then he saw 1 frigate tucked close to his hull, as though dragged via tractor beam. A Kalish frigate, he recognized, which confused him until he saw a second one pounding the destroyer's battered aft. Then it made the worst kind of sense. Species within Imperial space were throwing in their lot with the invading hordes. Attack now, he sent to his pilots. One and all they sent agreement and leaped ahead, weapons blazing, even as a new explosions tore deeper into the destroyer's bow. The impact knocked poor Dunn to the ground. She was barely able to brace her fall with her hands. The impact cracked the right goggle of her mask, and as she staggered to her feet, everything seemed slashed through with refracted light. alternately red and white like the bridge alarms. "More ships, Captain," Lieutenant Yaris called. She was still at her console, but pressed one palm against her forehead to staunch the blood flowing into her eyes. The last attack had knocked out the tactical holo, but the lieutenant could still pick up some data from external sensor feed. "Raiders," Poor Dunn rasped. "TIEs, sir. Jedi ships. And Star Destroyers." She couldn't believe it. She swung to the viewport and made out what she could: dark darting snoo fighters and lancing green laser blasts. "What destroyers?" She reached out and grabbed Yar's shoulder hard. "Can we get identification?" "Lead ship is the Makati, Captain. Admiral Fel's ship. Davek's fleet. Come to save them and pull off another impossible rescue. Another cheating of death like they'd done on Voidwalker all those years ago." She looked down at Yaris and saw herself as she'd been in the young human, terrified but determined, desperate and resilient. "Come," she called. "Can we get a signal?" "Still jammed, Captain." "Tight beam into Makati then. Tell them we've captured the frigate for them." "Do it now." The bridge shook again. Clinging to Yaris's shoulder was the only way to keep upright. A bright explosion flared ahead, like a pillar of flame bursting up from their hull. "Damage report," she called, but before anyone could respond, Yaris shouted, "Incoming gunship." "They're not slowing down." Even with uncracked lenses, she'd have never seen the ship that got them. It came in from their flank, fast and hard, right for the command tower. It hit the superstructure like a bullet, a mass of metal so superheated it ignited the oxygen of every deck it tore through. For those on the command deck, it ended in an instant, an impact so hard no one could stand, the screech of metal and a wash of fire, then nothing. The rest of the Battle of Valk 7 took approximately 1 standard hour to complete. It was the longest hour in Jagged Fel's life. The moment the Vagary gunship rammed Resilience's command tower, vaporizing, and almost instantly, he knew it would be a brutal fight. A squadron of bombers from Night Watch came to help the Jedi fighters destroy the hostile Kalish and Vagary ships, after which Captain Korak's ship reeled in the disabled frigate that Poor Dunn had died trying to haul out of the battle zone. Davek tried to put grief and anxiety behind him as the rest of the fleet pushed forward to the planet. The defensive shields just barely withstood the impact of the falling Golan station. The enemy fleet would have been able to shatter it in minutes had they not turned and attacked the Imperial fleet with stunning precision they'd previously demonstrated. How they did it, Davek didn't know. The jamming field was just as strong here as it had been in the previous battle. Though the jump to Valk 7 had seemed interminably long, it had at least given the fleet's communications officers a chance to rig a system of tight beam text-based communication that allowed Davik to give orders and coordinate fleet movements almost as well as if they'd had opera communications. Tactics only went so far against an enemy unafraid to die. The battle in the planet's low orbit passed in a fiery flash. 3 more Star Destroyers were utterly destroyed and 2 more crippled. The Makati took heavy damage trying to stop the one enemy ship that was trying to run, a long dark vessel as big as Davek's Star Destroyer, if not larger. As it broke through the Imperial lines, the smaller ships Tylonian, Vagary, Kalish, Strama, Palshoran, and more, but none of design similar to this one, turned themselves into loving missiles. They lost 2 destroyers that way. Once the big ship jumped to hyperspace, the remaining stragglers suddenly lost their survival bravery and plunged through the hole it had blazed in the Imperial line. The ships that could flee, fled. Those that couldn't fought to the death. It was like the U.S. Vong his parents had fought, but these were no religious fanatics. They were raiders from a motley collection of races that had never banded together before, fighting for no visible reason. As the battle ended, Davik grew more tense. As his tactical team started tallying causalities, he ordered the comm officer to make contact with the planet below. He didn't couch his needs in professionalism. He told the planetary communications staff that he had to speak with Jagged Fel immediately. The wait was long. Seconds felt like hours, and with every passing one his breath grew tighter, his body heavier. When the voice came back on the line, he knew what it was going to say, but he still wasn't ready for it. "I'm sorry, Admiral," the voice said. Cautious, apologetic. Jagged Fel and Moff Moran were visiting the main Golan station when the raiders attacked. There were no survivors. The bridge swam around him. The comm officer caught him as he fell, propped him up. "I'm all right, Lieutenant." Davik shook his arm free. "I'm fine." It was a lie, the only shield he had. He took a deep breath and composed himself, then tried to go about his duties as an admiral should, knowing that nothing could ever be the same.